Hello, YouTube. My camera shift. Looks like it. I set up my camera and then got up and ran away for a minute. Let's get Dark Deity going. I remember I had to mess with it last week for the birthday stream. Thank you again if you came out for that. There we go. I understand the logic puzzles now. I really thought y'all were messing with me. Move my water bottle here. Howdy! You know, for living in Texas, I don't hear howdy as often as you would probably expect me to. Let me tell the Discord that we are live, and we'll be good to start. We have a little bit to go, but my trusty sidekick, Teodrin, has assured me that we can probably make it to the end of Dark Deity tonight, so we gonna try. Tune in for the finale of, what do we want to say? I can't write that. Don't Deadly. Tune in for the finale of Don't Deadly. Before we start Effie Engage. There we go. Hey, Tisborg, good to see ya. There we go. I think we're all good to go. And Teodrin will be in, potentially. Him and, you know, the co-hosts are all always invited. I haven't heard from Captain this week. Teodrin had the plague, but he says he's feeling a little better. So, we shall see. Was there anything else I wanted to open with? Next is going to be Fire Emblem Engage, but the sequel to Onderon Saga, Rebellion Saga, or it's a prequel, is also coming out tomorrow. So I don't know when I'm going to cover that. I'm definitely going to. You might get some Saturday streams or Friday streams on that. I'm not sure yet, but Captain is getting on a jet plane in the morning. Captain is important. That sounds exciting? Question mark? Alright. We're gonna lock in for the story, and then I shall talk more about goings-on. Irving, may I have a word? Of course. Is something wrong? It's Elias. I've never seen him like this. He's sweating profusely, and he's been like this all evening. Not to disparage you, Maeve, but you haven't been around that long, and I don't know that you know Elias very well, so that doesn't mean a lot. Do you think it's the staff? Seems more than likely. You should check up on him. Elias? Yeah, blast. Irving, I'm sorry. You just startled me is all. Next time, I'd appreciate a warning. Forgive me, but I must admit, I'm a bit concerned. Is everything alright? Better than alright. I'm closer than I've ever been. The limits, the edges of these astral spaces, many of them aren't limits at all. They're more like walls. Arcane barriers built to thwart a probing mind, which means there could be any number of things on the other side. All that's left to do is break through. I can feel them bending under my will. I just need to concentrate. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Elias. Yeah, are you sure these barriers are breakable? I know you've searched diligently. That's not my question. We should consider the possibility that Achimenos isn't present in the staff at all.
Ridiculous.
He is. I'm sure of it. I just need more time.
Pace yourself.
I see. Pace yourself, my friend. I can't have you overextended. We need you sharp on the battlefield. I know. I'm sorry I don't have more for you right now, but Gorvan's recent discoveries are promising. Is that so? Perhaps, though not as promising as I might have hoped. A staff forged before the calamity is bound to be steeped in more history than you can fathom. The arcane weapon has gone by many names. Murumak, the Dungeons of Yi, the Binding Branch, the Black Rose of Corella. I almost read that as Corellia. We've traced the staff to various historical accounts and legends over the centuries.
That's it.
Good. That should shed some light on the nature of this necromancer who wielded it. I thought so too, but about 300 years ago, the trail simply runs cold. I can't find any known reference to the staff between then and when we first laid eyes on it in Drakenweld. That is troubling. Don't give up the search. I'm sure something will turn up. That may be, but I'm not convinced the Order of Eternals, or the Mystic Council for that matter, is sharing everything they know. With your permission, I'd like to present my findings to them. Perhaps then they will see fit to disclose more relevant lore, however guarded it may be. If it's my blessing you want, you've had it all along. I don't know where we'd be without your scholarship.
I'm sure of it.
Your vote of confidence is much appreciated. In time, I will do it justice. You already have. There are a shocking number of SRPGs releasing in the first half of this year. Yes, there are. Because we've got Dark Deity 2, we've got Together in Battle, which you're working on, we've got Rebellion Saga, we have 100 Line The Last Defense. I don't know when Gales of Nieli is trying to release. It might be first half of this year, I'm not sure. What else?
Spider-Man for the PS2. Ah, yes, how could I forget? Spider-Man Tactics for the PS2. It comes out in 2 days. How are you feeling, Teodrin?
I'm surviving. Went to the doctor this morning. He said it's probably bronchitis, so I might be reeling in my voice a little bit tonight, but I'm here.
I was hoping it would be something more chilled than strep, and I would say bronchitis is decidedly not that.
Yeah, it sucks.
Well, thanks for tuning in, or coming in anyway, goodness.
Yeah.
Sinister just said, not just Spider-Man, but Those Who Rule is also launching in the first half of this year. I had forgotten about Those Who Rule. I should check them out as well. They've been on my radar, but like I have not looked into them too much. It's hard to keep up with all of them. Sloan, I'm surprised to find you wandering about so late. These caverns are safer than they once were, thanks to us.
Yes.
That they are. Well, good night.
You have such a way with words, Irving.
That is exactly how I talk to people who I don't want to talk to. Oh, fancy meeting you here. Yes, I feel very comfortable in this space. Cool. Night.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, Irving, I was hoping I might catch you. It's about my father. Of course, I want to assure you I'm doing everything in my power to avoid a conflict. If we can topple Varric without coming to blows with the Velmyrans, we will. But that's just it. You can't.
What?
What do you mean? Irving, my father is not the kind of threat that can be ignored. Turn your back on him for an instant, and he'll stick a knife in it. If your father's troops had reinforced Canopy Bridge, we would have seen the end of this revolution. We don't have the numbers to go chasing after him, and even if we did, we'd be fighting on enemy territory. Every day we wait, we delay the inevitable. If he amasses enough strength, he'll stop us dead in our tracks on the road to Sojourn. Are you proposing we march everyone right into whatever Henry Valmyron's prepared for them in the forest? No, we remove him quietly. Then I become head of House Valmyron. Fear is his singular method of governance. His grip on his people is tight but brittle. If we break it, the people of the Canopy will follow me to Sojourn.
Still.
Sloan, he's your father. I feel like the volume's really low for this. I'm gonna turn it up a little. Y'all tell me in the chat if it's too loud. Also, another, I think, soundtrack mismatch, but...
That's cute.
Differences, that's the understatement of the century. And no, not in the slightest. I was raised exclusively by tutors and maids. Gods, I wouldn't know the first thing about sneaking into the Valmyron Manor. Neither would I. Then why even suggest it? Because I know someone who does, and he's agreed to help us. Are you sure he can be trusted? Perhaps he's more loyal to your father than you expect. I'm insulted at the suggestion. I'm never wrong about people, especially men. This one couldn't think for himself to save his life, especially if the request came from my lips. Is it Benji? I see. At any rate, you'll meet him in the morning. I just need to convince you. There's no way around this. You've made up your mind, then? Very much so. Well, I've learned better than to try and change it.
You're not half bad.
Then I've taught you well. Anyway, as you were saying, it's late. Good night. Good night, Sloan. I do hope you know what you're getting yourself into. Sinister says, War strategy and succession. Topics discussed to the smooth, smooth tones of lounge jazz. Yeah, it's a little weird. Like, that actually makes a little more sense when you put it like that. It just more like, I expected her to be more upset, and it was like kind of upbeat. So I was like, Don't worry, Irving. I've been thinking about this for quite some time. We're ready to make the push for Sojourn. We have everything we need. Nearly everything. We still need a realistic plan to hold the kingdom together once we've ousted Varric. I believe that was you, Tiadrin.
Oh goodness, what kind of voice did I give her?
I can't remember. She hasn't talked very much.
I don't imagine that's at the forefront of Sour's mind.
Yeah, probably something like that. It's no great boon to Aramor to have its neighbors constantly plagued by rebellion. Of course it's on my mind. I know we have a Delian nobility among us. What would they suggest?
Naturally.
It's simple, really. Gather all the heads of Delia's landed families for a meet. Then have them vote in a new royal family.
Was the corruption of the throne not what got us here in the first place?
Maybe so, but at the moment, Delia requires stability. It's taken centuries to carve out the territories it encompasses. Leave the nobility out of the important decisions and it will fracture right back into a million pieces.
Monroe happens to be right. Any other form of rule would never be seen as legitimate. And therein lies the power and downfall of the monarchy. The unrelenting need for a ruler with the command to wield and control... What? Wait, to wield control and the strength of will to resist it. The unrelenting need for a ruler with the command to wield control. Okay, and the strength of will to resist it. Okay, that's just a little bit weirdly phrased, I think. Or maybe I'm just...
It's just very loquacious.
Yes.
For the sake of it.
In the long... Well, I mean, she is like an elf that's probably super old.
Has she often spoken that way, though? I don't know.
Details.
Alright.
In the long history since the Calamity, those who possessed both can be named in a single breath.
But how will we win the support of the nobility before the gap we create with Varric's absence?
First, we depose my father. That will win us the support of all the houses in Canopy. I feel like it should be the Canopy, but I keep saying the Canopy. As head of House Valmyron, I can legitimize our cause.
I thought your father disowned you and stripped you of your titles.
Guess I'll state the obvious.
He's too proud to admit that to his own people. I doubt even Varric knows. And if he does, he should all go right. What? Oh, should all go right, that won't matter. Doesn't sound like that stayed much of a secret. Perhaps not to a rumor monger.
Was that all?
Watch your tongue, witch.
Listen, we need to remember who the real enemy is.
Yes, Henry von Mirren. I don't suppose you've already come up with a plan.
I have, but not without help. Allow me to introduce Braxton of Missouri. I feel like that's what a lot of couples are doing these days. Like, we just put random X's in things.
Yes.
Braxton of the Birchwood, the son of a former tutor of mine who serves as my father's personal cartographer. Hey, it's Daniel. You guys remember Daniel? Like, he looks like one of the earliest co-hosts I had.
Huh.
But, yeah, you can be Braxton.
Well, hello! I must admit, this is more excitement than I've had in months. It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
I'm awake now.
And what use should we have for our cartographer's son?
I like that you were just waiting for me to say you could take this guy. You were locked and loaded.
I saw that face, and that was the voice that came to my mind.
I assure you.
Oh,
I assure you, my own knowledge of geography is quite extensive. I make a valuable diplomatic asset.
Your voice for him is much better than their voice for him. Yes, our handsome Daniel, if he just grew a little bit more of a lower beard. He's Russian now, yeah. Also, since we're pausing for a second, welcome, Mihane. I also think you provide a valuable perspective, so I'm glad you're here as well. I did think it was funny out of the corner of my eye when I first read Sinister's message. I thought he said, "Oh God, it's Mihane."
I can name the capital of every nation on Edlund Varroa, as well as all of the minor outlying kingdoms of the Aelithir.
If Tiabin's too loud, just let me know and I can lower him. I raised him a little bit, just preemptively, because he was sick. Yes, Braxton, and we take your word for it. To answer your question, Monroe, as paranoid as my father is, he's constantly employing his architects to design new passages and methods of escape. The passages change frequently enough that my father has new maps of them drawn up every year. Maps that Braxton was able to get his hands on for me.
Indeed.
Indeed! The network is quite extensive, through 3 trunks and branches and roots, though I'm not sure to be quite appropriate to...
Braxton, would you please show our friends what you've brought for me?
Of course.
Yes, of course, right away!
Well, I must say, this certainly looks promising.
If we enter the southeastern tunnel, I should be able to navigate to the main Mana's atrium with ease, though I do hope you don't intend to seriously harm Lord Valmiran.
Not any more than necessary for him to see reason.
Very good.
Ah, very good. He is, after all, a reasonable man.
We should instruct our troops to follow about a day behind. Once our task is done, we'll muster what forces we can in Canopy and set out for Sojourn. Lincoln, can you make the preparations?
Indeed.
Of course. All right. Everyone else, you should make preparations of your own. We won't be returning here for some time.
Oh, this is truly exciting. History in the making. I wonder if I'll have a page or two devoted to myself in the records. Perhaps a footnote is more reasonable.
How sweet, Monroe.
He really is a charmer.
We're just gonna check our bonds of people that we like. Hey, there is one with Faust. Cool.
Hey, Fireballs! How's the whole magic thing going?
Hey, Faust. Better, that's for sure. I'm starting to see a difference on the battlefield.
Well, you know who isn't seeing a difference? Your enemies. Because they're dead, so they don't see anything after you kill them, you know, with your spells.
No, yeah, I understood that part.
Cool. Now my best work.
Nope.
No, definitely not.
Hey, listen, I've been meaning to ask. Your sister, she, obliged.
What?
You know, is she seeing anyone?
Oh, I don't think so. We don't really talk about that stuff a whole lot.
I got it. So, she's a private woman. I can get behind that.
Alright.
She got a favorite color? Flower? Spot in her hometown where she likes to unwind?
Listen, I really think you should just ask her yourself.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. What did you think Psh, no, of course. She's probably told me all those things anyway. Just don't want her to repeat herself.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get it when you're older.
I think I get it now.
Jeez.
Oh, alright, we got a smart wizard. Kid genius, huh? Whatever, man.
Anyway.
Listen, keep up the good work. You're doing great. Just pace yourself, yeah? You're starting to make the rest of us look bad.
I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Honestly, I think we really get each other. We're synced. This is gonna be great. It's already great.
Totally, Faust.
Oh, I won't name specific people, but I could name specific people where I've been the Alden in that situation.
Really?
And it's the worst. Just the whole, like, demeanor. Oh. Yeah, no, I hate it. I hate being on the other side of that.
I have been as well. And I don't mind when people are just really upfront. Like, hey, I think your friend is really cute. Like, you know, what is she like? Da-da-da. Like, especially if, like, that friend would be into you. Like, I'll hook it up. But it's weird when it's like, so, how's it going? It's like, just say to me what you want to say to me.
Yeah.
I've never had a character I've hated in an SRPG as much as I dislike Faust. Really?
See, I disagree with that for me. Like, there's multiple Fates characters who I still hate more than Faust. Like, I don't like Faust, but he's done the opposite of grown on me. He's grown off me. But there's, like, multiple Fates characters where I'm, like, you know, a full, like, couple tiers below him.
I mean, I still like Faust, but I think part of it is because so many of the characters... Like, I don't want to be mean, but it's like so many of the characters just kind of fall flat to me that, like, Faust makes me feel something, and I appreciate that.
That's true. He does make you feel something.
So I like him for that reason. But, yeah, like, Faust is a little bit annoying. Perry kills people. Like,
I actually... More than Perry, I disliked... What was the girl who joins with Benny in Conquest?
With Benny in Conquest? I'm not sure.
What's her name? She dresses in white and really, like, scantily clad. Charlotte.
Ah!
I hated Charlotte.
Hmm.
But Charlotte and Perry are, like, the first two that come to mind when I think of, like, SRPG characters who are just bad.
Charlotte didn't bother me too much. I get that, like, I think she used to, like, be super poor, and she dresses that way to attract a man to, like, live a better life or something. Like, it kind of made sense, but Perry... The reason I bring up Perry is because people have brought up that, like, she kind of breaks... Like, she makes Xander a less believable character because she's one of his retainers. That, like, she kills people for fun. Like, innocence, and she's really clear about that. And Xander, I guess, is just like, oh, how charming. And it's like, that's really weird.
I don't know. I feel like, to me, outside of the royal families in Fates, most of the characters are just caricatures. So I can't really, like... I don't really consider their relations to the other characters, because each one is just kind of a trope.
You're not wrong.
You know, because it's like, people have their retainers, and there's no real reason why those are their retainers, or anything. There's no, like, personality meshing, nothing.
Yeah.
It's just like, here's the two characters that we slapped with this noble.
I hate that you're right, but yeah.
With maybe one exception being, like, Camilla and Baruka and Selena. They kind of go together.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't really disagree, unfortunately. But in an ideal world, it does, you know, it does, like, I think reflect poorly on Xander that is his retainer.
Yeah. I know that also, I haven't played Revelation, but if I remember correctly, like, Revelation also just has his characterization pretty bad. Because I know in just some routes, he's way worse written.
I don't remember him specifically being worse in Revelations, but it's been a little while.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I've like watched videos about Xander's writing specifically, and I don't remember which route, but there's one where they're like, this route just totally goes against how he acts in every other route. It might have been... I don't remember. I would need to go back and like play Fates. You get characters like Hinoka, whose retainer she actively dislikes because they're ineffectual at their job. Yeah, well, and then you've got... Isn't, like, Azama super messed up if you, like, do his supports? Like, he's really kind of... You what?
I didn't, so I don't remember.
Gotcha. From what I recall, like, a lot of people say he's, like, super sadistic in a really creepy way when you get into his deeper character. I did not use him because I didn't care for him, but I've just heard that.
I think I
Fates just had a really questionable cast in general.
Yeah, it did. I don't think anybody would fight you on that. Like, we might as well just keep using all of our money. Be actually good at inventory management.
Yeah, there's nothing to save it for, so...
Like,
I think it makes money feel really weird in this game, that like everything you could possibly use it for is available to you from the start of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel mixed about that, but it's also kind of neat that, like, we could just focus somebody down really hard if we wanted to and get them really beefy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do the rest of the bonds real quick that we have. So we've got another Faust and we've got a Benji. So I'll give us a break from Faust for like 2 seconds.
Alright.
You've got the chance to return home again after all, Benji. A rare gift in the life of an adventurer like yourself. Was it strange to fight in your home city on the other side?
I'm lost.
We fought on the other side? I thought both times we fought on the side of the people. That's not an entirely incoherent thought. I suppose from a certain angle, yes, we did. That's why it didn't feel strange then. The people of Red Hill are strong. They deserve to be free. I couldn't agree more. That's good. Say, Benji, I think I could use your advice on something.
All right.
I'm not sure anybody's ever asked me to do that before, but I'll try my best. Comforting. Regardless, I think you'll be quite suited for this task. Fire away. Choice words to say to an archer. You're not an archer anymore, Garrick. You didn't get the memo. I'm at sort of a crossroads, my friend. I can't decide if it's better to spend my coin on a better bow or better arrows. A bow upgrade should increase the force of every arrow I loose, but will require some time to adjust to the excess pressure on the bowstring. Finer arrows, on the other hand, depending on how much I choose to spend, can improve the speed, stability, and piercing strength of every shot, with little, if any, extra effort. I suspect I'm overthinking all of this, which is where you come in. If you were in my position, what would you do? Let's think about this. Off to a good start. Take care of it. Arrows I'd need to stock up as soon as I run out. And mastering a new bow would mean you have to train to become stronger.
Right.
Yes, I suppose it would.
It's simple.
In that case, I think the answer's pretty obvious. The bow upgrade seems like the way to go if you want to become a better archer, and I don't know why you wouldn't. I thought you might be good at this. Thank you, Benji. I expect I'll follow that advice.
Nothing less.
Happy
than
to
the
help.
best.
That felt like really out of character for Benji.
Yeah, it was just kind of...
Just kind of what?
It was just kind of whatever. Like, it was just like, he's a dude. Which is not Benji's character.
Yeah. I also don't know why it would be like, I figured you'd have nuanced opinions, Benji. It's like, that's the opposite of what I do. But...
The man who writes his name on his own body in suntan lotion.
Exactly. Sinister says, this is an issue with a lot of amateur writing. Characters behave how the plot needs them to, rather than the plot seeming to flow from consistent character motivations and behaviors. Yes, I definitely agree. And anything that I've written, I've set out, like, blocks that I want to hit of events that will happen. And then, inevitably, we have, like, hiccups in getting there, and we change course a little bit, because the characters wouldn't make sense if I didn't, because they just ended up being certain ways, and, you know, chapters in, it would be like, I can't see that character saying that anymore, even though I had him saying that, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Mihane says it's not too far off. Azama is very blasé about people dying, including and almost ecstatically directed at the people in your army.
Which is a great mindset for a healer.
Yeah. Yeah, it does feel like if you were anybody but Corrin, you maybe wouldn't trust him to handle that, but...
Yeah.
You are Corrin, so... It's fine.
One sec. I grab the baby before I do this conversation.
Okay. Yeah, Fates is just... Yeah, I could go on and on about Fates, but... It's fine, we're going to engage, which is far better, right? Probably. Corrin the cardboard dragon. I don't even know if Corrin's like a cardboard character, I would say. Corrin's just really annoying in that, like... He again feels like a caricature. Like... He's just a caricature of forgiveness and optimism. And cannot ever be anything else. I still wonder if we're gonna get a sequel to Fates at some point. Like... Because I do still think there's potential there, but like... I don't know. We'll see what's the next thing in the main, like, continuity. I'm saying like way too much. We'll see what's next in the main continuity. Engage, maybe. I'm not sure. Y'all might have better opinions on that, or more nuanced opinions on that than I do. But I think there's a pretty established continuity. Like, they're all in the same continuity. That is pretty clear at this point, because things show up in other things. But I think there's a more direct line between Shadow Dragon, Mystery of the Emblem, Shadows of Valentia, Awakening, Fates. Those all pretty well are pretty solidly tied in together. Engage and Fate's character writing is about on par with each other if you're playing the Treehouse translation, which we're not. But I don't know that they're retranslating absolutely everything. Like I said, forever ago, when I was reading it, I think they said that the first changes started being made in Chapter 4. So, as far as I know, up until that point, the guys that retranslated it didn't do anything else. As far as I know, it mostly just restores censored dialogue, where it was like really egregiously translated or removed. So, we'll see what that means. What if I told you...
to get to listen to one character talk about their boobs way more than they do in English.
Hey, I don't mind that. I don't know if you're joking or not.
I'm not, and like I honestly think her English writing is better. Like, some of her Japanese writing is almost farcical at some points.
I will be interested to compare the two.
Yeah. I was also thinking while I was walking down the hallway, most characters in Fates are, there's no reason to trust this person besides Corrin or their associate noble said so.
I mean, their associated noble, I think, carries more weight for some people. But yeah, I don't know why anybody would trust Corrin.
Because Xander says that Perry's okay. She definitely is stable.
I mean, Xander's word carries more weight than Corrin.
True. It's just like, it's funny how much of the Fates cast is like, really most of these people are not people you would ever trust.
Yeah, but also, depending on which game you're playing, and even Revelations, so much of the Fates cast is the nobles and their friends.
Yeah,
I know you've complained about that a lot.
Oh, I have. It's like 90% of your roster.
Yeah, it's a lot. And I do hope we go back to... I don't know, I think you told me Engage, you can maybe miss 1 or 2 characters, and that's it.
There's like... 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like 4 missable characters. 2 of them are in battles, and 2 of them are paralogs, so you only miss them if you just don't do them.
I mean, I do hope we go back to a time. I like finding secret characters. I think that's really neat. It's one of my favorite parts of SRPGs, so I hope that Fire Emblem goes back to that at some point.
Yeah, it would be nice.
But anyway, Faust, are you alright?
Uh-huh.
I'm actually especially good at the moment.
This is the face I make when I'm especially good. Could have fooled me.
Well, that isn't hard. No offense.
Shared a few too many pints with Ford, have we?
Nuh-uh.
Gods no. I would never drink with that vagabond.
Wasn't it you who stowed away on his ship?
Yeah, so what?
It would seem that makes you the vagabond in the traditional sense.
Ugh.
To the black abyss with tradition. When has it done any good for anybody? Seriously.
Are you sure?
I'm not exactly the most ardent defender of tradition, but that seems a bit extreme.
You think?
Tradition would have told me to ask before sneaking by to Fenton's magma shrooms. Tradition would have told me those are for dwarves. Then where would I be now?
A bit more sober, I suspect.
Definitely.
Exactly. Boring.
Do try and stay away from weapons until you feel a lot more boring.
Nuh-uh.
Not a chance. I'm in my element now.
Then I'll settle for staying away from me.
Yeah.
That I can do. Alrighty then.
What a dumb character. I kinda like him. You know, I just want to see what other antics he gets up to at this point. Like, that's one of the most interesting things. We'll do another Faust here in a sec. Let's do
Alright.
Sia and Elias. We'll finish theirs. So I've been wondering, Eli. Wondering what exactly? When you're going to get around to thanking me? For what? Bringing us on the greatest adventure of our lives. We're historic. I never wanted to be historic. I just want to live my life. You know that. But what we're doing is magical. We've met some of the strongest, most intelligent and kind people in the world. We've made some of the best friends one can hope for. There's no doubt there. That doesn't change the fact that we could find ourselves losing them soon. We're not out of it yet, but how could we fail? There are a lot of ways. My pursuit of Akmenos has drained me. Well, you know how I feel about that. You're pushing yourself too hard, and I wish you would rest more. I know. We don't need to rehash old arguments. I need to do this, Sia. For all of us, but for me, most of all. You're the best friend I've ever had, Elias. You're a hell of a man, and there is nothing in the entire world that can take that away. You have to stop holding what happened in our day against yourself. I still think about him, you know. The boy I left behind. I wonder what he's up to now. Whatever it is, I'm sure he turned out just fine. A childhood heartbreak is nothing compared to what you've put yourself through. What you're putting yourself through now. Yeah, I wish it were as simple as that for me. I'm not sure I've learned how to be at peace quite yet. I'll be here until you do. After then, too. But you know I'm here for you. I know. You're really the closest thing to family I have. Well, after my extended absence, I think you're that for me, too. Would you find it strange for me to tell you I love you? Not at all, Eli. We'll always be family. I love you too, you big goof. I may not be ready to make peace with my past, but I think I'm on the way. You're a big part of that. Thank you. You don't need to thank me for caring. Sinister says, this support makes no sense. I hate that we're doing this. I just want to live a normal life. I must continue to pursue the necromancer. Yeah. Fair. It's a little bit of both ways there. It's also interesting the, like, I love you stuff. Like, I don't know, it seems like platonic and stuff, but I felt like it wasn't that at times. So, I don't know. You have thoughts, Tiadrin?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't really followed their relationship closely, I must admit.
Like most things, when you're like, I don't know that I have full context, you haven't missed much.
Gotcha. I feel like it's one of those things that... I guess the whole thing, to me, just kind of feels contrived when you put so little effort into making these characters believable and, like, have real relationships. I guess it's, like, one of the things I struggle with, which is, like, for as much as people clown on, like, Fate's Awakening supports, there at least is, like, a thread from C to A or C to S, a lot of these conversations kind of feel just randomly thrown one after another. And there's not necessarily like a common thread connecting them. So it never really feels like this is a relationship that is like going anywhere. It's just a string of random encounters they have.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of these.
Yeah.
It's
I
like you'll
kinda
have
agree.
like the first like 2 or 3 lines will pay lip service to whatever they were doing in the last conversation, and then we move on to the actual topic.
Yeah, I think that Nathaniel and Arima has been one of the only ones I felt like that had really strong through line.
Actually, he did with Elias too, I think. I feel like both of those were
Yeah.
actually kind of continuing to develop, which is like, I guess it feels surprising for such like what feels like a random throwaway character in Nathaniel, who just kind of popped up, joined us, and he's never spoken again. He has, but like, he's not super plot relevant.
No.
He's just kind of here. I love how the UI just puts the big letters over their class names and stuff. I like just noticed that, and I really hate it.
It's fine, nobody else will notice. Probably.
Some of them actually go over characters' real names. I think Nathaniel's name is long enough that people's with his are like going over his name.
A little bit.
That's just like UI design 101 kind of stuff there.
Yeah. I mean, would you just extended this a little more? It's not
Just
like,
like-
there's like blank space here that you could have
Move the icons on the right like further to the edge of the screen or something. Like, it's this whole screen is kind of laid out questionably, to be quite honest. I don't know why we need such a big image of them in the middle of the screen. If it means squinching down your UI on the sides, I don't know. It's just an odd decision.
Squinching.
I think there are a
is
number of
the-
ways it could have been done better.
Squinching is now the vocab word of the day.
Yes.
Mihane says, despite the fact that they were the exact same conversation, you have a power. No, I don't. Yes, you do. Oh, I do. Let me teach you the power. Okay. Well,
I mean, yes.
yeah.
I'm just saying at least they have a through line from their like C to B conversations, even if those two conversations are about the same.
Yeah, he doesn't come up to, like... Orima and him have talked about the arena a bunch. He
The
hasn't
arena.
Come... For a second, I thought that was actually the thing playing.
It's just like they've got voice recognition just for if anyone ever says the arena, in which case Orima will echo it.
But it's not like he approached Orima and was like, yeah, I know we talked about the arena a week ago, but like, ham sandwiches.
Yeah. That's what like some of these feel like. Like, I mean, Faust suddenly going after Alden's sister randomly.
UI-wise, there's no reason to even have character classes displayed on the support screen to begin with, IMO.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I think, like, the
need
most egregious-
reminder that Garrick is not an archer anymore on his support screen.
I need to know that Nathaniel is an astral seeker. To me, the most egregious thing is just that Nathaniel's name is long enough that the letter goes over it and they didn't bother to do anything about it. Like, the class names could just not be there and it's whatever, but it's like, that's one of your character's names. That should not be obscured by other UI like this.
Let's get through this bond and then we'll pick it up
Okay.
because I have more thoughts on that.
Alright.
Hey, stop right there, Faust. How did you just do that?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Do what?
You can't fool me. I saw you carrying that entire anvil. I don't even think I could do that.
Nah, I think your eyes are deceiving you, big fella. I was just carrying this hammer here.
My eyes never deceive me. Never have, never will. Never!
That being said,
Banshee!
Never!
alright, fine. I was carrying the anvil.
Why would you need to carry an anvil? Do you want us to not be able to forge new weapons?
Yes, Benji. I just really hate warfare. I wish I never saw another fight.
Hey everyone, get a load of this idiot! Why do you have to try and ruin the fun for the rest of us, huh?
Jeez.
No, I didn't mean to.
Why don't you leave that anvil where it is, and I don't have to show you how big these biceps get?
I was kidding, Benji. You're not the only one around here that does strength training.
Lifting an anvil isn't strength training, it's torture. You have to nurture your muscles. They aren't your servants, you are theirs.
You've got to be kidding me.
I feel like he speaks like such like a hick when we meet him, or maybe that's just like what I read him as, and he just now is
all
using...
his like voice clips are like that.
Yeah, it's just weird to see him be like, that's torture. It's like what you just... He's like smarter now.
Mm-hmm.
I never joke about muscles. Don't let me catch you doing it again.
Uh-huh.
Aye, aye, Captain Benji.
Okay. We don't have any more for Irving that we care to do, I don't think. No. Alright, we save and we advance. I really enjoy that Taya's Faust voice is reminiscent of the Game Grumps doing their Sonic impression. Yeah.
It's been so long since I've watched one of their Sonic videos, I can't really call it to mind.
I still think it was really baffling that Sega made Aaron a Sonic, like, ambassador. Like,
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Maybe if you just want a voice, like... I guess if you notoriously hate Coca-Cola and they're like, hey, you're gonna be a brand ambassador for us, people might be like, oh, I guess Coke's good now. But I don't know. I don't know what the thinking was there.
I don't know. I mean, how, like, was he, like, super openly anti-Sonic aside from, like, the Sonic 06, of course?
Yes.
Okay, I'd never, like, have really followed them. I've watched another series, but that's, like, it.
I used to be a huge Lovely, which is what they call their fans. I've said before, like, I feel like Aaron changed, and I just... His sense of humor, I don't know. We went from, like, offensive humor, which was kind of my thing, to, like, poop jokes.
Yeah.
And I really liked John's humor. And I liked Dan as well. It just was kind of Aaron's change.
Yeah, that's honestly true. It's like originally, like when I watched like post-John Game Grumps, I thought it was Dan that made me not like it, but then the more I like came back later, it's like, no, actually I kind of jive with Dan. It's really just Aaron.
Yeah. I think what caused him and John to not work out is why I stopped liking the show. And I also liked Dan and Ross. I don't even know if people remember that, like with Steam Train. Like,
Oh, I remember Ross. Ross is great. I've watched his videos
Yeah.
just on his own.
The deep law. Let's see why. The dude's actually pretty salty and has said more than once he hates the people who took him joking seriously, lost him that opportunity. I've always thought Aaron was a huge Sonic fan, frustrated by every release they've put out for decades, i.e. a normal Sonic fan. I would say no, because he also hates a lot of the games that Sonic fans, like, traditionally, if I want to put that in quotes, love. Because I remember it was during Sonic 06, which was the last playthrough him and John did together, that John was like, yeah, I just wish this was more like Sonic Adventure or Sonic Adventure 2. Like, those were good. And Aaron's like, you think those were good? And John's like, yeah, like, they were fun. And Aaron's like, oh, after we finish Sonic 06, let's do Adventure, and we'll see how much you really like it. And John's like, okay, like, I'd be down for that. But he said, like, he hates Adventure 1 and 2, and it's like, I don't know, like, that... I think that they're goofy, kind of borked games, but, like, they're really fun.
I mean, I'm a Sonic Heroes fan, so I don't really have a horse in this race.
Heroes, I think, is the same kind of deal. Like, the stuff I like about Adventure 1 and 2, I also like about Heroes.
Yeah, Heroes just gets weird flack. I think it's just because they're reused levels.
Yeah.
I do think the 100% completion requirements are ridiculous to have to replay the whole game 4 times when it's the same levels.
Yes.
But
I definitely
I think it's just a really fun game, honestly.
I agree. And I remember the playground rumors of the day that if you do 100% complete it, you get Team, like, Eggman or whatever.
I still have every now and then the, like, songs from the team trailers come onto my, like, playlists, and I do kind of unironically love all of them.
They're good.
I miss that era of Sonic music, man.
I do too. Crush 40 is awesome.
Yeah, although the team themes actually weren't Crush 40, they were all individual artists, which I didn't know until recently. Yeah, and some of them were like artists I listened to their other songs. I never realized that, like, oh, this is like Julian K did this song. But yeah, it's like they had a different artist for each of the team themes. I think that's part of why they each sound so unique.
Now all of chat's like, Sonic 1, Adventure 1 is not good. Sonic Adventure 2 is not good. I don't know. I enjoyed both of those games a lot. There are a lot of bugs. Like I said, they're very borky, not the best put together games, but like I still had a lot of fun with them, and I like them today. And
yeah,
Teodrin and I have talked at length about like how I liked that it moved along the story of Sonic, which is a thing we've completely gotten away from. But yeah, it does just feel like Aaron has not liked any of them, and I don't remember if he liked the 2D ones, but it just kind of was like, I'm very sympathetic to people being put off by franchises for a decade or even longer, you know, that's coming up on me with Star Wars, but I also don't call myself a Star Wars fan anymore.
Has it been a decade since the Disney takeover?
It was 2016, 2017.
My goodness, how has it been that long?
I know! And look what we have to show for it. Oh, we love Mania? I mean, that's good, I guess, but I don't know. It just gets to a point where it's like,
I'm glad he had joy in his life once.
I don't know. It didn't seem like a lot of it was joking. Like, having watched a lot of Game Grumps, like, daily, back in the day. There's some stuff I think was in jest, and there's some things that I don't know. It very much did not seem like he was actually a fan of Sonic, but anyway. After taking Canopy Bridge, only one strategic target remains between the Revolution and Soja. Henry Valmiran, the overseer of the Canopy region. He has been terrorizing the area for years. If the Revolution seeks to rebuild Delia after defeating Varric, Henry must go. His malice is simply too dangerous. Nobody knows this better than his disgraced daughter, Sloane.
And here we are. How's that for service?
Are we in a treehouse?
I guess.
Excellent.
And they did mention tunnels through the trees.
Thank you, Braxton. It's best if you stay out of trouble now. You know, I was so glad to be rid of this place, but it's good to be home. Also, I think we just couldn't afford a Sprite for Braxton, so he's gone.
Yes.
Sloan.
Our Braxton budget broke.
Promise me something. If your father yields, you'll spare his life. That's quite an amusing image, actually. I can make that promise with confidence, Irving. He won't.
Quite right.
You want to be Henry?
You're right about that, daughter.
I hear the jowls. Lord Valmiran, there's one way out of this for you, and we're offering it now. Surrender your claim on your lands and release your people from your wrath.
You've brought guests. I'm glad to see you're making friends, Sloan, but this is more than I expected. I'll have to find a way to accommodate.
I always thought one of him was too much.
He's form splitting. I've never seen someone do it more than twice.
Which one do I hit?
Any of them. If we hurt one, we hurt them all.
Come on! I hear
there is a little bit of Wilford Brimley in there.
Yeah.
I may have been a kid in middle school who listened to the Carry Gun song on repeat for hours.
Carry Gun?
Yeah, carry gun gun, carry gun gun, every one, carry gun gun.
I have no idea what this is. I must have missed this.
I'm not sure whether that was that Wilford Brimley or was that, because I know there was a Wilford Brimley remixed song that I listened to. I don't remember if that was him or if that was somebody else by the same creators.
Defeat Henry. He's split his forms. Damage dealt to any of his mirror images will be shared. Oh, there's just all these chests we can get. What a weird map.
Man, I cannot find this song anymore.
Diabetes, eatus, eatus, eatus. Yeah, I'd like to hear a remix of that. So, am I just supposed to just split up and, like... I don't know, I guess we just start and we'll figure it out as we go, but... This seems a little odd.
Why did they show all of our units there if we only get half of them in the actual fight?
I'm fine with
Clearly,
that.
we can all fit on this battlefield.
I assume just balance reasons.
I know it's balance reasons, but it just feels silly to be like, here's everyone. Well, only pick half of them now. Because the others just need to go run off somewhere.
The thing I'm more confused about is why is this map made like this? Are we just supposed to, like, go get all the chests? Like, I could end the map by just, like, focusing him down immediately.
I'm really not sure. Why is it so huge?
I don't know. We're gonna go to
when they just took his heaviest hitters to the nearest one, the whole thing took like 4 or 5 turns.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, feels to me like how this map is just usually done.
Do I want to go, like, get all the stuff? If the goal
it's
is
really
to
up to
beat
you.
Henry
Stand and fight.
And what? Oh, and damage done to one is split among all. There's no reason not to hang out on one of them with every unit. I mean, I kind of... I would think I would want what's in the chests, but maybe...
You know, I'm gonna say,
fun.
do you want what's in the chest? Because the only items in this entire game are stat boosters and weapon tokens, and we are barely even using the boosters. Like, those are the only items in the entire game. It's not like you're gonna find a new weapon that's great or something.
Yeah, I guess... I suppose... I guess I'm just, like... I'm curious what they possibly could have put in them.
Because it's like, there's no way they're putting one of the... it's not elements, but whatever they're called.
Yeah.
The special thingies.
I know what you're talking
There's
about.
no way they put those in the chest, so it's like, what of value could actually be in there because of how limited the item system in this game is.
I don't know. We'll grab, like, this one and see.
Sure.
And then I might just send, like, Alexa to go...
At your disposal.
Because it's just like...
We'll send, like a group to go, and...
Are you sure?
We'll see.
I definitely agree with the Fire Emblem player in me as like, oh, I need to grab all these chests, but the, like, me being pragmatic about what this game's actually shown us so far is like, there's nothing of actual value in there.
I know you're right.
How can I help?
But yeah, the Fire Emblem player in me also feels that way. That's like... I'm also just curious what you decided would potentially be worth my time.
Yeah, to cross a map this big. I go try to put Mira back down. She's falling back asleep.
Okay.
It's only back in a minute.
Start to go down.
Lead the
Somebody
way.
else can grab that. They're gonna need a healer. So, we'll do that. Faust can go up to heal. She can do everything, and Benji, okay. This feels like a map gimmick employed just for the sake of having one, rather than a setup for an interesting tactical situation. Yeah, you're right.
Thought you'd never ask.
Like, you're absolutely right.
Whatever it
I mean,
takes.
and Irving is just the answer to
It will
everything
be
at this
done.
point. Like, I can just throw him into the thick of it, and no, we're gonna be
I'll
fine.
catch up later.
Chop chop!
Stop poking me.
Okay, so you can grab that now. Fizzly drink, to storage. I think that's health or something. Yeah, you're kinda right, it kinda doesn't matter.
Are you sure?
We'll get EXP, and then leave. We'll take as many of them with us as we can. I was gonna put this in the Discord somewhere, but chickened out because anxiety. Dark Deity 2 has a release date, finally, of March 24th. Yeah, I saw that the other day. I don't know when I'm gonna have time to cover it, but we definitely will. I'll wait till Taya gets back to say the thoughts that I had earlier that I said I would get back to. But yeah, I'm interested in Dark Deity too. Let's see. I need to start giving EXP to people that haven't gotten a lot, and her hit is bad. But I guess we're getting more on misses now than we would from hits. Let's see, can Faust get a hit in? That's a lot of damage. Yeah, I was about to say, surely she gets in there.
I will.
Alright,
There
I'm
we
back.
go.
Have we decided if it's worth going for all the chests yet?
I think we're not going to.
What'd you find?
Health up.
Gotcha. Yeah, it seems not worth it at all.
The thing I was gonna say is that the dev, like, I follow the dev on X, and the dev's talked about it some, like, he knows.
Right between the eyes.
The thing I don't understand is just that he's like, he said a couple times, like, I'm just not super happy with the state that I left, Dark Deity 1 in. And I'm like, okay, so, like,
Stop
you know.
poking me.
But, like,
If I must.
you could do something about it.
Yeah.
Like, you could still do that. So, I don't totally understand.
I definitely, like... Well, I guess, like... It kind of depends how much, quote-unquote, the dev is able to single-handedly work on stuff versus the other members of the team. Because I think about, like, for instance, like, Griff, you know, working on the Volana games, he's not the coder or, like, sprite artist for a good portion of the stuff. Like, he's the main guy, but, like, if Volana released and he couldn't get the rest of the team back on board to change stuff, there's only so much he could do on his own.
I guess, but I'm like, just to fix, like, to add another trigger to make sure Irving's hair is the right color, how much would you charge for something like that?
I mean, if I was the person who worked on the game already, like, depends how many places it needs to be. I don't know, I usually charge like 25 an hour for programming work, which is low.
Yeah. I don't know, it just, to me, it feels like it wouldn't be that tough to add that, but...
You wouldn't imagine so.
So it shall be.
How can I help?
Oh, that's a great hit. Great hit, great hit.
You have my thanks.
The demo impressed me gameplay-wise. I wasn't thinking critically about music and the like, though. I've turned around the original here, but I'm hopeful for 2. I am as well, because, like,
So it
he
shall be.
seems to know that this one is not perfect or anything. Like, the stuff that I would want him to be saying, he said.
Yeah, and a lot of the things that I've seen about too, where they're like, we changed this thing from 1, are a lot of the things
Do
I
not
complained
oppose
about,
me!
like the armor system. So it does seem like they do have their finger on the pulse of what people don't like. Will what they make be perfect? That's to be seen, but they do seem to at least have a good idea of what people aren't happy with.
Yes.
Are you sure?
It's also that I'm still confused a little bit between, like, reviews and, like... I mean, professional, in quotes, reviews are... You know, I don't normally trust them, but almost all of them that I've seen lately, like, I've looked a little bit, have been like, it was kind of disappointing. And so it's just interesting to me that the like critic consensus and like player consensus are so off. Because Steam is very positive. Sinister says, I don't know what their financial situation is. Are they full-time and relying on sales to pay the bills? That'd be the main reason to move on and just focus on making the next game better. On the one hand, I agree. On the other hand, I'm like, it does feel like when you go fix things that... I don't know, I feel like you want to be known as the studio that does that, I guess.
Benji's always ready.
At least that's what it seems to me.
Coming through!
Like, I know when I see stuff like that, I really appreciate it.
Coming in hot!
Because you don't have to. But it is
I think
just...
one of the things I'd be curious about is like how much was changed from the original release until now. Because I definitely understand that like changing things at this point feels like most people are not playing Dark Deity 1 anymore. Like the people who liked it have played it and they're probably done with it for the most part. So it's kind of like, how much is it worth updating it? How much do you really think is going to like bring back new players or players who weren't happy with the original version?
I don't know. I do think you might have... probably not as significant as, like, your original numbers, but you are going to have a number of people like me that are like, oh, 2's coming out. I better play 1. Because, I mean, that's what motivated me to finally get on it and be like,
I'm curious. I mean, look at the Steam charts player counts, or Steam DB, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I'm curious what are, like, especially since Mihai's saying there's now a release date, I feel like now would be the time that the most people would be making the push to come back to this game.
I would think so.
So...
Also, we're
So it
having
looks
problems
like-
with, yeah, I'm totally in enemy range here, and it says I'm not. It's been a little bit of a problem we've had. Tisbor says, are you fighting in a treehouse? I had the same question. I guess so.
When was Dark Deity 2 announced originally? I'm trying to compare it to the Steam charts.
I don't know. It feels like it's been a while.
Because like now when I look up Dark Deity 2 announcement, all that I see is what they announced when the release date is.
The best way to figure that out, I would think, would be their YouTube, like whatever the first...
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah. Whenever that announcement trailer hit.
Benji's always ready.
Dark Deity 2 official trailer 8 months
Benji
ago.
brings the heat!
That would have been... Oh, I guess I can probably find the actual... It's not even on their YouTube, I can find it. It's on the IGN one. June 7th of last year. Yeah, they don't... The only trailer that comes up from them is the most recent one, randomly. So anyway, that was like June 7th last year. Let me take this all the way back to June 7th.
This ends here!
So...
This ends here! Been waiting for this.
There was a bit of a peak after June 7th, where the player count got up to 66.
Okay.
There was a peak in October, where it got to 78. The biggest peak, like, since the launch of the game is February 17th, so 10 days ago, with 104 players. And we are currently in, like, a high point, but it's already tapering off. I'm curious whether it'll go back up with the announcement.
That's because I had my birthday and we didn't play Dark Deity that week, and so...
Everybody had to get their fix by playing themselves.
Yeah. You're welcome, devs.
Yeah. The all-time
So it
peak
shall be.
for the game 3.7 years ago was about 2,000 players. Which of course is concurrent, so it's not really a great, like, metric for a single-player game like this.
No.
The owner estimations are anywhere between 77,000 and 360,000, which is a massive range. So who knows?
Yeah.
This should be fun. Chop chop!
That's also not to say, like, you know, this is still their first outing,
Proudly meeting expectations.
Like, that's pretty dang good.
Brace yourself.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Off you go.
Fresh as a daisy.
Honored. It will be done.
Not what I'm trying to do. There we go. So we're not really worrying about all of the chests and stuff, but I do want EXP.
Bottoms up.
So we're getting a little bit of that. Plus, I don't know how much of it is me lying to myself and also just trying to make this map a little bit more interesting by, like, forcing a split. I don't think we've seen that spell before. Some people can play a game and enjoy it and nitpick everything. Well,
I'm all
that large
fired
budget,
up.
though, kind of makes the game look bad. Yeah, that's still, like... I'm still holding, like, because of their budget and because of their success, I've said I'm holding them to a higher standard. I would also say, though, I'm definitely one of those people that is nitpicking
Benji's
this a lot
always
and
ready.
also still is having fun with it.
Out of
Alright, let's
Benji's
see
way!
how scary Henry is. We can give him white hair.
Of course not. It's just like the same way we couldn't like give the zombies like green skin or anything.
Yeah.
I would love to know what the like budget behind Wargroove was. 'Cause I'm just comparing the charts. They've got way less current players. They had a peak of 5,000 at launch, which is like more than twice Dark Deity. I'm
yeah,
curious.
I think
like,
that also, though, with their online, like, I think they needed that.
Let me at him.
I guess that also wasn't their first game, so it's like a studio that had released at least one game prior.
They also have a major publisher pushing them.
Do they? I don't.
I'm not let me double check before I totally say something dumb. Is it Chucklefish that is?
Yeah, Chucklefish is the developer.
Yeah, they're
The publisher. Oh, they're the publisher too.
Yeah, they're huge. Like, they might be AA still, but like,
Yeah.
I
I was just looking at
that's
their
like
development portfolio, which is much smaller than the publishing one.
Castle Crashers. I mean, that did
on it.
great.
Why doesn't? Is that just not on Steam? That's why it's on Steam TV.
For what?
Castle Crashers.
It's on Steam. I think I own it on Steam.
It doesn't show up on Steam DB under them.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody. Oh, I might be.
Castle Crashers was developed and published by the Behemoth.
Yeah, you're right. What did Chucklefish
Okay.
do? Maybe I'm just forgetting. What
I don't know if they have like one single like big. They published Wanderlust Rebirth, Halfway, Wanderlust Adventures. Starbound was their first game,
I mean,
which
Starbound.
was I don't know if I've ever heard of it, but I live under a rock, so. But yeah, that one I can see from the charts that had like an 88,000 and still has 1,000 players.
But yeah,
And that was prior to Wargroove, so they did already have an audience.
they also now have had to eat Wargroove 2, which did not do nearly as well.
No.
You have no honor!
Well, I feel like Wargroove was a bit disappointing to people for what they really wanted from a Advance Wars successor.
It was.
So
to
it
me.
really killed a lot of the hype for Wargroove 2 to have. That people didn't love Wargroove.
Yeah, I mean that's how I felt about it.
More work?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm like, I played it, I didn't hate it, but I've still never come back after like chapter 1 of the story. It just like, it really didn't grab me.
Chop chop! Get a move on.
The fact that Wargroove 2's current players is
Impressive,
less than
is it
half
not?
of Wargroove's current online players,
We'll catch up later.
and the peak is just like not even close. It's like a tenth.
Wow.
Maybe now I'll blend in.
Because Wargroove had a peak of 5,000 online players,
Whatever
Wargroove
it
2 has
takes.
600 as the peak, which is just like, that just fell off a cliff.
Well, I mean they launched in the same week as their biggest competition that hadn't put out a game in like 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
That is
I don't
pretty
know what they were
bad
thinking. Oh, that looked cool.
Yeah.
It's rude to stare.
Sinister says, "Dang, 77k owners as a floor is very good. I'd be incredibly happy for any of my games to hit that." Because yeah, that times $15 is nearly 1.2 million in gross revenue, or 808,500 after Steam's cut. Which yeah, that's also kind of why I'm like, what is happening?
They'll heal or something?
I don't know. I need to know what these things are.
Their HP says a 2,000 now. Is that their current? Well, no, he's not.
He's at 1.8.
Yeah.
I have no clue what that was. Ridiculous.
What are the ownership numbers for your game, Sinister? If you don't mind sharing. I'd be curious.
Obviously, don't answer that if you're uncomfortable answering.
Yeah, if you don't want to, like, totally feel free to ignore me. I'm just really curious. Because, like, I've seen your games, and obviously you put a lot of work into them. You don't have, like, a lot of marketing budget type stuff, like Dark Deity and Wargroove and things. So I'm curious what your numbers look like.
But to respond to Sinister too, that's also kind of why I'm like frustrated at the state of Dark Deity 1, that it's like, I do think those are pretty good numbers. It feels like you could afford to come back and fix some things. Because it does feel like, you know, if somebody asked me, like, do I want to start with Dark Deity 1 or 2? It's like, well, 1, because the story, like, you're gonna miss so much context if you just go start with 2.
I mean, we don't necessarily know that because we don't know the story of 2 yet.
I've seen enough to know that you, like, Alden is coming back, and it seems like the main character is definitely related. It's like the daughter of, Irving.
Okay.
So, I would be frustrated if there was context you weren't missing. Like, if it was just, this is his daughter, but, like, who cares? That's not a relevant fact. I would be like, why not?
Yeah.
Seems like it should be.
This should be fun. Chop chop!
But yeah, I wish they would come back and fix it, at least a little bit.
Yeah.
That should be good.
Your end approaches.
I thought for sure he would get that kill.
So that's why your sales figures. Yeah, I was curious if you knew and were willing to share your ownership numbers for your titles.
Stay with me.
And I added that you really don't have to do that if you would like not
Yeah,
to.
no, it's purely my own curiosity. If you don't want to share that, that's totally cool. I'm just curious for, I was saying, like, a game without, like, a big marketing budget, like Dark Deity and Wargroove, you know, getting shown off at game events and stuff. Like, what kind of numbers you're looking at.
Smash! Smash!
I'm trying to make this boss more interesting, and this is mainly what I've come up with, is just this double branch thing.
Yeah. There just isn't really much to this
Please
fight.
clap.
It's like a big map that just doesn't need to exist.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it does feel that way. I mean, why don't we, like, even do it one more? We can even do one more. Like, these two can go up there, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
You've made
His
your
ancient
last
blood ability
mistake.
has been really nice.
It's pretty handy. It's probably one of the like most, honestly, like even compared to Fire Emblem skills, it's pretty high on the level of impactfulness it has.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'd obviously put like Gale Force above it, but like it would honestly fall within like kind of top 10 skills territory.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, that's fine. I disarmed him, so it did nothing. I've also said I hate skill
It
emblems.
just works.
Dang it, we were one off. I still don't have the
The only
achievement
thing
for
he
first
missed was luck.
I still don't know what that animation
Fair enough,
is.
sister. I assumed it was much lower. I was just curious. If you're willing to DM me, I'd love to know, and I won't disclose that information, but don't feel pressure to do so if you don't want to.
What would
Just
be?
as a fellow SRPG
What would
dev,
be?
I'm curious.
You're over here like, what am I in for?
Yeah, kind of, honestly.
Honored.
Ah, we hit those. Most of the time. What? What is happening? Oh, great. We got another of these. Well, okay. Taya frothing at the mouth for that insider trading info. Yeah, the extremely lucrative SRPG.
Yeah, I need to know if I need to invest in Sinister Incorporated.
Gotta beat Congress to it. Gotta sell all your shares in
Experience is a
Apple and
fine
invest
weapon.
Yeah.
If you're sure.
in dang it, what is the game? Sword of Convalaria.
Oh, heck yeah.
I wonder how that's going. I've not checked in on them in a little bit.
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know.
This should be fun.
I legitimately hadn't heard of it until you streamed it, although you said it was quite
must.
popular at the time.
Well, everybody define popular. Everybody, like a lot of people that are just around YouTube, that are not even necessarily in the SRPG space, were just very clearly getting paid to chill for them. Which, you know, get your bag. I'm not like the most upset about that. I'm not
Stop
gonna do that.
poking me.
Yet. If I don't know if I ever will. But y'all would know. Obviously, I'm pretty good about disclosing if I even get sent a free copy of things or if I'm friends with somebody.
I'll give you 15 cents to play Squatty Man Radio right now.
Bet.
Don't.
Oh, I was already pulling it up. You can keep the money. Just any excuse to play Squatty Man Rodeo right now.
You need a little excitement in your life at this point.
It's a gacha mobile game at the end of the day. It'll survive way past when it realistically would as any other medium.
That's true.
That is true, but also, like, and this may be complete wishful thinking on my part, surely we've got to reach the end of that cash
How
cow
can I
at
help?
some point. Right?
This is a long cow, Niall.
I just mean, like, how many of the... We're having a lot of issues on this map, huh?
Yeah.
How many of those...
Such is your fate.
I'm sorry, him procking 5 things at once.
I really wish the skills proc Fire Emblem style like one at a time, so we have 5 individual
It's
procs
on.
go off there.
I mean, it looks more ridiculous that they don't, though. It just feels like at some point we've got to hit the, like, limit for how many of these games can be running at once. And speaking of that, I did watch the documentary that's going around now about Angry Birds the other day.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet.
It's kind of like the rise and fall of Angry Birds, and I thought it was pretty interesting.
Interesting.
There's a lot of details about that I didn't know.
Huh. I'm gonna have to give it a watch.
The most interesting bit of it, I think, was that they actually delisted Angry Birds 1 to try to push people to their newer games that were much more pay to win. And people got real upset about it. And then they brought it back and renamed it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They'll do it because these games exist, not because they're good.
It's rude to
But,
stare!
like, salty as I get about it, too. People pay into them because they're getting things that they want.
What? Do you expect me to thank you?
It's just kind of like, what do you want? You know? And how many people want that? Like, there's ones that I think will stick around, like Hoyoverse stuff. Like, they have their dedicated audience at this point. I went to the mall, like, last week, and my goodness, the amount of, like, Hoyoverse merch at my local mall is insane.
Stop poking me.
Rekindle your strength.
And they carry it because people buy it, I guess.
Yeah.
Here.
I'm just surprised by how many people must clearly be buying it.
You crossed the wrong Valburen!
But I don't know. Or they're just always, like... It might just be that I'm in a little bit of, like, the gamer echo chamber here. That's like, is there really just that
Take
many
care
people
your blood doesn't stain
with
my
phones
robes!
that want new gacha mobile games all the time to spend money on? Like, copious amounts of money.
Onward.
I think the question is less, are there that many people who want more games like that, versus are there that many people who are so easily sold on new waifus that they can get JPEGs of? And the answer to that is very much yes. Very, very yes.
Yeah, seems to be.
Honored.
What'll it be?
Not... My disarm range should be 3. Disarm range plus 2. Disarm range plus 2. My disarm range should be huge. Why
What'll it
can I
be?
not disarm him?
Is he immune to disarms or something?
No, I did it before.
Well, the game is either poorly coded or bad at conveying what's going on. Those are the two options here.
Yeah, and I'm really not sure.
And we know one is true, and we know the other is true, just not which is true in this scenario.
Yeah.
What'll it be?
It will be done.
Yeah, I'll go for that.
Stand and fight.
Right, and because these people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on mobile gacha slop every week of every year, it will never die, because that's telling devs what people want. I mean, as much as you and I get salty about it, yeah, it is. Like, that's frustrating, but, like, yeah. I mean, I've been beating that drum for a very long time, that it's like, well, if we would just stop buying so many microtransactions, if we would just stop doing XYZ, they wouldn't do it anymore, and it's like, yeah, but people like it. Oh, that hurt.
Ouchie.
But if it's what people want, I mean, I can't stop them.
Lead the way.
There's a certain amount of people that, like, want to do pay to win. And there's no, there's no way for people like Tiadrin or I to convince them not to, because it's what they want.
So it shall be.
They work a job. They have more money than time. They work a job that pays enough for them to support them doing that, and they want to get home and crush people that don't pay as much as they
I'm all
do.
fired up! Time for a beatdown!
And, like, I think I get frustrated because it comes into a bunch of things I like, but if people want that, if it kept to its own little corner, I wouldn't be so upset about it.
Been waiting for this.
It's like gambling. I don't care, really. Like, I don't think it's, like, good necessarily to gamble, but if people do it, I'm not, like, losing sleep over it.
Out of Benji's way!
I like his crit animation. Oh, that's not good. We're getting crit a lot all of a sudden.
That is true.
I wonder if that's what that little animation was. That's probably not... Well, we can stand here and take a hit, but yeah, it's probably not good to attack into that. I realize this was me screaming into a void at the lowest common denominator. I can't change it. I'm a nobody from nowhere, but I must scream. I fully understand that. I feel the same way. But yeah, the waifu thing is interesting too. That like
The arena is with me.
yeah, I guess that is a big thing. Often bigger than I realize. I think this is the final turn. Can we do this? No, we still 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we should be able to disarm, but we still can't. So I don't know what's up.
If I must.
I mean, I feel like another really obvious like waifu factor product I run
honored
into
that
a
I'll
lot
kill
is
you
anytime somebody's
myself.
advertising gamer subs, right? With the waifu cups.
Yes.
Like that's their entire marketing strategy, basically.
It is.
And it must be working to some degree.
Yeah. I actually haven't tried them yet. I think I got a free sample from them the other day. That they're really generous with. It was just like, yeah, just sign up on our website and like we'll just mail you free samples. And I was like, sure. So I did. And they just sent me some.
Maybe now I'll blend in.
We'll pull him back and heal. I don't super want to repeat this map.
You
What?
face
This
the
hasn't been your favorite
Sonori.
one?
It's not been the worst one, honestly. Like, it's a little bit pointless, but like, the fact that I can end it kind of when I want to makes this a lot more palatable than the worst ones.
Yeah,
Stand
definitely.
and
It's just
fight.
kind of like, just sit here and do your time.
I don't know, like, man, there's stuff that, like, I just don't... Wait, devs make booba and people pay. There's a reason furry artists usually make bark. Ugh. That's awful, Taya.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
Like, I've said before, like, I'm pretty, like, whatever you want to call it, sex positive, whatever.
Would
like,
hate
I
to be
like
you
booba.
right now.
But I just don't understand the desire to pay for so much for JPEGs.
Yeah.
Sorry in advance.
Alright, we're out.
Are you not entertained?
I have no clue why he's the MVP. Oh, he did the highest... Really? He did the highest damage?
And you were using him quite a bit.
Yeah, but still, I did not... I mean, Irving almost does that much damage in, like, a hit. So, good job for Arma.
You're not wrong, Sinister.
Legitimately, I think I left money on the table by making character art for my past few games from the shoulder up. There's a direct relationship between showing boobs and people clicking on games. I also agree that you're not wrong. Yeah. I don't know. It is what it is. I'm not mad at it, but I'm also like, not everything has to be that. Mihane is right there with me. I also like Booba. I love Booba. Booba is great. I'm not paying $37 for a fake currency that gets me a chance to get a JPEG of Booba. Yes. And I am just a little bit too disconnected to understand the people who do this on an extremely regular basis. Your game is up, Valmyron. You'll pay for the pain you've caused.
The pain I've caused? This is no children's story, Captain. Death is a daily occurrence. Why not benefit?
I don't know why your voice for him just cracks me up so much. Just him being so blinged out and being like, why not benefit?
This is no children's story, Captain. Booba is a daily occurrence. Why not benefit?
It's now my headcanon that she hates her dad because he got rich off of Booba JPEGs and gacha games.
He's a Hoyoverse shareholder.
The peasants just love Booba. They'll work in the fields all day if you just show them a photo. Or give them a chance to see a photo. I think you're Red.
Yeah, I was this guy.
Anyone mind if I finish the job before the evil speech?
Please do.
No.
No, it should be me. Sloane, it doesn't have to be.
Slow.
Ah, my dear Sloane. Look how strong you've become. Look how big your booba have become. Only took the combined strength of your friends to best your dear old dad.
You'll never be worthy.
You'll never be worthy of the name.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
He just blinks out? We couldn't
No,
be bothered.
bring it out.
We couldn't be bothered to like repurpose that animation that keeps going off during the middle of the map that I have no idea what it is that looks like a spell being cast. We couldn't just throw that on that real quick.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't have totally made sense since he was supposed to die here, question mark.
Daddy issues, chapter 23, resolve the long tension or whatever.
I've seen many brutal things. That will make the list.
What will make the list?
Her killing her dad.
He just disappeared.
The implication is that...
I know, I just feel like they could have done more to actually implicate brutality there, if that's going to be a factor.
They did. They had Rin say something. I don't remember who Sophia is.
I think you were her. She was an early join.
He deserved it. I'm proud of her. I don't know anything about the situation, but I read on Facebook in my mom group.
What is most difficult is sometimes most necessary.
Come, the dawn is breaking. Our troops will be arriving soon. Help me clean this up. We'll be staying here for a couple days. They say if you don't give a monster a proper burial, you risk it returning from the dead. They didn't teach us how to do this in Brookstead. No, they very much did not. You should check in on Sloane.
Huh.
She seemed to have handled herself quite well. Can't say I know that's true. Either way, that's your job now. Fearless leader. Do you ever plan on not annoying me? Every time y'all say boobs, it makes me, like, have to go approve the comment.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, I don't have automod on. It just decides that's naughty.
Well, you don't really get a choice on YouTube, do you?
They do have an automod that I can use to, like, exclude certain things.
Gotcha. But there's some things they just choose that you must exclude.
Seems that way. Or they're giving me the choice, it just is weird they're constantly giving me the choice.
Yeah.
I've really been giving that some thought, actually. And no, I don't. Good to know, some things never change. Chapter 24, March on the Sojourn. I also just kind of let it slide that, what's his name, Korvan was like, can I go to the council and present my findings thus far? And it's like, do you realize that's across an ocean? When are you gonna do that? He said that like it was like just such a like, let me go down the street and do that. Like, yeah, okay. Sorry. Well, I'm with you, Mahane. I'd like to live in a world where people buy games because they're well-designed, well-written, and mechanically inventive, but all of that pales compared to the might of boobs. Goodness, I just have something in my throat. I'm good though. I mean, I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. I think that you can be a sexy game and also have, you know, be well-designed, well-written, and mechanically inventive. It's just... I don't know. I don't know that some of these gacha games even aren't that. It just is frustrating that, like... I don't like the pay schemes of all these things. Like, it's that it's gacha that drives me up the wall more. Chris is gonna wait till the end of stream and suddenly approve that comment, isn't he? I've already approved it. Y'all can say, like, pretty much what you want. Hey.
Can I say gunts in your chat?
Yeah. If you must.
If I must. That's one of the things that's blocked by Twitch's auto mod.
Oh, I forgot that.
Yeah, which makes talking about Shining Force 1 just ridiculously annoying.
I wonder why Guns is, because it has gun in it?
No, supposedly it's really similar to some derogatory term in, like, another language. I don't remember what, though.
Ah, I see.
But obviously, like, in English, it's just a random word.
I can't remember what the guy's name was. I saw it the other day. It was a really funny clip. That I think his name started with N and ended with R. And, like...
Oh, Nasser.
Yes!
Yes, I've seen that one.
That's so funny to me, because it censors the middle of his name in a lot of chats, because it's, ass.
Mm-hmm. And it just makes it worse.
Yeah, and he's always super frustrated about it. Which is a super common Middle Eastern name. I don't know how that some of these companies just don't even think about these things. And it was that way, like, I used to play Gundam's Overwatch spinoff. But when that was a thing, it's already delisted now, and that's over. But yeah, their auto mod was also extremely sensitive to, like, anything. That, like, even if you had, like, the word, like, ass in it or something, even if those letters were, like, spaced out, just if you had, like, ASS, like, in a word, it would censor, like, that bit. It was very weird.
Gotcha.
Hey, do you have a moment? Oh, sure. Is everything alright? You haven't seemed yourself since, you know, like 5 minutes ago. Captain coming in here to make the point. Yeah, he catches a lot of flack on games and then has to be like, no, my name is Nasser, it's fine. And then people think he's making it up, and he's like, no. Reminds me of when Dark Souls, auto-censor turned Knight into that. I'm slow, like, I don't even think about some of these things that I'm like, why would it do that?
Yeah. We're too naive.
I am sometimes. Because I know, too, people got upset, like, way later about, like, I won't say his channel name because I'm sure the auto mod will pick it up, but, like, Ryan Higa's YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I was talking about this with a friend the other day that was like, yeah, people, like, got upset about that, like, way after the fact. But I was like, yeah, as a kid, like, I watched him all the time. Never crossed my mind.
Yeah, same. Like, I never thought about that when I was younger.
Not even once. Like, I don't know. What are we doing to the kids? I'm an old man. I'm 30 now. Back in my day. No, you're not. No one thought of those 3 words in that order in the word, or letters, yeah, in the word night that way until it got censored stupidly. Yeah. I got in trouble on GameFAQs because I misspelled renege. I was told no one would misspell the word on purpose. I mean, that's a word that we use constantly, all the time, every day. Of course you, like...
Although saying you wouldn't misspell it on purpose then just, like, would really reinforce your claim it was an accident.
People are crazy.
Yeah.
Speaking of crazy, Sloane. Do you remember how they looked at you?
What?
What do you mean? After Sterling's death. As if I were about to burst into tears or flames. What? Right, hard to forget. I've been getting those looks since yesterday. It's making my skin crawl. Let me tell you about it over this upbeat piano. In this enchanted coffee shop. I hate to say it, but you'll get used to it. That or they'll forget. Maybe a bit of both. I know, but actually, that isn't really an issue for me most of the time. It's fine if you need some time. Gods know I did too. No, that's just it. I don't need time. I'm ready. They're all looking at me like I should be hurting. Like I should care that I just killed my father. But I don't. It means nothing to me. I feel nothing. You can't know how desperately I want to understand why you're looking at me that way right now. I guess I've just never had people who cared like this before. Surely your nurses cared for you. They cared for me, but they didn't care about me. Everyone around me has only ever seen me as a means to an end, and I think I've done the same. But I care about our friends. We're in uncharted territory, and I'm fighting every day not to lose sight of that. Look, I know this isn't my place to say, but your childhood did you every disservice it could have. Even in the time that I've known you, you've come such a long way. You don't unlearn 2 decades in 6 months.
I don't get it.
I know, but I still can't understand. What am I supposed to feel right now? Also, putting a label on that it's only been 6 months is crazy. We crossed the ocean in a boat. Twice.
We did.
I'm sorry, this was a mistake.
Don't worry.
Stop, this was not a mistake. To the abyss with how you're supposed to feel. You feel how you feel, and that's that. This is a better group to fight and grow with than I ever could have prayed for, but their expectations don't define you. You're going to come along at your own pace. I, for one, am impressed with how far you've come. Are you really? For all that, For all that I've always been able to read people, you're like a slab of granite. I never know what you're thinking. I feel like we should reword that or have some punctuation. Well, you aren't the only one that's built up walls. I found it easier to break them down with help. So I keep hearing.
Yes.
But let me answer your question. Yes, I am impressed with how far you've come. Not long ago, you were this feisty, selfish thing yelling at us even after we rescued you. What is she?
I don't really remember.
That really did not make me, I don't know, I don't feel like she's made a strong impression on me, which is the reason that she got booted to the bench to begin with. And now it's like we're just doing all of her character development in a single chapter.
Yeah.
Now look at us. We're leading a revolution together. You're a central piece of it, and it has nothing to do with pushing a personal agenda. This would be a lot more interesting if her leadership in this had lasted more than 2 chapters. Because I think last chapter we started talking about her dad.
Well, it's just really what I talked about last time we streamed this, where it feels like every chapter is kind of designed separate from each other with the assumption that they would set it up or, break it down afterwards in the other chapters, and it just doesn't really happen.
No. The way I would approach writing something like this is setting out all the rules and the important families and things like that beforehand, and if we make it really far and haven't addressed certain things, I would probably go back and add just little hints here and there that, hey, this person's going to be important. Maybe I would have had you clash with her dad's forces in another map. Just kind of recontextualize it a little bit, but I don't know, it just feels like this became true when we needed it to.
Yeah.
And Sinister says, Mahane says a supposedly very fast boat, though. I guess, but I'm still eyeballing that. Sinister says, I like how Sloane is now suddenly getting more meaningful non-support character development than the rest of the cast combined. Yeah. It's not doing a lot for me, though, if I'm honest. It's been a long journey, hasn't it? It has. I'm more than thankful that you're still along with us. We couldn't be doing this without you, and in many more ways than your political station. Thank you, Irving. I think I needed someone to help walk me through this. Silly thing, that. We just said feel how you feel. That's it.
Like, that's very deep and meaningful advice.
Not silly at all. You're human, even if you're only just now letting yourself realize that. Irving, I'm glad you could make it. Maeve wouldn't say a word without you present. Word about what? Have you made a breakthrough? Not exactly, but I've just received explicit permission from the Mystic Council to share what I know. I see. Go on, then. My council, along with the Order of the Eternals, was founded in the immediate aftermath of the Calamity. Before the fall of the Empire, their members belonged to the same body, one that fulfilled a sort of combined purpose. It was called the Magisterium Arcana, and functioned as a sort of independent branch of the Imperial government. Its members were some of the most widely respected academics of the time, charged with the study, application, and protection of arcane objects. Why the Order of Eternals was formed specifically to account for the aspects, I do not know. Oh, why the Order of Eternals... I didn't quite get the inflection on that. Vesta, do you have any knowledge of this? That's you. You there?
Sorry, I inverted my mute.
Oh.
Not specifically. I'm hoping whatever we receive back from the Order will help clarify that.
Intriguing, though I'm not quite sure how this relates to Akmenos or the staff.
Actually,
That's what I'm getting to. The grief-stricken sorcerer who created the staff did so just before the Calamity, after which it was stolen by a student with divine ambitions.
What?
Divine ambitions? What do you mean? Irving, there's reason to believe that legends of the Age of Ascension are more than just stories. It seems some incredibly gifted mortals were actually able to obtain elevated levels of significance in the astral plane upon excelling in certain areas of life.
It can't be.
Elevated levels of significance. It's true, then, that each of the gods revered across Terrazale was once mortal like us?
Sure.
If gods is the term you ascribe to them, then yes. Then did this student succeed?
I think not.
Quite the opposite. He designed a ritual which he called the Rite of Ascension to realize his ambitions, but it went terribly wrong. I believe it may actually be linked to the cause of the Calamity itself. And what do we know of this ritual? That seems to be the final piece missing in all this. The Mystic Council has no record of it, other than to say that knowledge is kept by the Order of Eternals. Vesta, does this spark anything in your memory? I think I just said that, but...
I'm afraid not.
I know the Order has a highly restricted archive at Cosmere, but I've never had cause to visit it. I've already pressed them for anything that might help. I suspect if my superiors know anything of it, we'll be the first to know.
Cosmere. That name has been tied up in all this before. All the more reason so much depends upon receiving word from the Order. This is the first I've heard of it. I think.
Yeah. I think the name's come up before, but not as, like, a super big significance.
I suspect Akmenos could be of great service to us in answering these questions, if he could be compelled to help us. I suspect you're right. Elias, are we any closer to tracking him down? Yes and no. What do you mean? On the one hand, I've found him. That's great news. You should have said something. We should be able to employ his own devices to get him to share what he knows.
Hold on.
Unfortunately, it's not so simple. He's learned a great deal about me from the time I've spent inside his machinations. With his knowledge of my weaknesses, I don't think I'll be able to face him alone. The only viable strategy I can think of would be to lure him out of the staff somehow. I wouldn't even know where to begin doing that, and at the very least, it would likely require his cooperation. So much hangs on a few things which grow more and more unlikely with each passing day. Let's each hope for a stroke of luck or inspiration, or both. At this point, direct confrontation with Arik seems inevitable. I expect this knowledge will become essential soon. I think that's you.
Was it? Do you remember at all what I would have voiced her like?
I don't know, some uppity tomboy.
Gods have never been better, and there's no reason to believe they ever will be. The time to strike is now or never.
That works. Sojourn is completely cut off from its arms and provisions, and the majority of Delians are on our side.
Agreed.
My contacts inform me soldiers on the road are already deserting in droves. Once word spreads that the Scourge of Valmiran has been lifted from Canopy, every commoner east of the Dragon's Tail will be taking up arms to fight by our side.
Even so, the question remains of how to take the city. A siege is the traditional choice, though with a city the size of Sojourn, it would be rather difficult. Could we pull it off? If the garrison spreads itself as thin as we would to surround it, yes. But if they concentrated their forces, they'd surely be able to break through and reset the clock.
Only the common people stand to lose in sieges. Even tyrants keep their soldiers warm and fed. Besides, we'd have to account for attrition on our side as well. A direct assault is the only viable option.
Certainly. If we could defeat Varric, the city would fall. His command over his officers seems to be the only thing keeping his soldiers in service to him. Would our forces suffice to get us to the keep in a direct assault? I expect so, but we'd need to defeat Varric quickly to prevent them from getting surrounded and pelted from every direction. Time would not be on our side. We've raced the Sandglass and won before. A direct assault is the best choice for the people of Delia. If we do succeed in deposing Varric, we'll need their support to rebuild. Again, it seems we're destined to take the path most fraught with peril. But I must agree, this is what justice demands.
When you're ready, follow me.
Lincoln, mobilize the troops for an assault as quickly as you can, and report back when we're ready. It's time to take this war back to the man who started it. It's so frustrating to, like, just not know, like, the why to anything.
Yeah.
I mean, let's start upgrading Arnold more. I mean, he's pulling his weight. Got any new bonds? Any that we really want to do? Mahan says, already I'm gonna miss a bit from here. I haven't eaten since last night, and I gotta make some dinner. Yeah, I would definitely do that.
And you're fond of Faust. I don't know if he has anybody we care about to do a bond with.
Why not?
Oh, it's just the two girls.
Yeah, do we want Rose or Alexa? I think Alexa.
Sure.
Alexa, let me just say, between those abs and that armor, you are covered in steel. ... That didn't do anything for you? How long did it take you to come up with that? Come on now, what makes you think I'm so calculated? I'm a spur-of-the-moment kind of guy. That explains how Ford found you in a barrel. Is that what he's telling people now? That he found me in a barrel? That little sea urchin. Sounds like you two have some issues to work out.
Definitely.
Actually, I was hoping you could help me with that.
Don't think so.
Psh, I'd much rather not get in the middle of you two.
Nuh-uh.
You, no, not Ford. I can handle him all on my own, without even really thinking about it, actually. But anyway, I mean help me with working out. Gods below. I'm serious. I have a routine, one that I designed myself, in fact, but it's just not cutting it. I'm not seeing results.
Here's the deal.
You know what, Faust? Maybe I can help you out with this one. Yes, let's go. Here's your first piece of advice. When someone tells you to do crunches, they don't mean stuff yourself into a barrel. ... That's it? You really think that was so clever? Hey, how long did it take you to come up with that one, huh? Spur of the moment. That's my girl. Faust, for your own sake, never call me that again.
Jeez.
Yikes.
He's so cringe.
Also, speaking of cringe, I was thinking earlier, one of my pet peeves in fiction writing, period, is when, they really want to use the phrase go to hell, but replace their own, underworld, the abyss, where they keep using to the abyss with whatever, and it just sounds silly.
Oh, I'm fine with that.
I know it's just a me thing, but it's one of my, personal pet peeves that it just sounds ridiculous.
It does a little bit in this case, but yeah, I don't mind it.
Yeah, it's literally just a me pet peeve, but I see it in so many things and it drives me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just get a little more imaginative with your oaths, I guess.
Or your swears.
Yeah, it's you're making up your own phrases anyway. Come up with something more inventive than just sidestepping to hell with X or Y.
If we're actually using Garrick, which it seems like we are, I'm kind of getting a couple.
Surprisingly.
He's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, we were really disappointed with him immediately post-promotion, but he's not, like, terrible.
Sinister says, I appreciate the effort being put in to justify having a normal battle map instead of a months-long siege. I think the main issue with replacing Hell with the Abyss is that it's so many more syllables, it's cumbersome. Maybe. You ready for this one?
Yeah, I guess so.
What I don't understand is how I never noticed this myself.
We are among extraordinary company to a historic degree. The average mortal does not have an aura. Even among the best fighters in Terrazio, an aura is rare.
But why? Wouldn't they simply have a normal aura?
An aura is not a measure of one's worth, nor is it a measure of their power. It only occurs when one has an extreme natural affinity. Adepts are much more likely to possess an aura, since we generally have an affinity for the magic that awakens our power.
This is why Iris sometimes appears to be in a storm.
Indeed, she is much more powerful than she realizes.
But Irving is surely among the best of us and possesses no aura.
As I said, it is not a measure of worth, nor is it a measure of good or bad.
It would be a great deal more useful if it were.
You say that, but walking around with the knowledge of others' worth would be a miserable existence. Except I've really kind of implied that that's literally what you were doing in the arena for years. And that was the start of this entire, dialogue we've been having, was that you could accurately judge others' worth. There's an excitement in our fleeting existence that comes from the unknown. Even those we know best could change in an instant. I wouldn't risk giving that up.
I never thanked you for seeking me out.
And there's no need to. It is nice to teach something so rare. I fear sometimes that I will pass from this world without imparting what I've learned.
Doesn't he, really not want to train Elias?
Yeah,
Okay, just checking.
don't worry about it.
You know a great deal, that much is obvious. I don't think there is any way to truly teach all of that.
No, there isn't. But I will do what I can.
Okay.
I do really feel like the whole it doesn't show you somebody's worth is counterintuitive to what this whole conversation started from.
Yeah. Sinister says, fun fact, characters in Together in Battle are generated with their own preferred expletives. I wrote a lot of silly original phrases for characters to use as curses.
That's awesome.
I love that. If it's even half as silly as what the names can be, I cannot wait to see those. We might be seeing those sooner than people think. Sit with that one.
Ooh.
The tide is turned, with all forces prepared to crash on the walls of Soja. Watching now, the party has devised a plan. They have an inside man, Bloodstone. Diolfin? A well-respected and long-time member of the Palace Guard, Diolfin believes that Varric needs to be stopped. Why does he believe that? I don't know. He has arranged for the party to sneak through a small back gate, giving them direct access to the gatehouse. If they can make it to the controls, they'll be able to open the city gates to the bulk of their forces. Abyss, take me. What of you? I just love that you complain about it. That's the first
Actually,
line.
this I don't mind as much because this is not a direct... If Hell Take Me is a phrase, it's not one nearly as ubiquitous.
I agree.
So this doesn't bother me because it doesn't feel like, you're taking just a very common phrase and slapping in your underworld.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also really like the look of this city. This looks nuts. You've picked up too much foul language from Brooke. Oh, come on now. Ford too. Be happy Marin doesn't swat you when you say it. Huh, we are, believe me. So there it is, Sojourn in all its glory. Don't get all sappy on us now, Garrick. Hold on, who's sappy? I think we can all see it coming. The big speech about how much you love and appreciate us. I had planned nothing of the sort. Regardless, if I had been, you'd have gone and ruined it. I've been meaning to ask. I used to miss Brookstead a lot. I don't anymore. Is that bad? Not at all. Brookstead isn't our home anymore. How could you say that? I always imagined we'd return after all this, put down roots for future generations. I don't know. I want my children to be able to make their own path. I know what you mean, Garrick. After all we've been through, I have to think the Academy is a cruel system. I wouldn't have gotten to meet all our new friends in any other way. There's something to be said for that, but what if my true destiny was to be a stable hand? Here we go.
What?
Garrick, there is no chance in 1,000 lifetimes you'd be a stable hand. Why not? I'd be a great stable hand. Alden, just because it worked out for us doesn't mean it would work for the next generation. Think of all our old friends from Brookstead that have had to betray their morals for Varric. Yeah, but most of them were mean to me anyway. Kid's got a point. To the abyss with them. I guess it's impossible to say what our lives will look like, even a year from now. If all goes well, lots of red meat and a consistent stream of good wine.
Come on.
You've had 2 mugs of wine in your whole life. So, maybe I want to get into the culture of it. I hear they have 100 different types over in Lavelle. I don't like wine. I didn't like wine when I tried it.
Huh?
Who gave you wine?
Oh no!
Oops, he made me promise not to say anything. It was just a sip.
Ugh.
I am going to kill Ford one of these days. Oh hey, you'd probably be a good person to ask about wine. Again with the wine. I hope we get the chance to enjoy ourselves like that. I just can't really see it happening. Oh, Irving, the realist. Let me have my dreams.
Please?
I hope everyone sticks around. It's like having a big family. I hope so too. Well, I'm ready to put it all to the test. Show Varric what we're made of.
Yep.
We've come this far. We can do this. If it means an end to the violence, I'd do anything. Let's just hope we can handle peace as well as we've handled the war. I'll save my thoughts for the end. Let's hope. I think that it would be more, like, interesting if we had had those 4 characters. Like, I get what they're doing with that scene, that, like, these are the 4 characters we started with. But, like, this is the first time we've had them all in a conversation together talking about things since Chapter 1.
Yeah.
Like, I think it would have been a little more effective to have that happen a couple more times. This is our contact? Oh, it's this guy again.
Oh, I voiced this guy.
You did?
What voice did I give him?
How could you forget? Dielfin, the OCist of the OCs.
I know. The Elfin Blood's still not your service. None of the newer guards know about this entrance, but we still have to be quick. Come on.
You'll find your way.
You'll have to find your way from here. Head south along the battlements and you should find the gatehouse. I don't think I need to explain how to pull the lever that opens the gate.
Don't worry.
Thank you. You're doing the right thing.
Right.
That's what we all like to think, right? Just do everything you can to stop the bloodshed. If you take Varric out, I promise you many of us will lay down arms.
That's what we're hoping for. You're a good man. Thank you. I also expect to see you again, because you have your own sprite, and that's pretty rare.
I hope we see him again, otherwise he's gonna be a pretty wasted character.
I mean, might be setting stuff up for 2.
That's true.
Get out of here before someone sees you. I have a feeling it's about to get rocky. Come on, let's try to get the gates open with as few casualties as possible. It's about time we end this.
Varric.
If you do make the Varric, make sure you finish this. The people of Delhi are with you, all of us. Whenever anyone says it's going to get rocky, all I can think of is Parappa the Rapper, and don't get cocky, it's going to get rocky.
I don't know why, Parappa just feels like a game you would have played.
Of course I played Parappa, I'm cultured.
Never doubted.
I grew up hearing like my family members singing Parappa songs long before I ever played the game. It's just like family culture, really. And yes, my family is just that nerdy, really.
I love it. Sinister says, I do have a little sympathy for the devs on that. When you have a cast this large, it's hard to give everyone consistent roles in the plot. Yeah.
I think my argument is I'm not saying give everyone consistent roles. We're just saying give these 4 consistent roles. Like, if you want these 4 to feel important, then just make sure you give them enough, like, focus.
Yeah, that is very much what I'm saying.
Because, like, I'm not saying, oh, Benji needs equal screen time to Lincoln or something. Because that's not who he is. But if you want these 4 to be, like, our core group, you can definitely devote more time to these 4.
I don't know that that's what was wanted anyway. It just kind of felt like it for that scene, that it was like, we're going to kind of have this moment.
Yeah.
I do kind of like the idea, too, that it's like, we are, you know, not, we don't view it that as our hometown anymore. And I do think it's a thing that happens slowly over time.
Whatever it takes.
Because, like, I remember when I first moved out of my hometown, that it was like, well, I'm just, you know, everything between coming back is like, that feels kind of transitionary, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point, it was just like, I'm not gonna move back, am I? This just isn't my home anymore. And I'm not quite sure when that happened.
I'm glad Tiz loves Parappa. At least somebody else here has played it.
Somebody else is cultured.
Somebody else is cultured.
You're not just alone with the barbarians, like Sinister and I.
There are so many lines from Parappa that do just legitimately pop into my head on a regular basis. It changes your vocabulary.
No, I don't think I used the right weapon. He says, I also struggled with that myself in Telepath. And it would have probably been more effective to take that approach, focusing more on a few core characters who were there from early on. Yeah.
And I think, like, that's really what they should have done. Because also, like, they wanted to set up this big thing with, like, Sloane and her dad. I would have loved to have, like, that be something that was talked about and focused on earlier in the narrative, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it feels like there's a lot of scenes coming lately here for characters where it's like, ooh, this is the payoff for so-and-so, but you haven't really done the legwork to make us care that much about that payoff, I guess. I want to care, but you haven't given me the setup.
That's close enough.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind.
I will have that on my Hell Light.
I also think it would have actually, like, been a good challenge here to say we're not, like, you get, this is where Fire Emblem would pop up and say, you will get X amount of bonus EXP or X amount of rewards if you kill under 10 people or something. Like, find some way to actually try and accomplish the thing we talked about.
Yeah. I don't know what the right term is for the opposite of ludonarrative dissonance, but I really like that in my SRPG battles.
We need to be careful and spare as many people as possible as soon as the map starts. Kill all of them!
It's just the Dimitri, kill every last one of them!
Pretty much.
At your disposal.
That's what most SRPG battles just boil down to.
Yeah, and I'm not, like, against that,
Stop poking
obviously,
me.
because I like the genre, but it is weird how many
Don't look at me.
of our
As you command.
objectives have been that.
We actually just see how I feel about that stuff, how that stuff is handled in Telepath Tactics Liberated. I am curious to play some of your games at some point. I'm always wary of playing the games of people who I know, because I tend to be very harsh, and a lot of people don't seem to be prepared for how harsh I'll be about their game, even when I warn them. And I don't want to hurt people's feelings, and I've had people get pretty upset about how I've treated their game.
I'm all fired up!
So, like, I want to play it, but most of my playing time is on stream right now, and I'm very wary of streaming my playthroughs of
I'm
people's
all
games.
fired up!
I can understand that, and I haven't had to deal with it too much, because the main one I've played from Sinister is Telepath RPG Chapter 2, which I do remember. I felt really bad when we were going through all the SRPGs I named. I totally forgot that one in the moment. But I obviously had some complaints with that, but it was balanced out by Sinister going, "Why are you playing this? It's so old." Like, he clearly knew.
Your end approaches.
But even then, I still had a lot of fun with Telepath RPG Chapter 2, so I would imagine that it just gets better from there.
One step at a time. You handled that well.
I mean, I see no reason to not just wipe them all out, actually.
Not really. They haven't given you a reason to care. Last time we killed a character, they were like, maybe you should spare this character. There was literally no outcome from it, so...
Oh, I figured we would have capped as well. But no, apparently not.
You've made your death a necessity!
Let's see. Who do I want to take hits? You can take hits, because you take hits well.
How can I help?
Benji can probably take hits too.
What'll it be? Are you sure? Me? I'll catch up later.
This should be
But yeah,
fun.
I also refuse to
More work?
to not say what my true feelings are, but I've just been lucky that with Sinister I haven't had to worry about it.
Get a move on.
Yeah. I feel like, as I've said before, you tend to be more patient and nicer on games than I am on my own.
I don't know why that is exactly. Like, I appreciate people saying that's part of why they watch this channel, but I didn't set out to do that. I just have fun with games, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you expect?
No, I mean, that's fine. It's just like, I feel like I'm more concerned about it because I've repeatedly kind of butted heads with devs, and I know I've hurt some feelings. Most recently with the SFA team. And, like...
Time for a
it's kind of making me reconsider whether I do just make it like a hard, I don't play games or mod people I know. Oh, the sister says they've seen how they talk about other SRPGs and fully expect you to rip it apart. Yeah, I don't know. I'll see. I'm not sure what, like... Well, I know what I'm playing next is Final Fantasy Origins, but... I don't know what my, like, upcoming stream backlog looks like. I'm, like, a little burned out of SRPGs for a bit, so it might be a little bit before I kind of jump back to that.
Except for co-hosting Engage.
Well, that's different. That's different. That's just me yammering while you play it.
Your end approaches.
I suppose. I don't know. I feel like we kind of play these together, but that's also how I do it with friends IRL, that, like, you know, we're sitting there trying to puzzle stuff out. I haven't had to do that as much with you, except for the last time we really had to sit was Sin Bearers. That finale definitely was just us sitting there crunching numbers.
Yeah, and the Dark Cave map was a lot of us trying to figure out how we could even do that map. There were a couple maps towards the end of that game that really were like, we have to sit down and figure this out. I think we did it quite a bit in Flame Dragon, specifically FTK 2.
Yeah. You'll die as you
live. Because FTK 2 was pretty harsh. Like, it was fair, but it was pretty harsh, and there were some real things we had to think about. So one person who's giving you feedback on your games, you've actually offended that guy was actually trying to be hurtful. Yeah, I don't ever try to actively be hurtful. And I try not to ever, like, talk badly of the devs themselves. But I don't know. If I don't like something, I don't like it, and that's kind of where it lies.
Same, but Sinister, a decade and a half ago, said something hurtful to my mother. So, he gets a 1 out of 5. No, I'm just kidding.
One of the few content creators you've ever blacklisted. What was that guy begging for it? Yeah, I don't see the point in trying to be actively hurtful.
I guess.
Like, I don't know what... I don't know what somebody would have to do for me to intentionally want to be, like, actively hurtful when I was playing / talking about their game.
I would probably, if I felt that strongly about a dev, I would probably just not play the game.
Yeah, same.
I will.
Like, that really is what it comes down to, is if I had feelings that strong, I just wouldn't play their game. And I wouldn't talk about it, because, like, obviously I don't want to.
Stay with me.
So why would I?
Yeah, and there's, like, I've said, like, it's a loose goal for the channel that's like, I'm gonna play every SRPG, and it's like, yeah, that would be really cool. But, I mean, I've definitely had devs that have put me off, that it's like, they'll just be last in line.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any, like, specific devs where I'm like, I absolutely won't play their games. I have specific games I won't play, but I don't think I have, like, devs that I've strictly blacklisted.
I mean, I wouldn't say
or, like,
blacklisted them. It's
feel
just...
that strongly about.
You handled that well.
You interact with enough people, some of them are you're gonna clash with. That's just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like, you know, even it's like they did anything wrong, really. Also, all of these guys have things. What do they have? They're just eating dinner.
Garlic bread.
They've
all got garlic bread.
And he's got wine. They're just over here eating dinner.
It's so silly.
They have. Tier 2 token. Tier 2 token. Okay, I mean, sure.
I guess if you still got weapons, you're trying to get through tier 2.
I mean, we could. We don't have to, but we could.
I'll catch up later.
I thought that would go a lot better.
Ready.
What about you?
It's on. Time for a beatdown.
I don't think it was personal. He didn't know me beforehand or anything. It was garden variety. I'm going to be demeaning to you to feel better about myself stuff. Still not something I'm inclined to tolerate. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't take it personally, because that definitely sounds like a, you know, their problem more than your problem.
Coming through!
Yeah.
Please clap.
I do think one thing I have tried to make active steps away from is comparing other SRPGs designs to the way I've done it in my games, because that comes away feeling kind of like a, well, I've done it much better kind of thing. So I've tried to stop doing that so much, and like not doing that. I know some people have taken specific offense to that, feeling like treating myself as some arbiter of good design.
Such is your fate.
When I talk about things that way, which it isn't intended to be.
Yeah, but also, like, you have your own design philosophy, and that's going to govern what you think is good and bad.
Yeah, I mean, it really just comes down to, like, I mean, I played Aegis Force as well as you did, and it's very
feedback yet. I meant to do that.
Oh yeah, you should read mine in caps. We both had quite a bit to say. I think I had more, but
who's checking?
and it's like to me it feels very strongly Final Fantasy Tactics like, and as somebody who didn't like Tactics, it just kind of like out the gate, it's not going to be exactly my kind of game. And I'm trying to do more to like judge games on the merits of a game that's designed for somebody who wants to play a game with these mechanics.
Impressive.
and kind of talk about it on those merits more.
Yeah.
Where it's like I had fun with it, but it's like it's based on I won't say based on, but it has strong design philosophy similar to a game I didn't particularly enjoy. So it's kind of starting out the gate from like I already know I don't love these mechanics in a number of ways.
What mechanics specifically are you talking about?
Ready.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Honored.
See, that I don't mind as long as it's tied to your design philosophy. I like hearing how other devs think about mechanics. There's always something to learn from that. Yeah, I definitely think so. And ultimately, like, I think that
Strength
when
is
you
the
get
only
older
path to
especially, like,
peace.
there's just... You start to realize that it's, like, there's things that, like, I don't care for. Because there's things that
Onward.
I would say I don't love about Dark Deity, obviously. But they've achieved
You'll die
results,
as you
and, like,
lived.
I can't knock that. There's just stuff that
Now, the might of
doesn't
the
gel with
Relisar.
me that well.
Yeah. I mean, one of the obvious things about Aegis Force's design with like tactics that I don't love as an SRPG concept in general is unit direction mattering. And in particular, I think Aegis Force struggles with this more than Tactics does because it doesn't give you a way at the end of your turn to like hard set your position. Where at Tactics, anytime you move, you then have to choose one of the 4 directions explicitly. So like at least there you can control your facing a little bit better, where in Aegis Force, where it's a much looser movement system, you kind of lose some of that control, which doesn't play nicely with the backstab system they have.
I agree completely, but from what they were telling me, it was that that was kind of early on is what it felt like, and they knew that that was not in quite a ready-to-go state.
Never asked.
If it launches
Yeah,
and
I
that
know-
is still the case, then I would be a lot more harsh on it, because, yeah, I was having problems with knowing which way I was facing.
Yeah, and I think that's like one of the things I don't know that he's going to watch this live stream. One of the things that I would advise them to take is if they're going to use that directional approach, do what Tactics does, and after you move, let you choose one of the 4 directions
Weakness
to
has
face, rather than just being
consequences.
based on which way you left your character. Because when you're walking around like to the edge of your movement range, it's very unnatural to then like think to flip around the opposite direction to set your movement, rather than move there, choose your move target, and then choose which direction to face.
Yeah, I fully
It's something
agree.
that like
Nice to see
it
you on your
annoyed me
feet.
in Tactics because it made turns very tedious because you have to do that every single turn. But if you're going to have facing be an important mechanic, you need that granularity for it to work
I'm on it.
in a way that feels good. Otherwise, it just kind of feels like you're out of control, or like you have to play extra tediously, where having to remember to turn myself would be more annoying than being forced to choose a direction every turn.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Ready.
What is going on? There we go. And it's not enough to like fully put me off of a game, especially one that seems like as promising as theirs. But
Oh yeah,
I
Time
would
for a
be
beatdown.
bothered if when it came out at the end that was not implemented.
yeah, and I mean, I definitely am not fully put off by Aegis Force or anything. I definitely think it's leaning towards the not so much for me category, but honestly, if they fix some of the bigger mechanical issues I have with it, it's a game I could see myself playing.
As you command.
Like I talked to him more like in private messages about the fact that what it's really missing for me is like a hook that makes it feel like why I would play this game over another SRPG. And that, like I said, every SRPG that I've played and I like, and I gave him a list to breakdown, either has a story that's really strong and hooks me for narrative
You have
reasons,
no honor.
or mechanics that are really strong and hooks me for mechanical reasons. And I didn't feel like from the demo I had quite gotten that from Aegis Force yet. And it felt like it was checking all of the boxes of being a competent SRPG, but it wasn't doing anything that was making me feel like, why would I play this over Tactics? Or why would I play this over Shining Force or Fire Emblem? Because all of those I could point to, I really like this part of it, and Aegis Force, I didn't have that yet. So that was what I told him, is like, that's what I'm really waiting for, is like
One step at a time.
that hook that grabs me and once makes me be like, you know what, I want to play Aegis Force because I like this thing. And what I kind of told him is like, I'd be willing to play about twice as long as the demo is, and if I didn't have a hook by that point, I would be questioning whether I wanted to continue the game. Because it's like, there's nothing wrong with it, but when there's so many other games competing for my time, I need something that's going to make me feel like, you know, I really like this element and I want to pursue playing it more.
Absolutely.
If I must.
So that was honestly like my biggest thing, was just like, you need to have something in the narrative or the gameplay that really stands out and makes it its own thing, that's going to get players to want to come back to your game over all the other SRPGs out there.
Yeah, I totally agree with everything that you're saying, and I feel confident that they will work it out also, in part because their launch window is so far away.
Yeah, they're in like super duper alpha. I don't know if they even have any idea of when they want to launch.
I believe towards the end of stream he said like end of 2026.
Yeah, that's like
winter
plenty of time.
And I'm like, yeah, if you guys were saying like, oh, it's gonna be out in 2 months, I would be like,
Onward.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
But yeah, hearing him like after I did my playthrough, I think part of the problem is also I was going into the playthrough assuming like what was in the demo was basically final state for that portion of the game, because it wasn't clear to me when I originally played it that this was like super duper alpha, and I think I would have been a little bit easier on it if I knew that there was stuff already planned to change in the demo portion.
And see, he did make that clear to me, because
yeah,
I was
think
like,
he made it clear because I played it first and I didn't know that, and I mentioned that.
because yeah, and us speaking privately too, he was like, yeah, you don't like have to check it out yet, like we're doing another demo, he's already publicly said, in like summer.
Yeah, and I'm definitely looking forward to the next demo to see what changes.
I will.
But I was like, yeah, like I'll
Whatever
just
it
check it
takes.
out again then. And it was like, I mean, you don't have to. It just was kind of like, you're worried about this, but
yeah.
So
At
like
your
what
disposal.
Captain's saying was kind of how I felt, that if they can really nail that open world component, that would be great. Because
That was one of the
So it shall
biggest
be.
lacks to me, was having the open world and it feeling like there was so little for me to do in what I was
Yes.
given.
and I did
Where it
make
was kind of like,
comments,
the open world's nice, but there were like 2 NPCs to
This
talk
should be
to,
fun.
and that was it.
and I got
which
stuck
is
on a barn.
like, yeah. Which is like, if you're gonna do like an open world Shining Force type thing, you need to have like that stuff to interact with, and that's one of the things I think War of Valhalla does really well. Every single tree and rock in that darn game is searchable,
yeah,
and it will give you flavor text.
I don't think you need to do it quite that much.
No, I don't think you need to do it that much, but it does make it very much feels like, the open world component is very important to this game. And like, that's where a lot
Time
of
for a
attention was
beatdown.
put. And with Aegis Force, part of it with the open world was because traversing the open world was not particularly fast either. It kind of felt like, for this demo portion, why isn't it just the battle happens, we have a cutscene of us walking to the next place, we do the next battle, where I felt like, what am I really gaining from having this open world exploration?
You face the Sonori.
Where it felt
for a
like there could be a
demo-
lot more done with world building there.
And he said that they had done some with like adding the stuff that felt like it should be interactable, like the animals. And
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, and they're definitely
Let's do
working
it.
on it. It's just like that was one of my pieces of feedback, where it's like, you need to make it feel like the open world is an aspect that like validates itself.
I honestly think it could be one of the most important as well, because, like you said, why do I want to play this over other SRPGs? There's a lot of competition increasing in the SRPG space. I mean, Sinister started off stream by pointing out how many games are releasing just this coming year. In just the first, 2 quarters of this coming year.
Yeah.
But, how many of those have open world exploration?
Take care your blood doesn't
No,
stain
It's
my
not.
robes.
Yeah, it's not something that's in most of them, and it is a really standout feature if you can do it right. So I do think it's worth doing. It's just it really needs to be there, or it needs to be taken out. Where because it feels like
You dropped something.
if you're not going to hard commit to it, that's dev time you could spend elsewhere on making everything else even better.
You could make a thing that lets me like rub my waifu's face.
Yeah, you could. But make sure you remove it in the United States release.
Onward.
That's so salty.
Onward.
You need to rub your waifu's face. Hey, they left the part where you can blow on her.
It's so weird.
Coming through!
It's really weird.
It's not even that I want to touch my waifu's face. I think that's a super weird thing to add. It was
It's
more
rude to
about that
stare.
it's like, you clearly spent a ton of dev time on this, and I don't even get it.
This one's on the house.
Like, that's just really frustrating.
Yeah, it was really weird to just like cut the whole thing. I think it's weird that they cut it and left the blowing part. It's just like,
Yes.
why?
Why to a lot in that?
Yeah.
Also, just again for the record, I'm so happy with Irving's promotion.
It's insane.
Does not need to double when we're hitting... What is even our real damage here? 129. Oh, that's cute.
You won't feel a thing.
Oh, here we go. We're not even using the crit sword. Just wrecking these guys' dinner.
Sinister says Tactics is such a slow game on almost every possible level. You feel like, facing rally rates. It is a really slow game. I think that's part of what made my frustration with it even more annoying, is just how long it takes to play. I think it has some neat ideas, but it's so tedious to actually execute that it made it just like, when I already wasn't super loving the game, just even worse to play through.
Yeah. Definitely played some games like that.
I'm on it.
Yeah, I don't know if you're planning to play Tactics eventually.
Of
I know
course.
you'd kind of floated the idea. Well, I guess, yeah, you won't play every SRPG, so eventually.
Well, it's one that I probably need to do sooner rather than later as well, because, like Dark Deity, it's another one that's kind of important, or kind of, extremely important to the genre that I don't have an opinion on, and that's not great.
Yeah, it is pretty darn well known.
I need to know why Mugi banned discussion of it from...
It really feels like it is the one where it's like, if you're an SRPG fan and you're not into Fire Emblem,
You dropped something.
you're into Tactics.
Yes. Yeah, it definitely feels that
It's
way.
like that's the other like one, which is funny because
Weakness
that's one
has
that like
consequences.
has not gotten sequels since like Tactics Advance 2. Man, I don't even know when that came out.
If Taya gets to co-host... Oh wait,
Even now,
let me
the
do it first. I
arena is
really like the
weakening.
backstab mechanics personally, but too many games incorporate them without taking it into account in the battle design. Players need to have tools to work around it. Yeah, I realize, like, for your games that have that, there's always a lot of, like, terrain. Terrain is really important in several Sinister Design games that I've played.
Terrain is super important in SRPGs. I feel like it's underrated.
But yeah, if Taya gets to co-host Engage, Captain wants to co-host Tactics. You need a fan of the game in the other chair. I mean, I'm down for that.
Yeah, I mean, I have no desire to co-host Tactics, and I had when I played Tactics, I had a fan of Tactics as my co-host, which is Griff. So, I mean, I feel like that's 100% fair. I had somebody who loved the game as my co-host, and I still came out of it with a negative opinion. So, I feel like I did judge it on its merits because I had somebody whose opinion I do value as my co-host who was a fan of it. And even he, when we looked up some of the statistical stuff, was kind of like, wait, why is it like this? This is stupid. So, like, obviously, he still likes the game, but there were at least a few things when we were playing that he started to question. Was like, I never really thought about this back when I played it. And this is, like, not a good way to do X or Y.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, I mean, feel free. Take Tactics. I don't want it.
There's also games that I like that, yeah, even Shining Force 1, that it's like,
If you're sure.
I recognize it's got a couple flaws.
Battle 2?
That's close enough.
Yeah, but also, like, pacing is unacceptable by today's standards.
Really? Like, in what sense? Narratively or gameplay-wise? Or...
Gameplay-wise. Like, the fact that battle animations are super long... Like, they take a while, and they restart the music every time. Like, I've got...
I guess, like...
I've said I've got friends that... Like, IRL friends that do not appreciate retro gaming really at all. And I've had them play Shining Force, and it has been very eye-opening to watch them play that and just be like...
Interesting.
The whole thing is this way, huh?
I guess I find it interesting just because, like... But I guess I'm a terrible control case. I would say, like, when I play, like, Fire Emblem, I sit through all the combat animations and, like, Awakening and Fates, which are, I think, longer than Shining Force's, but then I'm like, I was already conditioned by growing up with Shining Force. So, like, that's really a terrible example. Because I already like that format, where I didn't have an option.
I suspect that I'm the same, and I can't really turn it off.
Yeah.
I definitely like the ability to skip and, like, fast forward. You've seen me do it here a good amount of times when stuff is not gonna matter. Like, I was doing it just now for Irving, because it's like, do I need to watch his combat animation, like, 20 more times? Not really.
I think it's funny when I stream Shining Force, I generally don't speed up anything, except sometimes I'll speed up stuff at the priest. I don't want to listen to the save jingle every time, or go through all the revives, or all the cures, or all the... So that I'll just fast forward. But any of the actual combat, I just play out.
But that's all stuff that's, like, deal breakers for IRL friends.
Lead the way.
Yeah, which is really interesting. I guess it's like... I guess it really does kind of come from, like, did you grow up in the era where this was just the way games were, and you've got the patience for that, you know? Or did you not really do that, and you play mostly modern games where that's not the way things are anymore?
What would be?
Where it's all about, like, quick things, keep your attention span moving, short bursts of action.
Yeah.
They're the same way, like, short video formats have taken over the internet.
Yes. Yeah, that's not entirely incorrect, I think. The other thing is that, like, a lot of my IRL friends really like multiplayer stuff. And obviously in the SRPG space, there's not a whole lot of that.
No, that's true.
How can I help?
I think it's a genre that really does not thrive with multiplayer.
You forced my hand.
No, but I don't know. There's... I'm over here like, surely there's ways to make it interesting. I'm just not...
I don't know. I'd be curious what... That's a debate I'd be, like, curious to have in your Discord with, like, SRPG devs and fans. Because we had a discussion, like, a while back in the Shining Fanwork Discord on the same topic of, like, multiplayer SRPGs, and I'm of the opinion that they just cannot really be fun. And that's just a slower, less efficient way of playing an SRPG yourself. Like, I really struggle to find a way that you could add value to an SRPG through a multiplayer. And that's something I would love to hear, like, thoughts from some of the people here who have strong opinions and, like, big ideas about SRPGs. Especially non-Shining Force ones, because I think in Shining Force it just doesn't work.
Yeah, in Shining Force, I definitely think that would...
And I say this as somebody who's worked on a co-op Shining Force 1 mod. It just is not a fun way to play the game. Yeah.
I never knew this.
Yeah, I don't know when or what it will culminate to, but one of the Shining Force speedrunners actually kind of asked about the idea, and I did develop it, and basically allows you to assign from your force units to player 1 or player 2, and when it's that character's turn, then that player plays it, you know, using the 2 controller ports of the Genesis. And it works, and, like, they've, you know, I tested it, they've play tested it now, and really just came to the conclusion it was not really fun, and that, like, playing it just made them want to play. There's the PvP mod for Shining Force 2, where it's like, PvP is interesting, but actually just like playing Shining
Let's
Force
do it.
co-op is not really a fun experience.
Yeah, I would have I enjoyed doing the versus run on SF2.
Mm-hmm.
Got very salty at times because
Mm-hmm.
I definitely was having to balance it as we went. But it was still a fun experience, and I would love to do that for SF1 at some point.
So, Sinister, when you say it had multiplayer that wasn't worth it, you're talking about little drop-in skirmishes against the AI. Oh, okay, so it was like actual co-op. That's interesting. So some people did enjoy it, and there are a couple people in the fanwork Discord who are like really adamant that like co-op SRPGs would be super fun and they would love it. And I just really struggle to find how that adds to the experience in a lot of ways. And it's like, to me, if I were to co-op play an SRPG, what I would want to do is what we do here, where one person's doing the actual playing and the other person is like, you know, your general. You're just talking over the actions and making decisions together, but not both playing the game.
Yeah, I've done that a bunch with IRL friends, and I really enjoy that.
Mm-hmm. And that to me is like, I mean, that's the way I played Ace Attorney with my family. You know, we're all sitting there playing this single-player visual novel, but we're all sitting in the living room and we're all talking about the decisions and like what to try. And like that's a super enjoyable experience to me. The same with SRPGs, where it's like, you know, I can totally do that, and I've done that. Where Griff was with me on Final Fantasy Tactics, Ellie was with me on Awakening Randomized, and then obviously I do that on your channel all the time.
Great, maybe you'll help now.
And I think like this is a really fun way to play an SRPG together, and I think just actually playing it together is not that fun. Could be PvP too. You borrow a lot from the structure of Super Smash Bros. With it. Capcom agrees with me. Your argument is Pandemic is extremely popular. We're getting the same problem. I don't know. I feel like in a lot of co-op board games, I don't think the problem is the same, really.
Proudly meeting expectations.
Because I think the problem with an SRPG is that you're already bound by the constraints of what the genre is, where a board game being designed to be co-op, like multiplayer, can invent how that works and like split that decision making in interesting ways. I'll say I've never played the Pandemic board game. I've played other like co-op board games that I have enjoyed. I just really struggle to find how it fits for SRPGs.
Just another thought I'm having as I'm going through this. I would like it if Dark Deity had just a couple more minor villains, I think.
Yeah. I really think it could have benefited from that. And I think like the main thing is like minor villains who actually like appear for like a little while before we kill them and not just show up in the chapter we kill them.
Yes, or even just the Fire Emblem, like there's a name. I didn't appreciate this in Fire Emblem enough, I think. Just having a named like mini boss. Even if he says nothing. Just somebody that like it presents a little bit more of an interesting tactical situation to deal with.
Well, and I find kind of funny like how memorable a number of the minor antagonists of Fire Emblem Awakening ended up being. And like the kind of minor fan following you've got for characters like Mustafa and Cervantes and characters like that. Where it's like Mustafa appears for one chapter and he's generally pretty strongly well regarded. He's very popular. Cervantes is, you know, very much enjoyed as a meme character for his giant mustache. He appears for like 3 or 4 chapters, I think.
Time for a beatdown.
Yeah, I remember him.
But they're very memorable characters. Like, you know, pretty much to the same level that Walhart himself is, almost.
Yes. I don't love Walhart, though.
Walhart is a really interesting character if you do all of his supports with Robin, which are not obviously part of the actual story. He's a character where if you do his supports with Robin, I feel like it's like this is a character who could have been really interesting if they actually worked this into the narrative, but they didn't, and he just comes off as lame.
Onward.
Because like you get this really interesting like discussion of their paradigms.
I won't rejoice in
Yeah, I'd recommend
destruction.
glossing over it at some point if you want to, because I find it really interesting.
Honestly, I probably just need to play Awakening again, because we've talked about, both on stream and off, that, like, I kind of hate Awakening. And then I go play Awakening again, and I'm like, this is fine. Why do I hate this? Like, I don't know why I feel that way constantly.
I think it's just the old Fire Emblem bias. I think Awakening it definitely is stronger in the first half. I think its second half really kind of falls off narratively. I don't think it's terrible, but it's not nearly as strong as the first half, which is a real shame. And the gameplay, I think, is not well balanced, but it is just really fun. Like, Awakening just feels good to play. Even if it's really an unbalanced mess that you can just cheese with Nosferatu.
Yeah. But more on that in a moment. Chapter 25. Justice. Welcome to the elevator, by the way. You'll
Enjoy
be
the music.
in the lobby shortly. I never imagined it would actually come to this. I've imagined this day many times since the raising of Alaris, but I would... And see, I'm like, I don't know what that means. Like, that should mean something to me, but it doesn't. But I wouldn't have guessed I'd be fighting side by side with some of Delia's finest soldiers.
Indeed.
I think it's fair to say the same for us. And yet, it has all come to this, and through no fault of our own. We stood before these doors before, then we hung our heads in shame, scandalized by the thought that we had failed our king, to whom we swore an oath. Just by the way, I was joking on the Discord earlier today, for those that aren't part of the Discord or haven't read it, that if this ends up being a, like, demon that's possessing the king that we've never heard of since, I am going to be frustrated by that, but I'm really curious what the final boss is going to be, because we've already had our dragon, and this is, like, taking a lot from Fire Emblem, which is fine, but I would have thought maybe it would take that. I'm very intrigued to see what the final boss is going to be.
We've already had our dragon, and the dragon was kind of disappointing, so I really hope whatever we have is better.
Yes, I do as well.
And, like, programmed properly.
Now, this same king has sullied his crown by shattering every oath upon which his authority once stood. It, like, just have the Delian, or, like, the green-haired royals, I can't remember where they're from, just have a scene of them talking about what a betrayal it was when Varric invaded and stuff like, just have a scene of that, and, like, he killed our mother, and, like, he drove us from our homelands, and that's, like, just something.
Yeah, anything to go on that actually, like, shows what he's doing. But don't forget he reopened the rural prisons.
That's it. That's all I've seen.
Super evil. Nobody good would do that. They would not have prisons.
And he conscripted people to work in public camps, in work camps, to, like, do public projects. And, like, again, like, just based on fantasy stuff, that's not that... It's not good, but I don't see that as uniquely evil to where somebody raised in this time period would lift an eyebrow and be like, I can't believe he's done that.
No, it's kind of weird. Now, I kind of, like, smirked a little at the fact they were outraged at Alden having wine in this time period.
I did not even clock that. You're right.
It's like, that would not be abnormal in any way in this time period or in some current cultures. And by some, I mean a great deal of non-US locations.
Yeah. You right.
Like, being given a little bit of alcohol as a minor is, like, totally not a big deal in a lot of European places.
No, I even tried wine probably around Alden's age, maybe younger.
Yeah, so, like,
we were just
that scene just made me kind of laugh.
We were out at a restaurant, and my granddad ordered a glass of wine, and I was like... I had wine around me, and I was always told it's a Jolt grape juice. And I was like, well, I like grape juice.
Mm-hmm.
And so I always wanted some. And my granddad had the brilliant idea, I'll give you a sip. That'll sort that right out. So he gave me a sip, and I stopped asking forever.
Yup. I mean, like, I tried a little bit of wine when I was younger, and I found out very quickly it was not something I enjoyed. And I still, to this day, do not like it.
I like it now, sometimes, and some specific wines. But, yeah, it just, as a kid, I was like, nope.
For me, it's just like, it's got to be something sweet. I really just don't like
Same.
non-sweet alcohol.
Anyway, today we will
Yeah.
enter this keep with our weapons drawn and our heads held high.
United, we are unstoppable.
Today we have nothing to be ashamed of. With us go justice, peace, and the liberation of all Delia. Then what are we waiting for?
Alright, I'll step away for a sec while you do this stuff, so don't do my bonds yet.
Okay. I appreciate them giving us more of these, but I don't super know what to use it on. I guess we can give Benji a more accurate weapon. Rose needs some stuff, actually. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, Rose actually, like, I've been neglecting her for too long, and it's kind of showing. And then Orma, are you good? Yeah, Orma's pretty good. So, I can give them crap for giving me those this late, but I actually did kind of need them. Let's give her more of that, so let's get a tier 3 here. I wish there was an easy way to jump between these. Like, maybe if I could just purchase this straight from this screen. Just like, you know, you don't have one of these. Would you like to buy one? Yeah. I would like that. And see, like, gotta go back, do it again, boop. Upgrades, back to Rose. Let's buy her tier 4. When did Rose join up? I must have missed that stream. The king reopened the prisons, and Rose and Alexa were both in one of the prisons, and so they joined at the same time. Yeah, they did not really make a strong impression on me. It took, I think, Mahane being like, Alexa was the villain in Chapter 6, and I was like, surely not. And I went back and looked, and it was like, yeah, she totally was. We're also using Maeve's short sword a lot, so I should actually upgrade that as well. Because that's her dodge weapon. I'll buy another tier 2. Yep. Tier 3. I probably can't buy a tier 3. Oh, I can. Okay. There we go. Let's see if there's any bonds that we want to do that don't involve Taya for a bit. Let's see. It doesn't seem... Oh, ooh, we have Monroe's last one with Faust. That'll be an interesting one, I hope. Could have Irving talk to Alden. They're two of our mainstays. You've come a long way since I last stumbled into you and Marin in the sparring fields. Well done, Alden. Thanks, I've been training a lot. I'm sure you have. There's no shortcut to excellence. Well, you can always get lucky.
It's not that simple.
And you can just as easily get unlucky. It's better not to rely on luck.
Are you sure?
Seems to work alright for Garrick. He'd have you believe that, but trust me, it doesn't work as well as it seems. We definitely got lucky getting assigned to Sterling like that.
No kidding.
I'm with you there. That was unexpected. So he didn't even tell you he was coming? No, I was completely surprised. It's a shame he couldn't stay with us longer. Yeah, I can't believe we actually beat him. There should be some kind of award for that.
Not quite.
Well, we had an advantage in numbers, don't forget. What about all the other challengers?
Sterling.
They were hardly comparable to Sterling. I guess that's true. Besides, I'm sure he had to suspend all of his non-lethal attacks. That's probably all he was learning in the army. So you don't think I could have beaten him? You mean if it were just the two of you?
Yep.
Yeah, just us. Alden, I'll never accuse you of setting unambitious goals. With some more training, possibly. Perhaps you could have beaten him. Then I'll keep at it until I'm strong enough to make history myself. Can't go wrong with that. Oh, I wondered if I could just fly through all of the supports, but no, apparently not. I could also catch up on chat real quick. That's probably a good idea. You can choose not to play Pandemic that way and just make your own decisions, but it's not the intended play. It's obviously much harder. Each character does have a unique role in the game, but each player has perfect information, so there's no reason for one person not to just tell everyone else their ideal plays. Yeah, you would have to, in a multiplayer SRPG, account for that, and I have some ideas, but I don't know how much I want to, like, say on stream, because I might like to make them at some point. Because I've got some pretty off-the-wall ideas for how to make that fun. Sinister says, I kind of hated Wallheart. Super One Note and his entire plot had absolutely nothing to do with the plot of the Have up to that point. Yeah, I think that Awakening really plays to me like in portions. Like there's different arcs, kind of like different seasons of a show, almost. And Wallheart is just one arc, but yeah, I kind of feel like you do, that he's just there. Plot of the Have, plot of the game. Yes, you're having a time tonight, Sinister. Half an hour of dinner prep and cooking and trying something new with nothing to show for it but rice. Rip. What were you trying to make? I've definitely had that happen before. And Mahane says, glad to have been of service. I can add remembering forgettable bosses to my list of duties. Yeah, she definitely was not quite memorable enough. But what are you gonna do? I don't know if there's anybody else we really care to, like, do. Could do Benji and Marin. See what that is. You sure have a lot of energy, Benji.
Hey, thanks!
Yeah, I get that a lot. My friends used to say my parents put fertilizer in my breakfast. Yeah, see, that's a line that I would expect from Benji. That's an unpleasant thought. Hey, peak performance takes commitment. I can't argue with that. Did you grow up around Red Hill?
Nothing less than the best.
Born and raised. It's a great place. Always something to do.
Really?
Really? I'm a little surprised. That's why some rural folk move to the big cities, you know, to be a part of the action.
It's simple.
Ha! Wherever Benji goes, he brings the action. Best way to win every race is to never slow down. I knew students at the academy who would have said the same. They were lots of fun to be around. Oh yeah, I never spent too much time socializing, though. Plenty to keep you busy on a farm. Sounds about right. Well, maybe this is your big chance to see the world. I would have been happy to stay right at home, but no one burns down Benji's hometown without a fight. Besides, I'm always up for a challenge. And that's good to hear. I'm sure the battles to come will challenge all of us. We'll need all the help we can get. Well, Benji doesn't pull punches. You won't have to worry about that. Just be sure to pace yourself. It's hard to improve when you're injured. I always pace myself, as fast as I can go. A scrape or two's nothing a healer can't handle. Well, then you'd better stick close to one. Or you'd better keep up. Oh boy. That's a cute one. I take it you're the son of Benji Bestenglass?
Benji!
Yes, ma'am. How'd you figure that one out? The name. Anyway, my father knew yours when they were younger. I'm not sure if yours ever told you about it. Were they in the army together?
No.
Not quite, no. Well, most of the stories my dad tells are from his army days, so I don't know if I've heard it. Wasn't your father only in the army for a year? Yup. He always used to say he made more memories that year than the rest of his life combined.
Oh, come on.
I see. So he never told you of Henry Valmyron?
No way!
Oh, Henry? Yeah, talked about him all the time. How do you know him? He's my father?
Whoa!
Oh! I didn't even realize. Sloane Valmyron, Henry Valmyron. Makes a right bit of sense now that I think about it. Gee, I promise I don't always miss things like this. It's alright, Benji. We all have our strengths. Yours just happen to be mostly physical.
Hey, thanks!
You could say that again. In fact, I think I'd really like to hear it again. Down Tiger. Oh, so there was more... Maybe there is more to her, like, in her supports and stuff, but just... Didn't feel the need. It was a new sauce I was trying to make to finish off beef in, which would have then go over said rice, but either I screwed up horribly, or the recipe my brother got me to use was just a bad one. And I'm leaning to the latter, because holy crap, nothing with it worked. I'm convinced my brother's palate is just wrong somehow. What was the sauce? I mean, I like sweet and savory together, so there's a lot of people that say that about my palate. Pineapple on pizza, stuff like that. This is all so strange, Irving. Every time I think back to last days in Brookstead, it feels like a dream. I'm a bit surprised to hear you say that. Between the four of us, at least you were expecting to graduate.
I don't know.
Yes, but not like this. I'd never seen Master Galen that distraught before. He's usually so composed, like he's perfectly in control. That's the nature of war. It strips even the powerful of their control. Galen knows that best of all, he's the one who taught it to us in the... that best of all. He's the one who taught it to us in the first place. I think he's learning the lesson again himself. That may be. At least I don't have to wait another year for you and Garrett to catch up to me. And I know you've been eager to get out there ever since you enrolled. Seems like you're getting your wish.
No kidding.
I'm definitely looking forward to stepping onto the stage and making an actual impact. I've spent my entire life up to now in the audience. That's called having a childhood, Irving. Well, I guess some people are just born to do certain things. I'm grateful for the chance to live out my calling.
It'll be all right.
I know you'll make the Academy proud. And your family. Though, I'll admit, your brother set the bar pretty high. All the more reason not to take my eyes off it for a moment. Ambition has its place, don't forget. It doesn't hurt to take a look at your surroundings now and then. As long as it doesn't slow me down. I think you could afford to slow down a little. By my standards, I'm still not moving fast enough.
You really think so?
Oh, well, maybe you'll understand what I mean someday. When I'm your age, perhaps. So, in about a year. I thought he was older than Marin. That's really interesting. I thought that she just, like, skipped a grade or something. But I guess she's actually just older. You might be surprised, Irving. A lot can happen in a year. It was soy sauce / brown sugar / sesame oil and chili flakes. Like, it sounds fine on paper, but trying it was just... I wasted a pound of meat. Rough. Oh, I was like, I should check the Discord real quick. The Aegis Force guys just posted today. We're still tweaking to get things at the right balance. Responding to Sinister's feedback. We also do have some grinding options we will be implementing throughout the game. Interesting. I wonder if we just move on for now. I don't know how many chapters there are, though, and I do really want to see Faust and Monroe. I don't know. I could also, if we're taking a sec, I could go through and just see what other games are what other SRPGs are coming out first half of this year. I could be sweet and do promo for people. Yep, if you want to know, we've got March 4th, we've got Knights in Tight Spaces. The 24th, we got Dark Deity 2. Quarter 1, I'm still looking forward to Kingmakers, which is not an SRPG, but it looks real good. I'm just going through my wish list here. There's a game that looks like a sequel to Altered Beast I put on my wish list that comes out quarter 1. It's called Demon Claw, Origins of Nanar.
Nanar.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, just now.
We've got the 100 line, Last Defense Academy, which the dev has been so sweet on X. I've really enjoyed following that dev lately. We have Spell Powder, Uprising, Slaves of Magic, Endless Tactics, Vangaro Tactics, Chaos Front, and that, I think, about does it for ones we didn't name. What's worse, I'm trying to cut back on food intake, so I'm only eating 1 meal a day, or trying to, so that plate of rice was it for me till tomorrow about the same time. We'll maybe have like an orange or a clementine or something.
Yeah, I think you can cut yourself some slack when half of your meal ended up not going right.
Yeah, I would agree.
That's a grace situation.
I think so.
I get to talk to myself again, great.
You do! But I'm really looking forward to this one, because they have been horrible to each other thus far.
Yes. Tell me, I know you're uneducated, but you mentioned ways for the nobility to better exploit their lessons. I'm very curious as to your theories here.
No, you're all way behind where I come from back in The Expanse.
What?
I wasn't aware you come from the Expanse. Unusual for a human.
Anyway.
Not important, small town. Anyway, you aren't really abusing economies of scale nearly as well as you could be. Delhi in particular has so much potential.
When you refer to scale, I assume you mean that things get easier to produce as you make more, correct?
Uh-huh.
Something like that, yeah.
You should know that there are limits to such practices. Others will step in and undercut you. I've spoken on this very issue with my father before.
If only you knew, Monroe. You're just not seeing the whole picture. Yeah, at a certain point you're going to be disrupting the market so much that it messes up your own profit margin.
Ugh.
Obviously.
But you're missing the key component here. You have to lose money.
Brilliant, Faust. You've no idea what you're talking about, do you?
Stop.
I'm serious, Monroe. You have to lose money. You sell your products so cheap that no one smaller can compete.
Fool.
Yes, allow me to give that which I produced away for less than I spent to create it, idiot.
Look, the Expanse is covered in this thing called Starbucks. As far as I understand, that is how they run things. Like, move in,
no idea.
price lower than mom and pop shops in the area, undercut them to the point that it makes no sense to go to a mom and pop shop, and then as soon as they're gone, start bumping it up.
Think about it. What happens in the long term here?
I don't see the point.
Think harder then.
I suppose that others wouldn't be able to match the prices, especially if their operation is smaller.
Exactly. You do it for long enough, you run establishments into the ground. Then, when there's no one to compete with you, you control the market yourself.
You demon! It's beautiful. Do you think such a thing could truly be done?
I do, Monroe. You and I could do it together. Think of it as an investment in my intellect.
Almost as if I'm purchasing your intellect?
Yeah.
Call it intellectual property and call it a day.
Did that have anything to do with anything they talked about before?
No.
Didn't think so.
That has been your economics lesson with Faust and Monroe for today.
Alrighty then.
What a weird support. Standing now outside the palace, the revolution holds its breath. Months of hardship and warfare have led to this confrontation. They will finally reach Varric or perish in the attempt. Though nothing is assured, the revolution's resolve has never been stronger. I'm assuming he's just not going to be here. Oh, look, he's here.
I'm trying to remember what his voice was.
It was very Palpatine-y.
The rebels appear to have made their way to the palace.
So they have. Between the two of us, we can easily take them. Really?
Fool.
You have the aspect and the blessing of my power. You must stop them on your own.
We have like 80 aspects. What? I order you to fight with me, Kerr. You can't just leave me here.
Goodbye.
Now, what are they going to do against the aspects of competition?
Certainly.
Coward! Fine, I'll do it myself. Soldiers of Delia, today we stop the murderous rebels. Fight for your kingdom. Varric will be at his throne. This is it, friends. We've come too far to be stopped now. Let's be done with this war.
To arms!
Economics lesson, right? Just make a monopoly, duh. I mean, if you're all the nobles and stuff, I mean, yeah, you definitely could.
Just make a monopoly, Monroe. Duh.
Nothing stands between the revolution and Delia's liberation, but King Varric Valdistar. I read that as disaster. Who refuses to relinquish his chokehold on the kingdom of Delia? Let's check map prep here. What are we looking at? God, it's huge.
Well, of course it is. Almost every map in this game is huge for no good reason.
What are we dealing with Varric? He has Worm Rage. He's got 700 HP, which is actually a lot less than the boss 2 before this.
Yeah, that's a lot lower than I would anticipate this late in the game.
He's got 0 move and range 1. That might not be true, though. We'll see.
Otherwise, you just ping him to death. Like, you can just Bulbasac him.
Yeah.
That would be quite a way to go.
Let's figure out our squads here. Because I definitely want Irving on one side and Maeve on the other. I think the left side is going to be underpowered. I think that'll kind of balance it out. Yeah, I think that will do it. Let's go. It is time to end King Varric's reign. Alright. Right side, then left side.
Honored.
Alright, I almost forgot about Orma's competition magic that he only ever used once as a boss. Yeah, you know.
I just have to keep mentioning it because it's just so dumb.
More work? This should be fun.
I mean, Vision is busy with the Avengers. Like, I can't fully blame him. He's like astral projecting himself the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get rid of that.
You're just another cur.
I'm really curious what's gonna make Varric interesting. Surely something.
You would imagine. I don't know that you'd be right, but you would imagine.
I mean, the entire game. Well, that's not true. Half the game he's been like talked about as a villain. Surely we like put a lot of thought into that. He actually
Who
hits
knows?
really hard.
Well, because that's the same class that your guy is, right?
Oh, you might be right.
So of course he hits really hard. Irving, that's his name.
Yes. Forgot. Oh.
That was an ill-advised attack.
I knew it would cost everything.
I mean, I didn't think he would get an 11% crit.
Did he even crit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how much I can be blamed for that one. We had a fizzly drink, so it's fine.
Worth. Hey, Cody.
Oh, hey, Cody. Hope you're doing well tonight.
Smash!
We are trying to put a bookend to Dark Deity.
Smash! Smash!
Are you sure?
Yeah, you go next.
Coming in hot!
I really like that animation. Let's see, who next? Alright, I've gotta, like, be weird about it. There we go.
This ends here! Been waiting for this.
I'm wondering if on Varric's turn he's gonna, like, do something.
I kind of hope so, otherwise he seems to be himself a little bit lackluster.
This one's on the house.
Dang, we're getting hit by all the crits.
It's rude to stare. Fine by me.
I don't know, we've had, like, characters that, or bosses that did things that they did not tell us, so... Let's see.
Nice camera angle.
Nope. I did that.
Oh. I just love how it doesn't, like, show you at all which enemies it's zipping to, so it's just, like, sitting there on the wall.
I mean, it does happen so fast that that would probably be pretty nuts.
Yeah.
If I must.
We'll see what's in the chests, I guess.
Stop poking me.
Thought you'd never ask.
This side is significantly weakened by not having Dave now, but
I'm on it.
we like challenge on this channel, it'll be fine.
Me? I'll catch up later.
This
We
should
just
be
don't
fun.
play safe. Left side, no such thing.
I
We are
will.
just balls to the walls. Okay, y'all are all in range. Remember when Sia used to dodge everything the enemy threw at her? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I do remember that. That was a while ago.
As you command.
Our dodge tactics worked for like 80% of the game. Now, I mean, you can't compete with this. Like, we're taking 6 damage with a health
Father,
budget of
give me
136.
And now we crit.
Strength is the only path to peace.
This ends here!
Yeah, I mean, we just crit everything now. I'm glad he didn't get crit, that would have hurt.
Can I just say strength is the only path to peace really sounds like a villain line.
It does. It definitely
Like, it
sounds
really
like,
does not sound like a good guy line, Irving.
It sounds like Might Makes Right.
At your disposal.
Yeah.
You're just
Maybe
another
that's what he's
cur.
getting at. I don't know.
I mean, he is a little bit Thor-coded, so...
Mihan says, and now, tank tactics would be superior. Vindication. I cannot argue. That definitely seems to be the superior way to go. Yeah, everybody just kind of has a lot of crit on us.
Here.
How do we do there? Pretty well. Perfect.
I'm a healer. But
Perfect. I don't need to send everybody that way. We hit these.
Oh, does that line actually only come from after his hair change?
Maybe now I'll blend in.
I do think his lines changed after the hair change. It just has. We have not really noticed that because it happened so late for us.
Gotcha. That's really funny because it makes it sound like it's actually coded tied to which hair image he's using and not the story progress. So like the hair being wrong makes his other thing wrong. That's such a dumb way to do that. Why would you code it that way?
Because I assumed they figured the hair thing would work, and that's where they wanted the story. Like that's where the story progress happens. Is when his brother dies.
But if like the hair checks the story progress, why not make his lines also check the story progress instead of checking the hair? Like why not just do it directly?
My best guess is that maybe this is not just all the crits. Maybe this is not actually the same Irving. Maybe it actually changed over. You know what I mean?
Sure. I guess maybe it is like they've got two separate asset banks, and it's just loading the wrong asset bank.
This is like a clone of Irving.
Clone evil Irving.
I don't mean that literally. I just mean you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It might be coded that way. This is Irving too.
Yeah, it probably is two different sets of assets because he has to have like the battle animations and the like talk sprites. Because I'm sure his battle animations had the wrong hair color too, although I wasn't paying specific attention to that.
They did.
Yeah, so I guess it's probably just that like all the voice clips and stuff are also in there.
I will be very curious as to what Irving's like growth is as a character. Like how does he handle
I'll be curious if there is any.
Yeah.
Evil Irving Nivri.
You have no honor.
It took me a second. How do we want to deal with this? Yeah, I think just like that. Now we've got this whole situation here.
Let's do it.
I think we... Yeah, let's just get that started.
Coming through!
Try and keep healing every turn.
I guess. You dropped something.
I don't know. This map seems just so much like here's just a bunch of enemies.
Yeah.
I would have liked some like, I don't know, a way to like apply more pressure or just...
Honestly, because we were just talking about it, this feels kind of like a worse version of the second Wallheart map in Awakening, which I don't know how many people remember, but since I played it recently, it's like close at hand. It just feels like a worse version of the Wallheart map.
Hot bean juice.
Partially because Wallheart has 2 additional mini-bosses with him in that map, which gives you like additional threats you have to deal with, and you have some actual choices about how to approach him.
He says, I'm mocked, but I actually did do that unironically once. A literal reflection of a character for them to fight with their name, just reversed. I have long abandoned that story and world, but eh.
Oh, I'm sure many people have done that. That's like such a trope. Like, the mirror self is so common, and just flipping the name is such an easy thing to do. You're far from the only one.
I mean, we wrecked this guy. I mean, that would be interesting, I think, for an SRPG protagonist to go through.
Is it not?
It would definitely be... I'd definitely be intrigued to have,
Stop poking me.
Like...
Then pay with your blood!
A shift in the middle where I start playing as a villain.
Maybe with some style next time.
That'd be quite unique.
Like, just as in your protagonist
Right between
kind of
the eyes.
changes sides.
Yeah,
Slash
and you
thing.
very clearly, like, even with good motivation, you realize he's doing the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't work as a self-inserty character. The way that I feel like kind of Corrin is supposed to be.
You.
But it would be really interesting if it was
Whatever
somebody
it
that
takes.
was not that.
Ready.
Yeah.
We're gonna see what's in these chests, because I am curious. We're in
I
the
mean-
palace. Also, that table is huge.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that until just now.
Let me at him.
To an extent, you will
That settles that.
kind of get that whenever I get around to actually making my Sendiel games.
Ooh.
I mean, it's not the first game, so it'll be a while, but like, Children is a main protagonist
You
of one of the
dropped something?
games, and he's not a good guy.
Hmm.
So,
And here I thought my co-host was
Stay
a
with
hero
me.
this whole time.
Ready.
nope.
As you command.
I mean, he used to be more of a self-insert, and it's definitely not that anymore. Like, I still use the avatar and stuff, but it's like, it's very much a character. And I know I'll get some flack because I hate self-inserts and
If
I'm
I
using this
must.
avatar, but he was a character
Your work.
originally.
Don't look at me.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
I just know I'm very outspoken against, like, self-insert characters. And I don't mean that in the sense of player avatars, but like the author putting themselves into something.
I don't like you, but yes.
I don't mind avatar characters, and we've talked about this, so I'm not gonna rehash all of it.
Yeah.
But I'm really not a fan of like author self-inserts.
I do like it when there's like silly cameo kind of things, like the way Akira Toriyama used to do.
Yeah, I don't mind cameos. That's fine.
That his little
That's
self-insert
different
would just be in
than
the
making,
background,
like-
hey.
It's way different than making a major character be yourself.
Yeah.
If you're a fish, oops, all archers, you'll remove me, Cap. Alright, thanks. I mean, I generally forbid people from even, like, including my character in anything they do, so
Another level.
You're
I
special.
prefer not to be in stuff. Well, part of it's because, like, it is a character in my narrative,
Yeah.
and I, you know, it's my character, and I don't want people just doing what they want with a very important person in my story's narrative.
Darn, I will
So it
suspend
shall
the Teodrin X Irving fanfiction I was working on.
Oh, goodness. Is it the black and red hair?
Of course it is. I was hard at work at that, too. But alas.
Chop chop.
Zelda 2 started the trend many, many decades ago and is already a trope
Father,
in literature well
give
before
me
that.
strength.
Zelda 2 had a self-insert?
No, I think he's talking about the fighting a dark self.
Oh, yeah. Really? Did that start that trend? I wasn't sure Zelda 2 started a whole lot of anything. People just don't even know about it these days.
Yeah. It is much lesser known, and part of it's just because it's not great. But
It's a crazy thing to say about the best game of all time, but okay. Right behind Shining Force 2.
right behind E.T.
Ugh. I still feel like we're having another E.T. moment.
In what sense?
For the more, like, AAA stuff.
That settles that.
I thought it was hilarious. Did you see Ubisoft's new
Strength is
promotion?
the only path to peace.
I don't know whether I did.
To celebrate feudal Japan, they're doing Assassin's Creed branded boba tea.
No, I didn't see that. What?
Weakness has consequences.
Yeah, which many a commenter has pointed out is not Japanese.
That's bizarre.
At this point, I feel like they're just doing this on purpose. Like, there's no way that they've, like, had this many missteps.
I don't know, but it's also Ubisoft.
I'm believing
Okay,
more
sure.
and more in the conspiracy theory that,
Catch up later.
like, different people are exerting influence at Ubisoft to drive their stock prices down to make them viable.
No idea. I'm not familiar with this theory.
That's essentially all there is to it. That it's just like, if you keep putting out bad games and failing and lowering your stock prices, eventually we'll be like, investors will be able to just swoop in and buy it. It'll get owned by like Tencent or something.
Are you sure?
Yeah, Nihil did used to have the black and red
Are
hair.
you sure?
I did.
Where's my Nihil Irving fanfic?
I know. It'll be in the sequel. I'll join a throuple with you and Irving. Oh.
Nope.
That was a cool one.
There are some really neat animations in this. It really is one of the higher points of the game, I feel like,
Yeah.
the quality of the pixel animation.
You've made your death a necessity.
If you oh, that hurts. We dodged those. It's fine. Zelda 2 is the first game I can think of. Oh wait, I missed. Oh wait, no. Where was I? No flack here. Hell, my profile pic is one I did of my old Homestuck self-insert fan character. I just lost that pic, so I keep using it for nostalgia. Oh.
I have a game I want to make eventually that start as a Homestuck fanfic, so I feel you there.
I've never done Homestuck, and I kind of feel like I've missed
Benji
out,
brings the heat!
I've got to say, I never finished it because there was a point where there's a long hiatus, and when it came back, it just wasn't the same. And I'm not the only person who feels negatively about that. So I don't know whether I would say it's worth getting into. I do think it was really fascinating and had some really neat ideas, but it's like, knowing that it culminates in being disappointing just kind of feels like, is it worth getting into? I don't know. I feel like Andrew Hussey got a bit too big for his britches and was trying to run too many projects at once instead of focusing on just making the main story actually finish in a coherent manner.
Many such cases.
And the game project was a disaster.
Oh, there's a game
Nobody
project?
likes it. Oh yeah, there was a game. I think there's 2 episodes out. I don't know that's ever going to be done, but it just was terrible.
See, I don't know any of this stuff.
What'll it be?
Well, I mean, you weren't into it when it was a popular thing. I was when I was in high school. I read like tens of thousands of pages of this stuff, so I was extra disappointed when it just kind of fell off a cliff. Like, I invested serious time in following it, and so did everybody.
Yeah.
Have fun!
It definitely is huge. I don't know. I didn't have any IRL friends into it, and so I just never, I don't know, never had the push to get
No, I mean,
into
it totally makes sense. If I hadn't known people who were into it, who got me into it, I never would have gotten into it at all.
I'll catch up later.
It was definitely like a, you know people who are into it, so you get into it kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Honor.
And if you don't, then you just don't get into it.
Or it's like now where I know
oppose
people
me!
into it, and y'all are telling me not to.
Yeah. I do think like the first 6 acts are
oppose
pretty
me!
solid, but by the time you get that deep in, you've read thousands and thousands of pages, and was that really worth your time? Probably not.
From ember to flame.
We also have Sinister saying, Zelda 2 is the first game I can think of to do the fight your evil reflection thing. I'm assuming it must have been influential in that
Your
regard, at
end
least.
approaches.
I don't know, it definitely was influential, and we're not making these kinds of things anymore. And Mahane, on the opposite side, says Zelda 2 doesn't deserve the hate it gets. People hate it now because it's not like the other Zeldas. But at the time, that was just the next Zelda. There was no formula to compare it to. Yeah, that
And
seems...
that is really true. I mean, you look at the first many Zelda games, and there really wasn't a format.
Yeah.
I really feel like it wasn't until Ocarina that they really became like, okay, here's what a Zelda game is.
with me.
Because to at least some loose extent, every Zelda game, more or less since, I feel like has taken elements of the way Ocarina did things.
I'm also surprised about how little I've heard about the most recent one, the Zelda LED one.
The which one? Oh, the...
Kind of the puzzle game kind of thing.
What's it called? I think it's just because it's like not really a standard Zelda game. Everything I've heard about has been positive. People are like, "Oh yeah, the game's great," but it's just not. It's not quote unquote mainline. You know, it's not like
Breath of the
a
Wild
regular
adjacent.
Zelda game. Yeah, well, and it came out not too long after Tears of the Kingdom, which is obviously the next mainline Zelda.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, everything I've heard about it has been positive, but you're right that like not a lot of people are talking about it or anything.
I was gonna watch Small Lamp play it because I liked watching his like really edited playthrough of it, and he was like, "Cool, back here with the next episode on Friday," and then it just never came out.
Oh, okay then.
So I was like, well. Okay.
Been waiting for this.
Because he was trying to be funny about a lot of it and be like, how many puzzles can I solve with the bed?
I think I watched part of that, now that I think of it. I watch Small Ant from time to time as well.
I guess we're gonna go up and around, and this hallway feels really weird.
What would it be?
It's a perfectly cromulent game. I hate that. Yeah, no. I was gonna say Nihil Taya fanfic. We need Sinning Saint back. Yeah, we'll just do a whole thing. It'll be fine. We'll do the audio drama then. It's funny because there's a fan game of it out there called Genesis Project. It's miles above the official game because it's just
one step at a time.
What? With you and your friends, I don't.
Just talking about the Homestuck game.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Which, if you don't know about Homestuck, then the whole Smurf bit doesn't make any sense to you.
It did not.
But the start of Homestuck is contrived as they're effectively 4 kids playing The Sims, except the house they're working on is one of the other 4 friends, and the stuff happens in real life. Is kind of how it all starts, and then it turns out to be part of this whole other bigger deal. But that's like the very initial kind of what's going on.
That's the elevator pitch.
Yeah. And, well, that's not really the elevator pitch of what the story turned into, but...
Yeah.
It starts very simple, and, like, a game like that obviously sounds appealing.
Of course.
And, like, they had to, like, help each other accomplish different goals by modifying each other's environment and whatnot. It was a neat idea.
Reminds me of one of my friends is super into The Sims, and for Christmas I got her the remaster of My Sims, because I grew up with that, and I was like, hey, you super like Sims and like are interested in like Animal Crossing adjacent games, like it's Sims Animal Crossing, and she was like, I'm not feeling this at all, gonna be honest.
Oh yeah.
Mahane is not wrong. On the other hand, the Zelda team looked at Zelda 2, said, oh, that was bad, and then Link to the Past went back to the first game. And go figure, that's the one Zelda game I've played that I just cannot stand playing. Mahane, you are just contrarian tonight, huh? The Discord has been light on contrarianism lately.
That is true. It's been nice and quiet.
If you're sure.
Okay, it's not necessarily been entirely nice and quiet, but there hasn't been a bunch of pointless contrarianism.
No.
We had our big debate on localization.
We did. I'm still not sure if I count, like, why can I not think of the name of it now? Dora the Explorer. I still am not sure, like, is that, like, a translation if you're translating her into Arabic? And she's teaching you English?
I mean, it's a localization.
Definitely.
It's not a translation.
I thought that was just so fascinating.
What would be?
Yeah, it is really interesting. It makes sense, but it's not something I ever would have thought of.
Oh, me either.
But I guess, like, I know that's... I think about, like, the regional Big Birds, for instance.
There's regional Big Birds?
You didn't know that?
No,
Big Bird is replaced by different large fowl in other countries.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Let me find the list. There's like his different colors has different names.
You're gonna have to do the Big Bird tier list.
And like official lore is their like family. But like Mexico has Abelardo, who's like parrot colored, so he's green and red.
Abelardo.
The Dutch version has Pino, who is like bright blue. There's Minikus in Turkey, who's like orange and pink. Portuguese has Pulpas, who's orange and white.
Yeah,
and
I
then,
had no idea.
So you've never seen Garibaldo from Brazil.
Garibaldo?
I'm DMing you, and you need to look at Garibaldo from Brazil. This is the Brazilian Big Bird.
Okay.
And tell me that would not give a child nightmares.
Maybe now.
Oh, he's horrifying.
Yeah, he's terrifying.
He looks like...
All the others are, like, relatively innocuous. Garibaldo is bizarre.
I mean, yeah, he looks like he, like, got into, like, the meth patch.
Yup. He's really creepy. A lot of people, like, find him pretty disconcerting.
Yeah, he's terrifying.
Honored.
What else? The Nihil Discord has been quiet. Yale's other server, on the other hand, is bustling. Yes, it is. I should definitely keep up with discourse there more than I do.
What would be?
Other server being the fanwork server, or
Yes. I would
gotcha.
assume.
Are you sure?
I will.
Now it feels like we're in a Flame Dragon. The one-tile hallway.
Yep. Hey, at least we don't have 3-move Saint Sonic to drag with us.
No.
That was excruciating.
That is the lowest move I ever see in the genre again.
You want to see that again?
No, I'm saying I hope that is the lowest. Oh, I get it, yeah. I hope that is the lowest I ever see. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I was going to say, you want to see again. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, I hope to not see something like that again.
Here.
I think that violates the Geneva Convention.
Pretty sure.
Be honored that I'll kill you myself.
I'm contrarian in many things, mostly because people set up a hype standard for lots of things I missed since I missed out on the SNES era. And as I play them, they just are not as advertised.
Impressive.
I mean, that's how Teodrin just was with Tactics.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of games I've played and then they don't really live up to the
I
hype.
won't let you hurt my friends.
I think one of my honest takes is I kind of just don't like the SNES that much.
I've never liked the SNES.
Oh, thank God. I knew we were friends for a reason.
And, like, I'm not just, like, anti-Nintendo. I grew up with the 64 and I love the 64,
Same.
but the SNES is just not it.
Mm-mm. I liked Chrono Trigger, but other than that, there just haven't been a whole lot of games that I've ever wanted to play on it, and I don't think... I don't like the sound card very much. I don't think that they look particularly good.
Yeah.
Thought you'd never ask.
It's interesting to me to imagine an era where, like, the Genesis and the SNES were competitors, because they seem, like, so different to me.
Yeah, and I just have such a strong preference for the Genesis. But also, having lived through that era, I kind of get why it shook out the way it did, because, you know, you then go after that to, like, N64 versus Dreamcast, and, like, No one I know had a Dreamcast.
Yeah. After the Genesis, they really did kind of fall off.
I don't even totally know why that is.
I
don't know
did not
what
live through that era, so I cannot tell you.
I don't know what at the time made just nobody have a Dreamcast. Like, maybe the pricing was just super off, or timing was super off. But...
Time for a beatdown!
The SNES slander, I know, but... I don't know, it just has never gelled right with me.
It will be done.
I think part of it to me is also just like there aren't a lot of SNES games I'm really interested in.
Me either.
Like aside from the console itself, it's just like it doesn't have many titles that interest me.
Yeah, I fully agree. Oh sweet, he doesn't double me anymore. That is a lot of crit.
Thought you'd never ask.
I'm just gonna stand here and block him in. Yeah, pretty much I need, like,
stop poking
good
me.
SRPGs to get me interested in a console, and Sega has my favorite of all time, whereas Nintendo doesn't.
Nintendo.
On it.
Nintendo.
What Nintendo doesn't, Genesis does.
Yup, Nintendo could never have a successful SRPG
Nice to see you on your
franchise.
feet.
Such an awkward end to this map. I've got the emulator thing on Switch. I don't remember the last time I opened it. Well, I used the Genesis emulation.
This ends
like
here!
I totally have a friend that we kind of have a rivalry with Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, and that's the main thing I use it for.
That's step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Expectations.
All right. I told him I used my Switch to play Mean Bean Machine when he went to go throw up.
Even now, the arena is with me.
Oh, a tier 4 token. That's nifty. That's not ironic either. That also tells me this is definitely not the last map. I didn't even well, Fire Emblem has them on the last map. It has pointless items.
How can I help? We've got you.
I used the Genesis one for Shining Force and Kid Chameleon, but that's about it. I never touched the SNES one. I think I get the most use out of the GBA one. I've not used the GBA one too much. I was doing a game night once, and we played a lot of the newest WarioWare.
We've got you.
I will.
And then I was like, oh, this could be fun, and we did some
Let's do
trade-offs
it.
with the GBA WarioWare. But that's the main thing I use that for. I'm more happy for those to be there for other people, for things like Shining Force, like people that haven't played it, but I really wonder how often, like, their metrics show that that gets used. Are people really, like, discovering Shining Force and Breath of Fire for the first time? Still.
Are you sure?
I'm sure there's some, but I wonder what those numbers look like.
I'll catch up later.
I'm definitely the kind of nerd that would be interested in those kinds of figures. Benji probably can stand to get in here too. I really thought the king would, like, have at least some range beyond what we're shown. I probably should double check his range. It's 2. That's it. I could literally just snipe him at range.
That's close enough!
I'm sure I've played every game on each of those emulators at least once and discovered some I liked. I shamefully admit I've not done that. I really should.
Stop poking me.
Because I think I would find something that I would like to. I just have such little
What would you find that you like?
I'm on another level.
What would you find that you like?
If I went through, like, all of the games on Switch Online that I pay for.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure
I
I'd
don't pay
find
for
some.
Switch Online, because I'm poor. Well, actually, now I've got a new job, but I haven't got my first paycheck yet, so I'm still poor until then.
And your first purchase is definitely going to be Nintendo Switch Online.
Oh, 100%.
Attacking into that's actually not super great. Let's hit it with something else. Actually, you can probably...
Oh my goodness.
So it shall
Cap,
be.
that emote is terrifying.
I'm gonna have to look at which one this is.
He posted in general. We've got a new emote.
Is it Geraldo or whatever the big bird's name was?
Sure is. It's
Oh.
terrifying.
You named it Dark Deity? That's awful. Well, I wonder sometimes with people that like are not watching live, like when they see stuff in the Discord, I wonder if sometimes they're just like, what are they doing? Like, what
They
did I
must think we're
miss?
insane.
Like,
I really wonder about the people in your Discord who don't talk in there and don't show up to streams regularly. Like, what do they think?
they might just
Why are they here? What is their, like, MO?
They might just not look at it too much. Like, I definitely am in. I'm in a bunch of Discords, and there's a bunch that I just don't look at very often.
Yeah, same. I mean, I'm in a whole bunch, and a number of them are just fully muted, or I just don't check the notifications.
Yep.
Strength is the only path to peace.
There's honestly quite a few that's like, I could just leave, but I haven't.
We've
Yeah,
got
same.
you. Are you sure? Have fun.
I'm gonna try just, like, fighting this with our archery at range, because I'm really curious if it would work.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I do that, can he really not attack us? Can we damage him with our archer?
Do they really just let you Bulbasac him?
We're gonna find out. Because if so, it'd be really funny.
It's on.
I'm kind of the opposite. I don't spend a lot of time in the Discord, but I'm here for almost every stream. Speaking of, I missed the birthday stream. Happy belated birthday. Well, I appreciate that. It was fun. Okay, so he allegedly...
Oh, of course, he counterattacks because the stupid, like, longbow bug.
But it only checks that on, the counter.
Right. Okay, so yeah, he shouldn't hit as long as he only hits once.
No, you can Bulbasac him.
Cap couldn't decide what to name the emote this fits, though. He's saying that, like, Dark Deity is the Brazilian cousin of Fire Emblem.
Fire Emblem at home. I like Varric's little sprite, by the way. Could say something positive. I like that the throne, too, is, like, here.
Mm-hmm.
What would be?
He seems immune to disarm. Either that or disarm is completely broken. I'm really not sure which it is.
Were you able to use it earlier in the map at all?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't just, like, broken from the last map to now.
No.
That's close enough.
I wonder if some characters just have inherent immunity to it and they don't show you.
I would be okay with the
Unlike bosses.
bosses. Yeah, having immunity
Yeah.
to that.
Blended.
Which, it's like, you're a game with skills. Just give them a skill that says they can't be disarmed. Just
Whatever
tell
it
the
takes.
player and then I'm okay with it. But, like, just having it be a weird inherent feature I don't love.
Alright, let's
more
see
careful.
what his animations actually look like. We're not actually going to Bulbasac him. He doesn't want to attack us.
He doesn't even attack?
I assume, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's because it's really not a great look for him.
I guess, but, like, he declared, like, oh, we need to kill them.
You've made your death a necessity.
If he doesn't attack back, I'm assuming he doesn't have an animation. Okay, he does.
There it is.
I like the cape throw.
Yeah, it's a nice animation. I mean, I could say that about a lot of animations in this game, so...
Yeah. I mean, this is just what we're doing.
The fact he doesn't even attack is so silly.
Yeah. Okay.
It just means, like, you can out-heal him over time and just inevitably he dies. Is he recovering HP? I can't remember what he was at.
That's cool. I don't believe he's recovering HP now.
Okay, for some reason I thought Irving had him down to below 444, but I could be totally wrong.
Been waiting for this.
Monster Hunter is unpacking. I might be going slightly quiet soon once that's done. I saw reports earlier that the developers that make Palworld said that they had so many people say they may be sick tomorrow that they just have given the whole office the day off.
Stop poking me.
Which, you know, I think... I get that, like, work is important and stuff, but it would be cute if more devs did that. Just, like, yeah, go support, like, your fellow devs and stuff.
I'm trying to remember what game came out that I had a college professor almost cancel class so that he could play. I wish I remember now. But he came in, the first thing he said was like, I want you to know how close I was to canceling today because I just want to go play this game. And I believe he did cut class short that day so he could go play video games.
I really wonder which one it was.
Yeah, I wish I remember. It was like some like AAA title. It was a big thing, but I can't remember what it was.
Red Dead 2 or something.
I'm trying to remember what year that would have been.
I think that was 20... No, that one 2013. I have no idea.
I don't even remember which year I took this class is the bigger problem. It's like, I don't even know that I could nail down. Maybe it was like 2018. What came out in 2018?
Cap says,
that...
didn't Japan used to release games on Saturday so people wouldn't have to call out? Yeah, that might have been for Monster Hunter as well. No, it was... Does her head look smaller all of a sudden? That was weird. That animation didn't look the same as it has, I think.
I wasn't watching, unfortunately.
I'm not positive, but I don't think so.
Please be more careful.
It was a Dragon Quest. They specifically asked Square not to release Dragon Quest games on weekdays.
I think one of my like favorite fun facts about just release of something is the like statistics that whenever a new Dragon Ball episode comes out in Mexico, the crime rate like bottoms out for 3 days.
Yeah.
Which is just hilarious to me. Like that's how deeply entrenched Dragon Ball is to their culture, which is just like such a fascinating thing to me.
It really is.
It's like, why is Dragon Ball so popular in Mexico? I have no idea. But like South America just loves it so much, and Central America. But like, I don't get what it is. Of course, I'm coming from the perspective of somebody who doesn't like Dragon Ball, so it's harder for me to grasp. But
Goku is just very inspirational.
Maybe.
I still haven't started Daima, but like I don't know if I'm emotionally ready yet. To just like process this is the last thing that Toriyama will have worked on. Alright, King Bart defeated.
Nice. I'm looking at games that came out that time, and I think Red Dead 2 might be what it had to be.
Justice.
I can't think of what else.
Defeat one of your greatest enemies.
Oh yeah, this great enemy who we know is evil because we've been told he's evil.
Irving did a lot of damage.
Sure did.
Didn't even need Maeve. Tear down the nation, then. My family has worked for centuries to make it worth a damn. Centuries of work that you undid in a matter of months.
It's time for a shift, Varric. The degeneracy of your name crept forward through the years. A kingdom unchallenged became a kingdom ripe with the greed of House Valdestar.
Fools! The Valburin brat comes to unseat me? At least I can rest easy, knowing my legacy will prove me the greatest leader of our age. Any whelps you spawn are destined for weakness. Oh, give it a rest. Using your final breaths to proclaim how you've won is pathetic even for you, Varric. You've lost, Varric. Your stranglehold on the people of Delia is over with. But I haven't. I have unleashed a power far greater than any I possess. You're just too weak to see it. He will bring glory to Delia. in ways you could never perceive. Get over yourself. We've known about your little sorcerer friend for months. You won't be able to stop him. Enjoy your defeat.
Parentheses, the king dies. That
What?
didn't look quite right.
Mihane, did that look how that looked for you when you played?
Is that how that's supposed to go?
Chapter 26, The Tower of Solace.
That looked interrupted in some way.
It really did. Oh, okay. Black Abyss, what was that?
Bummer.
The air feels dead. Like a cellar that hasn't... I've totally, like, lost her voice. The air feels dead. Like a cellar that hasn't been opened in years. Maeve, Corvon, any elven funny business going on that my puny human body can't comprehend?
A moment, please.
I'm thinking. This shouldn't be possible. What shouldn't be possible? I have to be sure. I need a minute.
You can't be serious.
Great. Even the scholar types are banging their heads on the wall. Sarah? Samara? I'm afraid I've got nothing as well.
I've never seen the spire look like this.
It doesn't. What do you mean? What we're seeing isn't just the spire of the living world. It's another reality bleeding into Oz, as if we're stuck in between our world and the astral plane. Mihane says, Purple Flash and Wild Transition? Never got that.
Poggies.
I thought that wasn't possible.
That's correct.
As I said, it shouldn't be. I've been spending every waking moment with these soul anchors for weeks. The astral plane is where the souls and the anchors reside. It's where our own souls reside. I met an astral seeker once. It is not unheard of to pass through the astral plane.
Though they do so alone, and only briefly. There are dozens of us. The raw power it would take to keep us in for even a brief moment is unfathomable.
Are we inside the staff? I hate to say it, but if we're stuck...
I don't think so.
If we're stuck at the bottom of a tower with no way out...
I'm in.
We climb. There's something going on up there, that's for sure.
We must.
We should try and find a way up the tower before it gets worse. We knew that Varric wasn't the final step. Let's see this through. I don't know why
It's so
Nathaniel
weird
just
to me.
popped up there.
Yeah, it's weird to me when they'll flash in characters who don't speak, because also, what's his face? Drunk Sailor Dude was there in the first set of characters.
I wonder if
I can't remember his name. Ford. I wanted to call him Fork. I knew that was wrong.
I kind of wonder if they've just tied characters together. Like,
I don't know.
that asset is just those two characters.
I mean, maybe they just wanted all the characters represented, but couldn't come up with lines for some of them.
I have no idea.
It's weird.
Ford was super relevant, by the way, for a minute.
Oh yeah, for like a good 6-7 chapters straight.
Alright, we got some more Faust.
Oh goody.
You were a real jester back at your little academy, weren't you?
Took you a while to figure that out.
You think?
Hey, I try not to rush to conclusions about people, but at this point it's pretty obvious you can't help mouthing off. It's like a law of nature.
Right.
Everyone's got to pass the time somehow.
Righto. Never said I blamed you for it. I think I would have done that too if I ever received a formal education, that is.
I'm surprised to learn you haven't.
Yeah.
Not a day in my life. This intellect's all natural, my friend. Believe it or not.
I believe it.
You'd better. Can you imagine how overpowered I'd be if I actually went to school?
I tremble at the thought.
See? I told you eventually you would.
So, are you finally going to tell me why you packed yourself in that barrel?
Nuh-uh.
No, I don't think I will.
You're that embarrassed about it.
Anyway.
Don't try that trick on me. I'm not embarrassed, but there's power in mystery, Garrick. For instance, you know that Neolasian painter who always wears a mask to conceal his identity?
I don't think so, no.
Exactly. No one does. It's why he's so famous. People fight like rabid dogs over scraps of rumors they can get about him.
You're really something.
It's not that I just don't know his name, Faust. I've never heard of him at all.
Oh.
How do you know this person is a man, anyway?
Based on one of his self-portraits. It was very detailed and direct.
Understood.
On that note, I think I'll give you some alone time.
What a gift.
Now we're support rank A. We're so much closer than we used to be.
Because that guy painted his wiener.
Yeah, and now Garrick knows about it. He has to carry the burden of that knowledge. Hey, Alexa. What do you want, Faust? What's your surname?
What?
Why do you want to know? So I can go back to your hometown and impersonate you. Yeah, I don't really feel like helping you out with that. Alexa, I'm kidding. Besides, there's no way that would work. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not nearly as jacked as you. Although, I have tried. Mind sharing your secret?
This is what he said last time.
Come on.
Yep. You'll be lucky to get one answer out of me at a time, Faust. Which one do you want to know? Surname. And can you tell me the real reason why this time? Fine. I'm trying to settle a bet. You took a bet on something as obvious as my name? Look, can you just answer the question? Gemrot. That's my family name. Ha! I knew it. Congratulations.
You think?
Garrick thought you were a smith. Just wait until I tell him. You know, Faust, I really can't decide. Are you a relentless pot stirrer or just a thoughtless idiot?
Huh?
Why couldn't I be both? It's starting to look like you could. And now we're support rank B. It's just, that's how I come to the end of a lot of these conversations. Like, look how much closer we've grown.
I do too, but at the same time, I'm also, like, appreciative that I miss bonds or supports where characters, like, don't necessarily like each other, so I can't, like, knock them too much for doing
I guess
that.
the thing for me is, like, because in this game, there's zero mechanical importance, and a lot of these conversations, they're not really becoming closer. Why do we need a letter? Why can't there just be, like, they have conversations, and there's no rank? There's zero mechanical importance to a rank here.
Probably just to help you keep track of it, and because it's what the industry standard is. That would be my guess. Like, I wouldn't have thought to question that until you said that just now.
But it's just like the number of these conversations where it's coming to the end, it's like these characters have not grown closer over this conversation. This doesn't feel like I'm 30% more friendly to you now.
Or,
you know?
Not friendly, yeah.
Yeah. It's just kind of like, this feels like it should be an unchanged relationship.
Yeah. Alden, I don't think I've congratulated you recently. You're speeding through a mage's greatest milestones at a pace I never thought possible. I hope you're setting aside time to take it all in. Thanks, I try to. Are you following your sister's advice? Eating well and getting lots of sleep? I think so. Very good. Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong, honest. Everything you're saying makes sense. Look, I know the events at Swift Harbor changed me, and not just physically either. There's this new sensitivity around the aspects and other phenomena. It's the first I'm hearing of this, but...
Don't worry.
Sure. But I want to assure you I haven't turned into some vicious animal or been replaced by an imposter. I'm still the same Irving you know. I have all the same memories and the same fondness and respect for our friends, as well as for you and your sister. Don't worry, Irving. I know that.
Yes.
Of course you do. Yes, this must just be strange for you to witness. I don't think I would know how to respond either if I were in your position. I just don't know what that's like. If something like that were to happen to me, to Marin, I mean, I can't even imagine. Then don't, Alden. There's no use in it.
Together.
We've all experienced loss enough already. One way or another, we can't afford to feel the loss of those we still have with us. We have to concentrate on looking out for each other instead. That's all I really want anyway, to help protect you guys and my sister. Good. Then you're on the right path. I was doing these while you were gone, so I'm like, I'm kind of interested to see if they like actually say
that's fine.
things at the end. Irving, how are you feeling? It wouldn't be right to complain, but you want to. Let's just say I can still remember a time in my life when my whole body wasn't sore, though only very distantly now. I think I know just the spell for that.
Don't worry.
Please, Marin, don't bother. I just need to rest. Stubborn as always. How did it go, your talk with your father? As well as can be expected. I'm sure he was devastated by the news. I have a feeling Vesta may have softened the blow a bit, but yes, I have no doubt that he was. How did he react? He was strong, as I'm sure he was always trained to be. A man in his position is never far from loss. Still, I'm sure this was uniquely painful. With Sterling, he lost more than a son. I think he... I'm sorry, Irving. I wasn't trying to bring all that back up again.
Sterling.
No. That's alright. I need to say this. My father felt he lost a piece of himself, too. When my brother died... What? When my brother died, at least, he felt that. What? That's really... We say that twice. I think anyone whose life even remotely intersected with his would say the same. I know I would. He always considered you a trusted friend. And I was always honored by that, just as I was honored to be at his side in the end. He thought we were traitors immediately.
Still.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
I know you did everything you could, Marin. I hope you don't blame yourself. Don't worry, I don't. That's one of the first lessons you learn as a healer. The easy way or the hard way. Then perhaps that's a lesson you can teach to the rest of us. If I can, I will. Alright, I am going to go pee real quick, and then we will quickly do our upgrades and move on to wherever we're on next. Be right back.
Alrighty. So how's everybody doing? Did you end up getting replacement food, Mahane, or did you starving yourself? So you start yourself, you got the rest, or like comfort night. Alright, just take care of yourself. Don't overdo it. Yeah, the co-host talking to China 30-second delay is always tough. Yeah, it sucks. I really wish I knew why YouTube's delay is so bad, because Twitch chat delay is... It feels almost instantaneous, and it makes me really wonder why YouTube's is so bad. And it's part of why I wish YouTube invested more into their streaming side. Not proud, you're almost 400 pounds. Probably last time we was at 376 or something. You can't stay. Yeah. Just don't overdo it, you know, because like changing stuff too drastically too fast can be super bad too. So, you know, I'm sure you're taking precautions. I just don't want you to overdo it and hurt yourself in the long run. You got a friend who's been doing the whole meal day thing for years, helping with the nutrition. Okay, that's good. At least we got somebody like with a handle on things. to help you with it.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Let's see. Oh, I really hope you have have an orange or something. Like, you can try to lose weight and also be healthy about it.
That's what I was just talking about.
I admire you though, like, for trying. I've got a friend that I hang out with quite a bit, IRL, that I keep saying, like, he needs to be a personal trainer. Because he's done all the hard stuff. He has lost tons of weight, gotten into boxing, like, he's crazy talented.
Well, my handster's doing boxing too.
Oh, perfect.
I've heard that's like a good strategy. I've never tried like boxing stuff, but I've heard that's like good for weight loss.
I mean, it sure seems to be based on my friends that have
It definitely seems to burn off a lot.
For sure. I thought Benji had maxed out. I'm kind of surprised that I hadn't done that yet. So I'm getting huge, the Endless Staircase vibes.
You think so?
I don't know.
We'll have to see how it actually plays out. It definitely feels like it could lead to that. I don't know whether it is. I hope it's not. Unless they do it well. I do think the Endless Staircase was actually a well-designed map. It just narratively was very silly.
Everything in Fates was named very silly.
That's true.
Everything is the impassable mountain, the endless staircase, the bottomless chasm.
Nobody knows how to end anything in Fateslandia.
Least of all narratives. Ho-ho!
Hey. It's still so funny to me that there's just no name for the continent.
I didn't even notice that. You're so right.
That's why people call it Fateslandia, because there's no name. Like, you've got Hoshido, Nor, and like a couple kingdoms in between, but there's no general name for like where the whole story takes place.
That's crazy. I didn't even notice.
Yeah. And it's like, it wouldn't stand out if it weren't for the fact that Fire Emblem is generally so consistent about naming its continents.
Yeah.
It makes it really weird.
About one more of these than I thought. Or than I needed. We can do that for later. Alright. Have we discussed that this song sounds like pure imagination from Willy Wonka? I literally was thinking that. Like, it's surely the same key. That's one of my favorite songs.
Gotcha. It hasn't even registered to me. I don't know that I know that song off the top of my head.
My favorite part of the movie Ready Player One was that we got another rendition of that.
Ah. I've not watched that movie.
It was okay.
Is it worth seeing?
I would probably need to watch it again to answer that.
Because I've heard like kind of mixed opinions on it back when it came out.
I'm mixed on it as well, but it was fun. Probably. If you're big into gaming stuff, it's probably worth watching. It is funny to me, though, that it's like, yeah, like the most iconic things that have been around for decades, like Gundam, Godzilla, Star Wars, and Overwatch.
Yeah.
That definitely felt a little bit, like, paid for, but...
World Building Fates is miserable. Engage is barely better. They do at least have a name for the continents of national boards. I think the reason I give Engage a little bit more of a pass in the world building is because the amount of world building they do suits as deep as a narrative as they're trying to tell. And Engage just isn't a deep game. Fates was really pretentious with how much it was trying to do, and it entirely failed at it, and that's why I'm so hard on it.
I mean,
Like, it set out to do some really big things and just fumbled all of it.
They had an author, I think, that was really well known doing it.
Yeah, well, and like, legend says that he turned in like a 300-page script or something, and they just could not use that big of a script, obviously, for a Fire Emblem game. So,
I mean,
like...
Also, to be fair to him, he was writing 3 Fire Emblem games.
He was, and also they hired a writer who does, like, novels and movies and stuff, not...
Like, that's where that loop is.
It is close. But it's like, they hired a guy who is not known for writing games, he's known for writing long-form fiction. And then you have to cut a bunch of his stuff, it's just not gonna work.
It's definitely a challenge, but I don't know. I'd be curious to eventually read. It's kind of like Star Wars Episode 9. Like Colin Trevorrow, his whole script is leaked, and it's, I think, infinitely better than what we got. But that's also easier to say when it's still on the page. But I would like to eventually read like the, what was written for Fates, just unredacted, like start to finish. That'd be really cool if that ever got put out there. I'd buy that as a novel,
It would be very interesting to read.
There are Fire Emblem novels. But, let's continue, and then we'll keep talking Fire Emblem. In the palace... Yeah, I'm kind of surprised it put us back on this screen, but... In the palace, the revolution finally unseats and kills King Varric, preparing Delia for a brighter future. As they finish the fight, a massive explosion rocks the palace. Everything goes black. It actually went purple, but sure. The party reappears in a strange, almost dreamlike room. Ambient light surrounds them. They are in the astral plane, a realm of existence laying on top of the mortal realm. It is unclear what is powering the mechanisms keeping them there. Also, minor nitpick. Is the town that the town we were looking at on the really nice art screen that I complimented that had the massive spire? I don't see a spire of that size on this screen.
Shh. Okay. It's fine.
I'm sorry. It is unclear what is powering the mechanisms keeping them there. They resolve to move towards the top of the spire after a short rest. It is at this moment that Elias finally breaks through the anchor. They just moved us up a little bit. What is this? These stones look ancient.
I have no idea what we're looking at.
I am kind of taking that in myself. I'm not sure.
Certainly.
As old as Sojourn itself. The anchors, they're clear to me, like spring water. That's you.
Oh, right, it is.
Elias, are you alright?
Oh, I can't do her voice right now.
Elias!
Alcmenos must have lured him into the staff. There must be a way to undo this.
Wait, don't touch it! The veil is lifted.
What?
What are you saying? In this transitory state, we can pass freely in and out of the anchors. Alcmenos is prepared for this. He's gathered his pawns in force. Looks like his pawns can do that too. If some of us enter the staff and defeat Alcmenos, he'll lose control of his thralls.
Stay sharp.
Others must stay and protect the staff from his minions. If they carry it too far out of range from this magic, we'll be stuck in the anchors indefinitely.
Take care to not perish in the anchor.
What happens if you die in a soul anchor?
It is forbidden. It is forbidden to speak of. Suffice it to say, I nearly lost my beloved venturing into one.
I'm all in.
That sounds promising. Well, who's in? We'd better decide quickly. They're closing in. You know, I'm gonna stay positive and say this game could absolutely rock my socks at the end, and maybe the last couple maps will just be amazing.
Who knows? The last few have been a bit lackluster, so I would love for it to suddenly pick it up, but...
This is potentially interesting. We get 3. to go fight Akmenos, who only has 100 HP. I mean, that's an interesting idea.
It is. What's the point of the top characters? Why not just deploy 3 units?
Could I do that? Yeah.
Like, I'm legitimately curious. Like, if we save and try starts with like 3 units, is there a problem with that?
Do you want me to try it?
I'm really curious.
All
Like,
right.
I don't see why we need anybody in the top section. Like, pick our 3 strongest and just throw them all down the bottom.
Oh, okay. I was like, can I start with none?
No.
Let's pick our 3 main characters.
We're not taking Alden?
He's not a main character.
Okay. He was for a while. You were really into Alden for a while.
No, I still am. Yeah, I probably like him more than Benji.
You've got some armored units down there that he's going to be good against.
Yeah, we could do that.
I will.
It's a little hard to see.
Yeah, I don't love how the UI interacts with having this forced bottom section.
Strength is the only path
Story-wise,
to
the
peace.
characters are keeping the staff safe while the others are inside it killing Akmenos, but I don't think gameplay-wise they did anything with it.
That's really disappointing.
It is. We're gonna play it out like we're supposed to, but
But there's no point. That's so disappointing.
There's not a point, but like
I'm trying to give it some respect.
I am. Cause like I'm not opposed to games asking me to make my own fun. This just
This feels like not the time to do it.
I agree. That's a better way to put that. Yeah, the climax of your game is probably not a great time to throw that at me. Who do I want to send out? Probably a healer. I think we do that. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. But yeah, I agree. Not the time, and they definitely should have given us... What is it? The Soul Anchor has been opened in the Astral Plane, allowing Akmenos to fight once more. Okay.
It's like you really couldn't spare like a defend objective to make us actually have to defend the staff.
No, I guess not.
Is the only path
I'm
to
wondering
peace.
if like they built this on Game Maker. I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if like was it really
The Game Maker is open to doing whatever you want. It's like it's not an engine limitation.
I don't think it is. I'm just wondering if because they didn't initially design
Benji's
a
always ready.
different objective, like, or is it just like I don't know. I don't know what the $75,000.
I'm trying to remember, didn't we have at least one defend objective? We did, because we couldn't let enemy units get to a particular point. So the code already exists to do a defend
So
objective.
you could put a staff here.
Yeah. Like, why not? It's such an easy thing and gives a reason for the top characters to exist.
I'm not gonna lie, it's really hard to move these characters.
Yeah, it's really questionable to have put them there. It's giving me shades of the fights at the Ancient Tower in Shining Force 1, where you're up in the like HP UI. I don't think that one's as bad because it tends to reposition the UI out of your way, but it's very similar. And I've always questioned that decision too.
I'm curious too. I see a lot of these guys are holding items. What are they holding? Garlic bread?
Of course. What else would you taking your pockets to the end of the world besides garlic bread.
Ooh, that hurt. I feel like this is also kind of the opposite of the hell timer in...
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Oh, that's cool. I don't know how we hadn't seen that one yet. That was sick.
Yeah. Guess we just hadn't crit that spell or something.
Lead the way.
I feel like more SRPG devs need to see the hell sequence from FDK Plus.
Oh,
It was just so creative.
Yes, I loved that. I missed some chat stuff though. I really like
Gotcha.
the idea that the music is setting us up for a final battle against Willy Wonka with a core of elite Oompa Loompas. I mean, he is purple. And like, these, I don't know what color these guys are. Like, clearly not what's shown. Could be a little more orange than I think they are. Who knows? Wow, giving her upgraded weapons really helps.
Do we know that there's no defend objective here? We didn't really put out the deployment with the carriage for it. They didn't have any of the usual map indicators they have.
They also didn't move.
Oh, they just didn't even move.
No, because there's nothing for them to move towards.
So, we didn't play it out, but we've got more or less enough information.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't look. What do they have? Tier 1 token. Tier 1 token. Tier 1 token. These are like 100 gold. Tier 1 token. Why? Tier 1 token.
That's why it's like the item system in this game
Tier
just
1
feels
token.
so vestigial.
I think you were in the bathroom or something when I was saying too that like I really would have liked the ability to buy items on the like upgrade screen.
Hmm.
Let's see.
Let's do it.
I'll do that.
It does seem like a rather significant oversight, doesn't it? That the very narratively stated defend objective is just not a defend objective.
It's on.
Yeah. I agree. I don't really know why not.
Like, it seems like such an easy slam dunk, and something that would make this map more interesting.
I kind of just want to like set my own.
Your own defend point.
Yeah, like they are not allowed to get past like this hallway or something.
Little warning next time.
Fine by me.
It will
And see,
be
it's
done.
another of those like. I understand the dev is also not happy with it. How hard would it be to go in and add that?
Mm-hmm.
This should be
I don't
fun.
know the answer to that.
This
It
should
may
be
be
fun.
harder than I know.
Chop
But
chop.
As you
Yeah.
command.
I don't know. Ellie also said like he had a friend willing to do stuff like that for free.
Mm-hmm.
Cause it's close. Like this is close to being a neat map.
I think it's close to being a neat game. I feel like it really is just like, and like Ellie mentioned, just like a consistent lack of polish in the places where it really needed it.
Mm-hmm. Haha! She's actually dodging again. I think that guy was using an accuracy weapon before. In my experience, adding stuff like that isn't generally hard. What's hard is balancing it afterwards. Yes, comma, but. Like, you should... Like, they're all on approach anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know how much it would be to balance it. Yeah, I'll have her start that. Why not? Give her something to do. It's like right where my microphone is, so I'm having to look around that too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this one's actually kind of hard to hit. Is it hard for Irving? Not particularly. Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit of a tough corridor, I think. I probably should stay in our little area here.
Benji's always ready.
That's likely to work out.
Are you sure?
Does this game's AI recognize defend objectives and try to enter the capture area? We've only had a couple of defend maps, and honestly, I don't know whether they ever got like close enough for us to be able to tell.
They did not, so I'm not quite sure.
Because both the defend maps well, I say both of them. I don't remember how many it's been, but all the defend maps we've run into, it was really so trivial to keep them out of the defend area that it never mattered.
Yeah, it was more like I was struggling to keep them back more than anything else. Like from from like a forward position, it wasn't like they're about to break through. Time for a beatdown.
Yeah, it was generally we were running out to meet them, and not that we were actually having to defend the point.
Yes.
You dropped something.
This guy's kind of being a pain. There we go. That'll help.
Weakness has consequences.
Which I feel like is probably a sign of a poorly designed defend map, but you know.
Yeah, they're probably gonna start breaking through here.
It was an AI implementation issue? I don't know. Just because we haven't seen evidence of it doesn't mean it doesn't work. It's just like we were never pressured enough that we saw whether it worked.
Yeah.
Generally, all the maps we've had a hard time with have been just like straight route maps. Or, I guess like that one map in like where we got Vesta was not a defend map, it was a survive map, wasn't it?
You might be right. Yeah, that.
But the one where we had to stop them from crossing the bridge was definitely a defend map. I remember that much.
Mm-hmm.
And that one we just kind of like toyed with the soldiers.
Yeah. That was.
We were trying to figure out whether their spawning was wrong. Yeah, that map was awful. Super questionable.
This is just gonna be, can we survive the onslaught?
If not, we can just deploy 3.
We could. Oof. The 10% crit.
I've seen worse.
Hey! If you don't kill that guy, that's good for us. I think he kills him. Oh no, he doesn't. Okay.
I've seen worse.
We might
One step at a time.
You hit a 25!
You know, one other nice thing I can say about the game from tonight is I do appreciate characters having their voice lines change based on the story. So the fact that Irving has that is a nice touch.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not something I see often, but it is something I really like.
Mm-hmm. You hit 25s and missed 73s. Ooh. He healed like most of that, and I'm not sure why. Do we have skills that do that? Oh yeah, look at that.
Nice.
I forget what we've got.
Skill emblem, baby. Why did that exchange go the way it went? I don't know. I like Fire Emblem skills, and I still find myself in that situation quite frequently.
Why did that do what it did?
Yeah, just like a combat ends, I'm like, why did that happen?
It will be done.
I like Fire Emblem.
And I have to go
skills
look at everybody's
just fine.
skills.
Ready.
What'd you say?
I like Fire Emblem skills just fine. It's just a couple games that I'm not thrilled about how they did it.
Hmm.
Alright, we're putting Sia in, and we're gonna
I know that you're not a fan of when there's like a lot of them.
No.
Because like you don't like having 6 per unit in like the 3DS games.
It's more fine on your units than it is on enemies. I just don't think I should have to like really inspect every single like small enemy before I move, because he might have something that insta kills me.
I think to me, I liked how it was in Awakening, where unless you're playing on the really high difficulties, the skills they had were just the skills those classes got.
Mm-hmm.
Fate's got a lot more wonky with it, where they just gave people things. Which then it is like you have to go check everybody. Because if you're just like, this class line gets these 4 skills,
yeah,
that's fair game.
The ninjas were also just really annoying in Fates.
Oh, the ninjas were egregious. I think the worst part of Fates was that they gave classes they gave enemies skills that were really good with those classes, which were not the skills those classes got. Like, all the ninjas having lunge is just like, ninjas don't get lunge. That's a skill you specifically gave them to be annoying. And like, oops, you didn't pay attention, the ninja has lunge.
Experience is a
Gotcha.
weapon.
Now you have to reset the map.
Also, I didn't think about till just now. Sinister says maybe that not having a defense here is what the problem was. It's an AI implementation issue, and my answer to that is maybe.
From ember to flame.
But if you gave me a defense point like here, I'm gonna crumble far before somebody reaches it here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I might not even ever know that, you know?
It will be done.
I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
You're so far forward that like by the time somebody gets there, your whole army is already dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem with the defense maps we've seen in this game, and that's why we don't really know if they actually work.
This is true.
It's just because like we're so far forward from the defense point that the enemy can't get there.
But you could just do that again to like
Whatever
at least give me narrative.
Give us a reason to put the units up there.
Yeah.
Well, or so one thing you could do if you can't get the enemies to do both. I mean, both Fates and Engage feature maps where enemies trying to get to a defense point have specific classes. I think in both cases it's Pegasus Knights that just try to go to the defend point. They will not aggro anyone else. They just try to go there. Mm-hmm. So it's like, if you can't get the enemy to like do both things, you can just have some enemies that just go for the defense point to at least make it like a moderate threat.
Mm-hmm. Oh. We haven't seen that before.
Yeah, that's a new one.
And Sinister says, hey, I just realized you're using Garrick. I guess his second tier class didn't ruin him after all. I think it was a big nerf, but no, he's kind of made a comeback.
Time for a beatdown!
I still don't think he's, like, as good as he would have been, because we built his skills for a class that he now isn't.
Yeah, it still was a mistake at the end of the day.
Yes. But
it didn't make him worthless or anything.
no, not like I originally thought.
This ends here!
Okay, good. He lives. That was definitely beneficial to us. I don't know where they're going.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Do you know they do weddings now?
I didn't.
Yeah, as of like a month or two ago.
Well, next time I get married.
Okay. Who is like the worst? Yeah, you know what? You have like the big thing.
You dropped something!
Because I don't want to deal with you. We hit those.
I call dibs on that one!
Leave it to me.
We put her here, I think. And, well,
Onward.
I could just throw her into the thick of it. Honestly, yeah. She's our person for that.
Destiny does not falter.
Go get hits. I'm also kind of at this point, like, if somebody takes a death or something, like, I'm kind of over it.
Yeah.
We're making it to the end anyway.
Well, death is so impermanent in this game, it's kind of like, how much does it matter?
It's on!
I mean, I'd still prefer people not die, but yeah.
Been waiting for this.
Because I thought about that,
thought
like,
you'd never
in
ask.
actually doing the, you know, actually not bringing everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that the gains that we're getting out of this are high enough that even if somebody dies, we're still coming out on top.
Please clap.
Because, like, if Benji loses 2 health, okay, he got 3 other stack growths out of that.
Yeah.
Too easy.
I should have looked at that interaction closer, but it all works out fine.
I've got a lot to learn.
He hit
I'm on
100
it.
health.
That is impressive.
We're just using our stat ups now. Part of the reason we haven't been using them is because we don't have we can't use them outside of, what's it called? We can't use them
outside of battle?
Yeah.
What is battle called?
You know,
I do know.
it can be tough sometimes.
It can.
There we go. Alright, we end this guy. Sure, and if we don't crit, Irving just finishes him. Alright.
We've got you.
There we go! Mihane has gotten quiet. The, Monster Hunter must have finished.
This ends here!
You're making me look bad.
You ever been into Monster Hunter, Teodrin?
I've not, no.
I got pretty into it for a little while.
This ends here!
I played Try on the Wii, and then imported several of the PSP games and played those. And
I'm all fired
Gotcha,
up!
gotcha.
surprisingly easy to play through those in a foreign language. The story's not a real big part of it. Every single item has like what kind of thing it is, with like an icon next to it. So it's pretty clearly labeled, like the numbers are all just numbers. So it worked surprisingly well. I don't know where these guys are going. Are they just set to track nearest enemy, so we're nearest enemy?
I guess.
Can I get that with her? That's not super likely. We'll just do that. I'm curious too if they like expect me to actually like go up there and get those guys.
Can't tell you.
More work?
This is just silly.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like, I don't know that there's a great way for me to survive that. Oh, she doesn't have any heals. But, trade works really goofy. Can I actually? Okay, I can't convoy. Who has something that restores a bunch of health? Could just
Tiz walked away for a few, and now we're in space.
I mean, I find myself still saying the same thing I say to you, that
It's on!
you think you're missing a lot of context, and I really don't know much more than you do.
Yeah.
Leave it to me.
I think we'll throw her here.
Benji's always ready.
Like, we killed the king, and then we're here now. Like, that, I'm not joking, like, that is just it.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't really given us more than that.
So it shall be.
I'm just using all, like, our heal stuff now, because why not? That was something. These guys are not super likely to hit us, whatever. You probably need a heal. There we go.
Thought you'd never ask.
Don't know that you still do. You get out there and get rid of that guy.
Proudly meeting expectations.
Honored.
We'll disarm. Who is the scariest? That guy probably crits pretty crazy. Let's
You
get
dropped
rid of
something!
his.
Honored.
How do you fare with stuff like this? 22. 22. Not too bad.
Honored.
Put you here. Okay. Let's see how bad this goes. Oh, they're starting to move. Sweet. Strong start. Very strong start. Oh, we actually haven't seen that one. Huh. Her dodge rate's back.
How did you do that?
Nice. You love to see it.
We do.
Experience is a fine weapon. Undeniably skilled. How
This
did you
turn
do that?
went so much better than I thought it was gonna go. I really thought we were about to get like crazy punished. That did not happen. Perfect.
Take care your blood doesn't stain my robes!
That's a good line.
Yeah, I feel like we've heard it a couple times.
How can I help?
Alright, we're at Akmenos. Next turn.
Time to body him.
I think it will... We one round him.
I mean, yeah, he's got 100 health.
That hurts.
Onward.
Let's see, how many of these guys can we get rid of?
I could have done that.
Benji's always ready.
I'd like to get rid of as many of them as possible.
Little warning next time? You handled that well.
There we go. Cleaning up.
At your disposal.
Yeah, I'm still kind of having the thing that, like, some of these people are really scary, but it's like, if I just use the right character, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely understanding of why the right character is the right character, though.
Reasons.
I mean, essentially. Like, I'm just really trial and erroring this.
Yeah.
We'll heal you up, I think.
I'm on another level.
Disarm. That one.
You dropped something. Fine by me.
At this point, disarm is just a you don't get to do damage this turn button.
Yeah.
It was good to just put the space on the edge. That was definitely a good call, because I could see people getting motion sick if you didn't. Oh,
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Ow. He took that a lot worse than I thought he would. Yeah, you just get 1%
You'll die
hit
as you
now.
lived.
Yeah, I mean, we've solved this at this point. Like, I
Onward.
don't think we're in danger. I'm really surprised I did this without
Experience
losing
is a
anybody.
fine weapon.
Because I was definitely playing very haphazardly.
Yeah.
If you're sure. Maybe now I'll blend in.
At least they're giving good EXP.
Are
It'd
you
be
sure?
very frustrating if they weren't.
Outstanding move.
There we go.
On.
Enemy ranges were not updating.
Stop poking me. Fresh as a daisy.
We do what we must.
Coming through!
I should be checking to see if people have more, what's it called? More stat boosters that
I
they
guess.
have just been sitting on.
Ah.
There we go.
As you command. As you command.
Alright, that's everything. I really don't care to route. Yeah.
You've made your death a necessity.
We one-shot him.
Yeah.
The council will be pleased.
That's probably deserved. With the 11 dodges, that was very helpful.
Yeah.
That's you.
Oh, what was his voice?
Was he not the one we just said was Palpatine? No, I guess it's
No,
not.
that was purple hair dude.
They look so similar. They're the same person to me.
One may free their mortality from the laws of nature, but never from the laws of strength. It seems my defeat was as inevitable as Empyrean's ascent.
What?
Empyrean's Ascent. Explain yourself.
Ironic.
Don't you see the irony of your folly? The ritual has already begun, and you've brought the aspects right to him like a pack of faithful dogs.
Is that possible? Could the aspects be powering the magic holding open the veil?
Perhaps.
If the veil was weak enough here and the sorcerer powerful enough, yes.
Clever, but not clever enough, for I see you will not concede. There is a foolish determination in each of you.
I kind of like his design too, Tiz. I like the that he's holding the staff with the gauntlet hand, like it's too powerful for him to not do that.
Mm-hmm.
I just think he's been such a nothing character that I'm frustrated by that.
Perhaps you should fight. Perhaps it is the only way to preserve your dignity in the face of unequivocal defeat.
Not quite.
I wouldn't be so certain of that.
Fool.
Ha! Bold even in the face of death. Well, your defeat is no longer my concern. That falls to another now, one far more powerful than I.
I would hope so.
You've made sure of that.
Is he just...
Oh yeah, that's her too.
Pathetic. Torturing those souls for all those years, and for what?
He just dies like that?
I guess. There's a lot of anticlimactic deaths here.
Alright. He'll never torture another soul again. Let's hurry on. We need to scale the tower as quickly as possible. It's a long way up. Chapter 27, The Darkest Hour.
I would love to do voice acting, Tiz.
Absolutely.
Like, that's something I would love to get into, but it's so hard to break into, and I really don't have great sound equipment.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of the voice actors are just all friends with each other.
Yeah. It's hard to get into.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do work at a game company, so who knows if I'll get a chance to just, shoot my shot if they need some voice acting, but...
You should definitely put that on your list of, on your resume as, your list of skills or whatever.
Yeah.
Sheesh, this is worse than walking to Kirch.
Varden's beard!
I'm just glad to have my feet back on stone. Mortal bodies in a soul linker. Something right unnatural about that.
What did Akmenos mean by this ritual? Empyrean's Ascent. It's a grim thought, but we must consider the possibility that Empyrean knows more of this rite of ascension than we do.
Wasted time.
He may even be attempting it himself. I only wish the Order had gotten word to us in time.
The Order.
The Order. That must be it.
What's it, Vesta?
Irving, you remember Cosmere. It was a member of the Third Circle of the Order who mentioned it to us. He spoke of a disgruntled student, Atlas Shale.
I don't remember that name at all.
I don't either.
Okay.
It was a member of the Third Circle of the Order who mentioned it to us. I don't...
So would that have been the cutscene with Irving's dad and the one other council member and stuff?
Maybe? It's
I don't
spoke of, so it would have had to have been our dad.
I just don't particularly remember this coming up.
I don't know.
This Empyrean must have once been known by that name. He must have stolen the account of the ritual from our archives. That would explain his expulsion.
And what of this talk of the aspects? That we brought them to him like dogs?
Think about it. You can't see me behind Monroe's book, but the Order was formed as a separate body from the Mystic Council to protect the aspects and apparently to guard the knowledge of this ritual. They have to be connected somehow. The Calamity must have proved the aspects were more powerful than anyone imagined.
We know they allow divine power to manifest in the living world. Perhaps this is why they're needed for this rite of ascension, to serve as a kind of power source.
Gods, if that's true, we really have played right into Empyrean's hands.
Ugh.
If this sorcerer ascends to godhood, he'll be no friend of ours in Astralis.
I'm afraid not.
But that's just it. The last time the ritual was tried didn't work.
It's also really funny to me how so many scenes are like all me speaking, and then some scenes are just all you speaking.
Yeah, it's just we just talk to ourselves here. It's fine.
Just such an odd like. That's not the devs' fault, obviously. That would be crazy. But it's
no,
just
it's just the
weird
way
that
we
the
distributed
patterns.
these voices.
Then what did it do?
It caused the calamity.
What?
That's right.
The rite of ascension caused the calamity. That's what connects all of this. The order, the aspects, the guarded archives.
I had taken that so for granted, I didn't even realize we were not sure of that yet.
Yeah.
If I'm understanding this...
Oh, sorry. If I'm understanding this right, you're saying we're on the brink of destruction so astronomical it risks wiping any record of civilization clean off the face of Terrazel.
See it now?
I am.
You what?
By the abyss!
All the more reason to continue upwards. With haste!
Haste grants us one more movement, right?
It does.
I thought so.
They're being nice letting us, like, have these screens in between, but, I don't know if I would have done that or not.
It feels like not the time.
On higher difficulties, I absolutely would have, taken that away.
Yeah. This feels like a Dark Soul into Dark Dragon kind of situation, where it's just
Yes.
like, you're just going.
Absolutely.
Well, you paid absolutely no attention to my advice.
Should I take that as a compliment?
Yeah.
Absolutely, you should. Because you know what? That was my plan all along. Reverse psychology. I learned that from a wizard I met back in Carmon. It's when you get someone to do something by telling them to do the opposite.
Yeah, I know what reverse psychology is.
You do now. That's something you gotta remember in life. Every day is an opportunity to learn something new.
This reminds me of it was a video viral not long ago that I loved. It's these two guys sitting across from each other in some kind of like podcast format. I'm not sure what it's from.
Okay.
But one of them goes, "When I snap my fingers, you will no longer be gay." And then he snaps, and the other guy goes, "I was never gay." And he's like, "That's right."
Yeah. That's like the kind of jokes we're doing in middle school.
It very much is. I just thought it was really
It's
funny.
like the whole like your parents know you're gay thing that
Yeah.
like everybody parroted all the time.
That is still very much my humor. So what did you learn today, Faust?
I learned I'm traveling with one badass, brilliant kid wizard, that's what.
That might be the nicest thing he has said.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure where it's coming from, but it is the
Impressive.
nicest thing he's ever said.
Yeah, I don't know either. Oh, because he wants to get with Marin.
Ah,
Impressive.
Definitely.
Honestly, it is. I'm an old dog. New tricks don't come easy. But don't let me take all the credit. You worked hard to get where you are. That's your next lesson. Look at that, 2-for-1 special. In life, other people are gonna try to take credit for your accomplishments. It's inevitable. But you just remember all the blood, sweat, tears, and anything else I don't want to know about that you put into it, whatever it is. No one can take that away from you. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I may have helped you out a lot, but don't forget to give yourself some credit too.
Thanks, Faust. I definitely won't do that.
Excellent. I'm glad we linked up, man. We're like long-lost brothers or something, I swear to the gods.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I think secretly Marin always wanted an extra brother.
Nuh-uh.
Okay, yeah, maybe not brothers exactly. But something real close, just not in like a blood way, you get me?
Yep.
Yeah, I think I do.
Man, what did I say? We are unstoppable.
What a weird sport.
it is a bizarre wrap up to their support chain. It does actually reference both of their previous ones, but in like a nonsensical way.
Yeah. That was very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it was weird.
Hello, Nick. Good to see ya. As someone whose dream it was to be a voice actor, getting your foot in the door without already being in the door is damn near impossible. Does seem that way. But Ty is doing the thing that he should be, which is becoming a YouTuber, even though he's not nearly annoying enough to get cast extremely inappropriately. If it were me, I'd have given him a dramatic final line as he died. Ugh. Menos. Yeah. He showed up as a lackey and, like, summoned... I think the problem is that he summoned an entire army of undead and was an extremely, like, scary villain who then disappeared for the entire game until about right now.
Yeah.
He killed my brother, which felt like he didn't really have a whole lot to do with that, and then disappeared until this moment.
Which was just, like, baffling, where it's like, why did he even get involved if he was just gonna, like, dip out? It was very strange.
I don't know. And then he serves the other guy that I can't remember the name of, but
Yeah.
The Rite of Ascension, connecting it all with twisted stairs since Shining Force 2's Creed Mansion. It's very, like, reminiscent of other things, but I'm not upset at that. I'm just confused. Anyway. Hey, Faust, I was hoping to catch you alone.
Lacking in violent intent, I hope.
I just want to apologize. My pa used to tell me I don't know my own strength, and I guess it really is true. I keep thinking I was bullying you.
No, don't worry about it. You did me a favor, really. That anvil would have been the death of me.
I still can't believe you were able to lift it at all. I don't even know if I could bring that thing more than a few feet.
Have you considered that I'm simply stronger than you are?
Huh? What a funny thought. Nope. So, how are you lifting it?
I've taught myself to infuse magic into my muscles. It makes me a little faster, a bit stronger.
No way!
That is the coolest thing I have ever heard. Can you teach me?
Something tells me you aren't the most in touch with your worshipping side.
What do you mean? I pray to Solaric every morning and night.
Whoa.
Really? I never would have guessed.
That he may bring me swift victory in all my endeavors.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
It's simple.
Yep, gotta be part of why I'm so good at stuff, so I keep doing it.
I can see that. You've won, what, 8 corn husking competitions?
Nothing less.
8?
The best.
You haven't done your research at all, huh? I've won exactly 11.
Huh?
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
Oh, no reason at all.
Well, okay then.
Okay. That was a conversation, alright.
I think he just was guessing I did corn husking competitions and didn't really know.
In fact, they call me the Corn Hustler.
Ha!
Haha!
Who is
I'll
they,
hustle
you
your
man-ass?
corn sometime, baby.
Hi there, I see the story isn't improving. Yeah, we killed the king and now we're here. That really is all the context.
Yeah, we're just, like, kind of finishing off the books, just kind of killing off all the baddies one after another. Somewhat unceremoniously, honestly.
It would be kind of funny if there was a shopkeep that, like, you know, Anna showed up here. Just, hi, how's it going? There we go. We have so many of these tier 1 things, like... I'm just gonna use them all. Let's see. Give Faust more options. There we go. Wait, if his father is like him, was he the popcorn? Ugh. Awful. Alright, on to maybe the final map.
That's quite far enough, I think.
Atlas Shale.
Fascinating. It would appear several of the world's foremost scholars finally managed to decipher my name after months of ardor.
Not quite.
That's only because we concerned ourselves with the aspects more than you.
Noble pursuit. One I myself have spent nearly 2 decades on. And completed. Trust me when I say I understand them to their core.
Enough.
You're wrong. Whatever knowledge you stole from the Cosmere was not complete.
Why am I not surprised?
Maeve Leveron, the first half-elven inquisitor in centuries. Why does it not surprise me to find you jumping to conclusions? Your opposition has done nothing but cause more death. I have no desire to harm anyone, and now no longer require to.
It's not that simple.
This ritual won't make you a god, Empyrean. It will only cause another calamity. That's why the Order kept the ritual from you in the first place.
No.
An understandable thought, but misled nonetheless. Though it is true that the Rite of Ascension was involved in the calamity.
What a joke.
So much for not wanting to harm anyone.
You misunderstand me. Unsurprisingly. It was the intervention of the Magisterium Arcana before the ritual's completion that caused the rupture.
That can't be true. They wouldn't have formed new organizations devoted to the same purpose.
You ascribe more wisdom to them than they deserve, Sildarin. They were as weak in mind as in resolve. They had nothing left to cling to but their old ways.
You would gamble with the life of every creature on Terrazel.
This is no gamble. I have spent decades perfecting the rite and preparing. I only lack the necessary aspects which you have now so graciously delivered to me.
So...
Turn back now, and I might spare you. But aid me, and I might favor you once I have ascended to Astralis.
You must know we can't do that.
I thought as much. You can't fault me for trying. I've come to respect your resilience. It's a shame you killed Akmenos. He was nearly 300 years old, you know, a maestro in all manners of life and death. I learned quite a bit from him, just enough to attempt some creations of my own. I'm eager to see how they fare.
Like the one that is currently smashing my foot over and over with the butt of his axe.
Ouch! Ouch! Please stop that! My pinky toe is bruised!
That just looks like a different art style.
I was about to say, that is a Dragon Slayer from Skyrim.
Yeah.
It's one of the blades. Good night, Tisbor. Thank you for hanging out. I actually didn't see that coming.
No.
Did they take a real chainmail?
Maybe? It looks really hyper-realistic.
It does.
I think they might have taken an image of actual chainmail and just slapped it in there.
I think so.
It makes it look really weird.
Yeah, my eye is just really drawn to it.
Also, his head feels like the wrong angle for the torso there.
That one's not bothering me quite as much. Sterling.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, brave fools, and if you should survive, rest assured I will watch the remainder of your lives with amusement from Astralis.
Sterling, how is this possible?
Impossible.
Whatever that thing is, it hasn't been Sterling for a long time.
Take heart.
This is a foul abomination, Irving. Stay strong. We will help you lay his limbs to rest.
I'll apply everything you taught me, brother. It's what you would have wanted. Alright, what are we in for? I'm not entirely sure.
So he's way over there now.
Lustia? Lustitia?
I think that's a capital I. Eustitia. We'll just have 2 pounds sterling? Yep.
Yeah, I guess. Empyrean has escaped, leaving behind Revenant. You couldn't say Sterling.
No.
And a slew of souls on pilgrimage to Astralis. Okay. Empyrean is a scale. Oh, okay. Alright.
I assume that's like a teleport to the other area.
Oh, it is. It's just cut off by my browser.
Yeah.
Or by my taskbar.
Glad somebody else keeps their taskbar on the right side of the screen.
I hate it. I just do it for this game only.
Oh, really? I put mine on the right side on purpose.
It's just what's worked best for me with this game so far.
Which is actually one of the reasons I hate that my work laptop is Windows 10, because they don't let you do that anymore.
I saw the other day somebody...
Windows 11, not 10.
That's insane that they don't let you do that.
Yeah.
I saw somebody cracked it the other day that you can now keep using it, apparently.
Keep using what?
Somebody found like a way to make it so that you can, it's like a validation key for like every Windows product.
Oh, yeah, I did see something about that.
I think this is entirely because Windows pushed too far.
Impressive.
I mean, the fact they're trying to like end of life Windows 10 this fast is really strange.
I mean, it's dying how it lived, you know? It kind of feels like it came out of nowhere really quickly because, that is just her fate, huh?
Yeah.
It would cost everything.
They brought it to life really quickly because they wanted to distance themselves from Windows 8 so hard.
Smash!
But I just haven't heard any good things about 11. It feels like they're jumping right back into a Windows 8 situation.
Well, everything I've heard about 11 is bad, both from like just a regular user point of view and like tech specs versus Windows 10.
Yeah.
Like load times are worse. Everything's worse.
Right between the eyes.
Yeah, I really don't know why they're doing that.
I don't know.
It might have something to do with the like security concerns I've heard, that it like screenshots your screen all the time.
Ready.
Yeah, that's a bizarre feature nobody asked for.
Yeah, but I can see why if they were going to sell a bunch of data, that they would want to move everybody to use that. Because your average user is not going to know that or turn it off.
Well, but it's really like just what was I going to say? It's so odd that Windows 11 has such this like it can't run on your machine kind of thing, where it's like machines that could definitely run it can't install it, but they want everybody to install it, so it's like what happens is it tries to force upgrade you to 11, fails, and then just retries, you know, eventually.
Yeah, I don't think mine has tried to update me yet, but I'm a little bit nervous for when it does happen.
I've been pushing back updates on my computer for ages at this point. Well, because I just have like regular Windows 10 updates fail for me frequently.
I see. Wonder why.
Don't know. But it like goes to the whole thing, fails, has to undo it. So I just keep pushing it back. Eleven has a couple of good things. Better spacing with text that makes it more legible, and tabs within folders are well. That's about it. I don't think that I want tabs in folders. I prefer to have them like just all separate windows, because I'm often dragging stuff between or comparing things.
One step.
Yeah, that's not a folder. That's not a feature that I use really either.
Yeah, one of the first things I had to do when I like got my work laptop, which was Windows 11, is go find how to turn off a bunch of stuff that just drives me crazy.
I suspect that will be me as well. I've also heard there was a breakthrough on gaming on Linux that might be relevant. Oh my gosh. There's not a great way to plan for all these
You've
crits
made
hitting.
your death a necessity.
It's not that bad since it's not like super permanent, but
It's good to be me.
yeah, Nick is saying the same thing as you did. And best windows, he says, are still XP and 7. Yeah, I didn't use XP much, but yeah, 7 was pretty good.
I think 7 I only ever had on netbook, so my experience with it was pretty handicapped.
I don't even know what a netbook is.
It's like, think like the lowest powered laptop you could imagine.
Like a tablet, but not.
Let's do it.
Kinda. It was like pre-tablets. Or pre the ubiquity of tablets.
Yeah, I have a family friend that, like, I think he buys mostly those. And I'm just like, I just don't understand. Like, this just does so little that, like, a tablet can't do. Like, I don't know, buy a laptop or, like, buy a tablet. He really should have gone with tablet, because he's older and has lots of issues as well with, like, viruses and stuff.
I'm glad you're okay.
Alright, let's just end you with Irving, I think. Yeah, that'll work. Wait, tokens for weapon upgrades? Does it mean it's not the last battle? It can't be, because the final boss is not on screen.
No, I mean, he ran away right at the start.
So yeah, I
Like
know
he
we've
always
got
is
at
doing.
least one more. I know I could look it up too, but I don't
So it shall be.
I don't even go to the taskbar center, I just alt-tab through all the things I've opened.
I also
Right now I
appreciate
have
your
1,
disposal.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 notepad tabs open, or 17 notepad windows open.
Nice to see you on your feet.
With just various notes on things.
Would hate to be
I
you
appreciate
right now.
too, y'all letting me think things wrong. I like being surprised.
As you command.
Get a move on.
Coming through!
Interesting. I use tabs constantly. It makes it way easier to keep track of and switch between the folders I have open. Having to go down to the taskbar over and over to switch is annoying. Alt tab is you. And I got ninja due to stream delay.
He was gonna say alt-tab is your friend. And I was talking about alt-tabbing between all my windows.
Oh. I see.
Nice to see you on your feet.
I'm glad that they're not all, like, rushing us again,
Let's do it.
but also still, like, such an odd setup for the end.
Yeah, this is not exactly an awe-inspiring penultimate.
Rekindle your strength.
My hard work is paying off.
Also, I think it was while you were gone, it's really interesting to me that Marin is apparently a year older than Irving.
If I must.
I have thought
As
she
you
was younger
command.
this whole time.
Benji's always ready.
I think it's just because she's like depicted so much smaller, she feels way younger.
For sure.
Time for a beatdown!
I have way too much ADHD for that to work for me. Gotta have a little assist on the object permanence front. I can understand that.
Been waiting for this.
Don't see that much either. Death Ray.
Such a long animation.
Yeah, that's why I skipped the
A
rest.
couple of these are a bit excessive still.
Man, our hit rates.
I feel like the need for teleport pass proof the map could be better designed, like make a stake around the beginning to leave room in the top end. There's no real reason for this map to be designed like this, period. This is just like a really uninspired map design, to be quite honest.
I mean, it does feel inspired by Flame Dragons a
Bottoms
little bit.
up!
It
I know
is
it's not.
very... You're right, it is very like endgame FTK. It's definitely not inspired by it, but it does have that kind of vibe.
If you're sure.
Benji's always ready.
And see, I'm still kind of doing the who has the good hit rates. I don't know why.
You could see one reason the final platform had a siege tome like enemy. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense in that scenario, but there isn't, so...
I'll double check.
And you can see his range getting cut off on the corners of the platform there.
Oh, yeah. How much health does Sterling have? 1,000.
Like, siege weapons just don't exist in this game as far as I'm aware.
I think this also, like, this is fine. It also would have looked cool to, like, make his face, like, we've just hue shifted his face. It would have been cooler, I think, to make him look a lot more, like, gaunt.
Yeah, a bit more messed up. Especially when they're going to have a line about how he hasn't been Sterling for a long time. I'd love to see him a little more roughed up.
Yeah, like, if he was missing, like, an eye or something. I don't know, that might be dark enough to only I would enjoy that. But...
It might be a little bit morbid for this game's tone. I wouldn't be against it, I just don't think it fits this game's tone, really.
Yeah, you're kind of right.
As
I'm
you
just
command.
once again like Faust, I just want to feel something.
I mean, remember the unspeakably brutal death scene was just like, the man disappeared and then we said it was brutal, so it's not like exactly going hard here.
Yeah.
1000 HP, yay for damage punch. We've fought much higher HP than 1000.
We have, this
at
is
this point.
not that egregious.
I call dibs on that one!
Because, I mean, Irving is hitting like 300 per attack.
Yeah, it's actually not that big a deal for our force. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
More work?
I mean, we're a force.
Yeah, it's just not the shining force.
Catch your breath.
There are other forces.
As you command.
I know. I go out of the way to not use the word force for like my stuff, but it's not like it's trademarked or anything. So
No, and also nobody would notice if you did. Like you,
yeah,
I would notice, but like, if somebody who's like super into Fire Emblem plays your game, he's not gonna be like, he's ripping Shining Force. I do the same thing though.
Yeah, where it's like I'm going overly out of my way to avoid it when really I don't need to, but like the me in me knows that it's from Shining Force.
Yeah.
Don't feel forced to do so.
Yeah. Awful.
I'll catch up later.
It will be done.
I mean, all I can do is creep up. They've got such insane hit rates. Oh, that's an interesting bow. It's got like soul energy or something on the end of it.
Weird.
Hey, a tier 3 token.
I will.
It does feel weird to just be given, like, not even the highest tier tokens as our drops here at the end of the game.
Yeah.
It's like the drops really are so worthless in this game. I'll really be curious to see, like, how much they really do with items in 2, since they've said they're overhauling the whole system.
Yeah, that and weapons.
Yeah. I'm hoping it adds some more depth to inventory stuff, because it really is lackluster here.
This should be fun.
Just
I
wait,
can
they'll make it
use-
Shining Force 1 style without automatic item passing, and you'll just have a 4-slot inventory that you have to shuffle through one item at a time.
Why would you will this into existence?
Such is your fate.
Also, another point with that map design, flying units cannot go above the void, probably because they would trivialize the map. Flying units can't go over anything in this game. Flying is not a movement type,
Yes.
which makes them utterly pointless.
I think
The fact that they fly is not meaningful.
they get more move. Like, she's got 9 as opposed to, like, 7.
Yeah, but you don't actually have any more ability to get anywhere than anyone else.
No.
Which feels a little weird, but whatever, I guess.
Yeah, it's not, like, it doesn't really bother me.
Maybe now
No.
I'll blend in.
It just feels weird to have visually flying units that can't go over, like, walls and stuff, because that's such a usual thing for SRPGs.
I think it's just that, like, it very clearly doesn't feel designed for it, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Here.
If I could just fly across the void to get to Sterling, like, I would think it was nuts.
Impressive. is
That's
it
like
not?
having a whole map, say, like, in a treehouse that I don't have to participate in. Or, like, a whole map that, like, is in the void that, like, I really don't have to participate in.
That would be wild.
Or, like...
Imagine that.
A whole map on a bridge, half of which I don't really have to participate in. I'm sorry, I'm being...
Look at me.
I mean, we're nearing the end of the game, so it's like they're reaching their last chances to sway you. I feel like this is the point where you can start being mean because you've seen what the game has to offer, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I still, like, feel bad saying I'm not liking things. Because I've been... Like, this is probably the game I've been the harshest on. This and
Probably.
Fallen
She's always ready.
I do think this is the harshest I've seen you be on a game, because I haven't watched the Falnarian Tactics playthrough.
That was me and Nick and Mahane in our struggle sessions.
Yeah.
If you're sure. I'll
But,
catch up
like...
later.
Like you said, you're harsher on this game because it's coming from a much more privileged position than a lot of the other indie stuff you play
Yes.
on this channel, you know? It's not like you're just going out of your way. It's like, this was a game that had, like, real backing behind it and, like, made a big deal of itself.
Yep.
It's not just something that somebody dropped onto Steam.
No.
Like a lot of stuff you play is.
I'm also really curious, like... I need
Benji's
to...
always ready.
I don't know if... I said Excelblum covered, like... how this game used to be as well, and I wonder how in-depth he went. Like, I want to find a playthrough of this when it came out. And just, I really do want to compare how much did it change.
Your end approaches.
It would be interesting to see.
Because the stuff I'd heard was that, like, they kind of ran out of steam when it came to map design. And I'm like, is this what we're talking about, or was it different than this?
Yeah, because these last maps have been rough. Really, the latter, like, quarter of the game has had some pretty questionable ones.
Still not quite as questionable as I was expecting, honestly. I was expecting a lot more just, like, empty room kind of things.
Two steps forward, one step back.
I guess.
There we go.
You know talent when you see it.
One day. I'm gonna finally, like, get that, and it's not gonna, like, proc the achievement for some reason.
Yeah,
How can I help?
it's bugged.
That is my luck.
Make this look easy.
Also, I really did not think Alexa would be nearly as significant as she has been. My goodness.
Get a move on.
No, I feel like the chapter we got her, we were pretty much planning to bench her immediately.
That apparently would have been a horrible decision. It's interesting, like, I don't know what that says about the balance that my MVP has changed as many times as it has, because I do feel like in something like a Fire Emblem, I find an MVP and it just kind of stays that way.
Mm-hmm.
This, not so.
Stay with
We
me.
went from Sia to Sia and Korvan, to Sia by herself, because Korvan fell off, to, what, Maeve?
Yeah.
And then Maeve kind of, Alden.
How much has your MVP changing
Whatever it takes.
coincided with, like, getting new characters? Definitely not with Alden, because he was, like, from the
Whatever it
beginning, and he
takes.
just, like, became really good at some point.
Brace yourself.
Yeah, but he's not even as good as he was.
Yeah.
He was like, I can throw him at like 50 enemies and he will walk away fine. Because they can't hit him and he does more, like, infinite damage. And that definitely is not the case anymore.
No, it's like he's still good, but he's not nearly where he was.
I don't know how much it's... Like, because Irving was also just fine, but he's now just an unstoppable monster. I think that came from his class change.
Oh, 100%. He, like, entirely changed as a unit. It's a really impactful change.
Cute. I have to say, Sinister says, flawed though this game may be, for a first game, it's genuinely impressive in scope, ambition, and execution. As long as the devs learn from their mistakes, they have a bright future. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. I feel that way about Celebrated Race as well.
Father, give
I
me
don't know if you're
strength.
joking or not. Like,
I'm somewhat genuine.
Tom Sawyer's Adventures in Iraq would go hard.
Yes. I feel like we need a sequel.
We do. I still need to email that guy. Y'all would not believe how busy life has been lately. That reminds me.
I don't know your specifics, but I mean, my life has also been busy lately, so
I have
I feel ya.
private life updates that I'll share with you after stream.
Okay.
Out of Benji's way!
I've just had a lot going on lately, and like, it's interesting too. I think part of it is like, well,
Legends never
Benji's
die.
not always ready.
I've had friends ask me, like, do you feel 30 now? And I'm like, I feel something. And I don't know if it's 30 or just, like, that I told y'all I kind of changed in that, like, late December to end of January period. Like, I just went through a lot of changes because I was under so much stress. But, like, I've had so many more stressful things happen. Like, in just the past couple weeks that y'all would never believe. And I'm, like, fine. Like, I'm actually fine.
Don't look at me.
I've just kind of... I think it might... I don't know if it's that I've matured more, or if it is just, like... I've taken on so many stressful things at this point that I've realized I can survive it, and it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, if I'm not gonna die, then, like, who cares? It's just
I mean, I
another
care
thing.
if you're not gonna die.
You know what I mean, though.
Hey, I know what you mean.
Lead the way. Are you sure?
We're gonna wait one more turn before we go through
Whatever it takes.
the void here. I think we can just actually wait on it. Yeah.
Honor.
At your disposal.
Gonna heal people up.
We've got you.
If I must.
They also still have over other SRPGs that healers level and like keep pace with the party. That's really nifty.
Mm-hmm. Although, to be honest, I don't usually have that much problem with that in Fire Emblem either.
Man, I do.
I just spend a lot of time topping people off, and it adds up.
Oh, I have to move my taskbar because I can't see him. Sinister says, like, I think about my own first game, and lol, it was miles worse than this.
Me?
On the one hand, yes, because I've played your first game, I think. If you're talking about Telepath Chapter 1.
It will be done.
It was also so quick, though, that it was
will
hard
be
to,
done.
like, feel
If I
like
must.
that bad about it. Like, I think my total playtime, I forget what it is on the channel, it's like an hour or something.
Stop poking me.
If that. I don't even know if it was that long. And it's a decent foundation for Chapter 2. So, I don't know, I'd still say it's good for, like, you did what you set out to do. I still wish it was on Steam. I wish all your games were.
This should be fun.
But my question also, if I gave you $75,000, like, and a team of a couple people, like, what would your first game have looked like then?
That's a really good point. Because, like, if I had thousands of dollars to spend, I could make a really good game.
Yeah.
And people to do my bidding, so I don't have to do it all myself.
I will do art for you anytime you ask, Kaya.
I appreciate the offer.
No takesies, backsies.
Frankly, I feel like you'd be more useful to me as a writer than an artist.
You know, I think so too.
I already have some very talented artists who I like to work with.
I mean, I'm just joking around anyway. I would love to, like, write with you.
I guess.
Yeah, I feel like sometime when there's a project that I'm, like, open to working with someone else on, you would definitely be, you know, near the top of my list of people to call. You, Griff, Ellie. You're kind of my, like, SRPG advising trio.
Yeah.
Was that really necessary?
I also still want to make an SRPG at some point, and because I have strong feelings about level design.
Yeah.
Why did the turn change music just get a lot?
That's the other thing. I think you'd be good for level design. Like, level design and writing. Playtesting stuff.
Breaking all the things.
Exactly. Alright, I gotta step away for a bit to run the last feed of that.
I won't let you hurt
I'll be
my
back in a
friends.
minute.
I mean, losing the second hit but dealing double damage means the high defense enemies are getting obliterated. I mean, I think we're dealing more than double damage, honestly. Because we're also critting a ton, so, like, we're just... He hits like a train.
I guess.
It will be done.
It's not even close. They don't have a chance.
Stand and fight.
20 times 3, but the base damage was 29, so it wasn't just a 2-time... So it wasn't just a 2 times
Weakness
damage.
has
It looks like a
consequences.
rounding error bug. If you're talking about Irving, he's got a skill that I believe is just adding flat damage that is not taken into account at the calculation step. Yeah, power increased by 9% for each adjacent ally, so that's not shown. True speed adds to power, 3 times true speed added. His true speed is 28, so like 60 something. No, it'd be like 70 something is added. So yeah, he's got both of those going into it. That this step right here is not like that's not taking those numbers into account, or at least not all of them. Oh, the damage stuff is Benji. I don't know then. The enemies may have something similar. They don't. I have no idea. That's fair. My first game would have been much prettier and more ambitious with 75k. On the other hand, I knew nothing about coding back then and hadn't really developed my SRPG dev philosophy yet, so it probably would have still been bad. Also a possibility. I mean, your first game wasn't even an SRPG. I don't know what I would call that. You know, the cheap way to get it all on Steam, too, if you don't want to pay the $100 fee for each one, You could just do, like, the early days collection or something. Telepath the early days, and I just play it again. I still wanna... I had somebody comment on Telepath Chapter 2 the other day. Which is always cool to me. Like, it's really cool to me that, like, people are still going and watching those old Let's Plays. That's exactly what I wanted, like, to do. I really seek to... And I need to eventually get all my live stream stuff as VOD, just videos, because I like to have that library that's easy to watch through.
Been waiting for this.
But it made me think, I really do want to go back before I do part 3 and see the good ending for Chapter 2. Which is funny, I still remember Ivan Cal being really upset that he watched through that whole series and then was like, how did you betray all your friends?
Such is your fate.
Is it me or the corner tiles not even consistent behavior between left and right side? I'm not sure, honestly. Then again, I developed Telepath RPG Chapter 2 the year after that, so maybe I'm not giving myself enough credit. Yeah, I really liked that game. It had, like, some crazy balance stuff going on for the evil path. But other than that, I think it was pretty good.
If I must.
Because, yeah, we talked about that already, though, that, like, I literally made it a hobby for a minute. Like, I think it was over the course of a couple weeks to just go, like, listen to a podcast and, like, grind out levels on Telepath Chapter 2 to eventually see that bad ending. Which I really wonder how many people did that. I know it's not on Steam, but I would love an achievement thing that, like, shows how many people did that, because it was really hard. But the comment I got the other day was somebody telling me, like, you know, you could, like, grind in better spots that, like, give you more money and stuff, and it's like, I know that now. I do remember wanting to make an SRPG at the outset. Chapter 1 was what it was, simply because I didn't yet have the know-how to code an SRPG from scratch. Interesting. I never knew that was the original vision. So what did you play that made you want to do that? What was it based on? Was it just Fire Emblem back then? Or?
Nice to see you on your feet.
FF Tactics? Could I do this again? Yeah, I sure could.
I will.
Where's my other haste people? There, no. Who else had haste? Is it you? No.
So it shall be.
Oh, it's
This
you.
should be fun.
Chop chop!
How can I help?
How do you fare? Pretty dang good. Enemy with a range of 2, just poke it with a range 3 attacks. Design! Yes, we had that, the king was that way as well.
Stop poking me. Hey, idiot, you're gonna die.
Best voice line in the game still. Oh, he doesn't want to attack into Irving either. That's a little disappointing. I do want to see his, like, attacks. So I'm gonna attack with more people.
This ends here!
But yeah, see, 1,000 is like nothing.
I'm all fired up!
If we attacked with everybody, that was, what, 156 damage. Plus 30. Like, we could one turn him if we wanted to. Plus 117. If we crit, it would have been like 300. You know, I could throw enough people at it that we could win fairly quickly. I'm surprised it's not like 5,000. And like, I don't think that would have made this better. He just needs more tools to like do stuff. I kind of want to see his melee attack too. Do you survive that? Yeah, you sure do, buddy.
At your disposal.
You go stand there and get punched in the face for me to see that, please. Cool, cool. I'll move her up. I don't really want her getting hit. Can we disarm him? Is he immune too? It looks like he's immune. Shining Force, actually, that was my big childhood SRPG. And my main inspiration for Chapter 2, as I mentioned on Discord. I landed on a very similar set of mechanics to Aegis Force from the same starting point, which I found sort of funny. Yeah, I did think about that. I think I mentioned that in the stream, that yours are the only other games I've played so far that have, like, a backstab mechanic. And it can be off-putting sometimes. I definitely am not used to that, so I struggle with it more.
Whatever it takes, I'm on it.
Alright, let's throw you in. I want to see this.
Your end approaches.
I didn't think about the fact I could just attack into him, but I don't think he lives this turn.
Your end approaches.
He's a tank, but he hits a lot less than his minions. Yeah, he actually, that's a really good point, he does.
You're just another cur.
Like, he just crit me and we're fine.
All trails lead home.
Ooh, terrible level.
Lead the way.
Yeah, he doesn't even damage our healer. Like, he's not... If he hit our healer in the face, as long as he didn't crit,
I will.
it'd be fine. I also could just, like...
Brace yourself!
Now what? Will he move? Can I just bully him?
I will.
He's immune to push now? Hold up.
If you're sure.
Alright, if I put you here...
Brace yourself!
That's interesting. I think that's a coding mistake. That's kind of a goofy one. Can I hit him with anything? I want to find out.
Chop. It's good to be me.
Like, can I, like, heal him?
Stay with me!
That would be really funny.
My hard work is paying off.
Brace yourself!
I'm sorry, I'm having fun.
Brace yourself! I will.
Okay, like, are you at full? Yeah. Okay, you're not at full. So if I put you, like, here... No, I cannot heal him.
I'm on it.
All I can do is, like, shove him around.
I will.
Get in the corner.
Brace yourself!
I'm so petty, like, if this was not here, I probably would, like, shove him back to the start just to do it. Just be like, I'm getting you out of here, Sterling! We're gonna go home!
Here.
I don't think I have anything else I could, like, interact with him with.
Did he just run away to the corner?
No. We've been bullying him.
How did you get him over there?
I don't think I could do it anymore. But what I figured out was that if I, like, sit here, that brings up the shove command, and I can now shove him.
I didn't realize we could shove enemies.
We can't.
Oh.
It's because they've made him immune to stuff, so I can't target him with things like, with everything. Like, if I just put myself next to him, it shows up gray like that. But if I put an ally next to myself and do that, then I get the option.
That's bizarre.
Yes, it is. So we put baby in the corner.
Well, I love it. I'm so sad I missed it.
Right
There's a bug
between the
tile
eyes.
with wrong collision near the upper left corner, is there? It's like a cat who's upset. I don't see the tile. You might be able to warp him? I don't think so. Because I tried.
If I must.
No, I can't.
I think I need to grab Mirror and bring her in here. I'll be back in one more second.
Okay.
I will.
We'll get the kill with Irving. It's so funny, though.
You've made your death a necessity.
There we go.
Little warning next time.
You are my brother.
Strength is the
Chapter
only
27.
path to
Find the
peace.
resolve to continue on.
I won't rejoice in destruction.
Alright. Sterling. Look at what he's done. I'm so sorry. Be at peace, brother. I think he'd have been happy we were here. The best way to honor his memory is to push on. He'd hate to see us waiting around while the world burns. There's no doubt there. That was a tough fight. We should catch our breath before we find out what Empyrean has waiting for us. I'll pause there for Teodrian. Didn't love the boss fight, but SRPG bosses are hard. Like, I've said that a bunch, and I do feel, like, vindicated in that over and over. I should eventually make a tier list of, like, the best, or just a top 10 of the best SRPG bosses I've fought. Because I really think narrative stuff is a lot of it. But also, like, let's see. Oh wow, so the code checks for adjacent allies when deciding whether to make support abilities clickable, but doesn't check when it comes to time to actually target them? I don't know, it's the first I've noticed this, so maybe that works for every enemy, but... I can't phase enemies. I can't haste enemies, so, like... I can only shove enemies, it seems like. That seems like the only support thing I can target on them. And maybe that's been the whole time, but I've only just noticed. Very odd thing to overlook. It doesn't really matter. Like, I can push him around and it's silly, but, like, I don't think that really impacted that boss fight much. I definitely would have had him move, because, like, having him stand there just made him so easy. And I'm playing on normal difficulty, but, like, maybe it's different on, like, super hard, but still.
Alright, here I am.
So perhaps that's intentional. I don't think it's intentional because when I'm standing next to him, it doesn't work. I have to have an ally standing next to me, and there's no reason for that to be the case. Welcome back. I went along in dialogue for half a second, and all you missed is that he blinked out of existence and died, and they were like, he would be glad we were here.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
Sure.
And then I was talking about how I might have, like, improved it slightly by, like, making him move. But that's, like, I don't know. SRPG bosses are just tough. Like, I don't even blame the dev that much.
Yeah. I think... I feel like the systems they have for their combat system make it very hard for them to design interesting boss encounters. Like, the way their combat system works is very limited. In a sense.
Agree. And it's hard under the best of circumstances.
Yeah.
Because it also is just, like, you don't want to make it, like, I was saying to chat, like, it's really tough because I think a lot of the weight has to come from, like, the narrative to make it work. Because you also don't want to just have, like, he was a pushover.
Yeah.
I didn't actually notice, but Nick pointed out that, like, he actually doesn't hit as hard as his minions do. And he definitely should have hit harder. But
yeah,
you also don't want to make him just a stat check. So it's tough, but
like, the whole fight design was kind of weird, where you just kind of moved your way up these non-aggressive enemies.
Yeah. But making them aggressive would have not helped.
No, it's
Like,
just weird.
Yeah. A pushover. Good one. Didn't even realize. It's just in my blood. But yeah, Garrick says we should catch our breath before we find out what Empyrean has waiting for us. I mean, we could also just, like, not confront him and leave, and he couldn't do what he wanted to do, because we have the aspects.
That is... Well, can we just leave?
I don't know, maybe...
Because we got sucked into here. So I don't know if we can just leave of our own volition.
No, but we could wait. He's old. Well, it's like, what is Metal Gear Solid one of them that, like, if you just leave the game for 2 weeks and come back, the final boss dies of old age?
It's not the final boss, but it is the sniper boss at the end. He's not the final boss, his name is the end.
Oh, okay. I assume that would have made him the last one, but...
No, it's just because he ends people, like... it's Metal Gear, everybody's got weird nicknames.
Jeff Keighley has some cool friends. Too late for that one.
I don't know who that is.
He's the guy that runs the Game Awards.
Oh, gotcha.
He always introduces Kojima as my friend Kojima.
Gotcha.
Or my good friend Kojima.
I need, like, some art of that in the style of My Neighbor Totoro's, like, key art.
It's enough.
With them standing next to each other.
The YouTuber Tio that I watched also did Game Awards bingo. And he specifically put on there, he has to introduce him as my good friend Kojima, and then he's like, my dear friend Kojima, and all his chat is like, that counts! You called it, he would have an adjective in there.
My adjective friend Kojima.
Pretty much. But yeah, background is all Escher stairs, but the map was a straight line design-wise. Making a complex labyrinth with arches and the, like, poking on other tracks would have been good. I'm gonna disagree with you there. I think an Escher map, like, I've seen what happens when we start to get too complicated with stuff with fates. Like, I just picture, for some reason I'm picturing, what's his name, the monk map. Like, us just moving around to all these different, like, lines and... Anyway. Maybe you have that looking in your head better than I'm picturing it, but I'm not picturing a good thing. Right, he wouldn't have played this card if he had others left. The only obstacle yet may well be Empyrean himself. The Edge of Ascension. We don't have a chapter title, so, like... I'm assuming this is it. We're close. I can feel it. We must be nearing the top of the tower. Do you think he's close to completing the ritual? He knows we defeated his revenant. He'll be doing everything he can to complete the ritual in time.
Irving is right. The latent energy that's been flowing around us feels stagnant now.
I feel it too, like it's slowly converging somewhere above us. We're gonna gut him for what he did. The snake deserves to suffer. What he did to Sterling was unspeakable. Then to leverage it like that, I won't allow him a painless death.
To leverage it like that?
I guess turning him into a minion? I don't know, it's not like it was that much of a leverage.
She's saying that like that's separate. Because that's what he did to Sterling.
I assumed that what she was saying was that what he did to Sterling was kill him.
Oh.
And then to leverage it by turning him into a minion.
Yeah, you might be right.
That's how I read that.
Edge of Ascension, so we got up some stairs. I mean, yeah, that's been this whole finale. We can cast him into the staff, make him feel every pain that others had to on his account. It could be done, but I think it would be a mistake. We have to remember who we're dealing with. He's about to destroy Terrazale as we know it. Also, we went into the staff to fight the other guy, and we didn't talk about the staff again after that.
No, not really. Like, did we take it with us? Is it still with his corpse?
Are we in the staff?
It's a good question.
I don't really know. I don't really know where we are.
Well, just in case we're in the staff, all staff must wash hands before returning to work, so everybody wash your hands.
Alright, I'll be back. I actually don't lose, more there's not a whole lot that makes me lose faith in humanity more than, standing in a bathroom, waiting for a friend and seeing how many people just don't wash their hands.
Yeah. Well, same as, the shopping cart test.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know, to me, somehow not washing your hands is worse, because I'm like, do you just do that at home?
I mean, yes. That's the answer, yes.
I don't want to think about that. But yeah. For as long as we have to for as long as we would have him in our custody, we'd risk letting it happen again. And for what? Revenge?
It's not that simple.
He doesn't even know what he's doing.
I don't know much caffeine means to or not. A swift end is too kind.
Look, I love some righteous vengeance as much as the next gal, but we have a duty to everyone that got us here to do this right.
Sterling wasn't the only one Empyrean and Akmenos kept from the grace of death. Nor was he the only one whose legacy they have waltzed on.
Alright, Tialdrin. Chat, place your bets. Are we gonna have one line from everybody saying, we can do it, Irving, at the end?
We're getting real close to it. I'm feeling it coming. I mean, we're having so many people pipe up now. We might hit the whole roster in this cutscene, who knows?
I'm also guessing that the final boss will actually have a siege stone.
I certainly hope so. Or something of at least interest.
Far from it. I understand. What he did to my brother makes my heart rage against him. A part of me would jump at the chance to see his greatest pains realized. But we're no different than the countless widows and orphans he's created this year.
Still.
We may be the ones here, but we carry every soul he's harmed on our shoulders today. We owe it to them to end this. I know we're all hurting. I love each and every one of you for caring as much as you do. But we don't get the luxury of rage. We can't face him down with anger. I'm going to give him another chance to surrender.
He won't take it.
No, maybe not. But without mercy, who are we? We too have blood on our hands. More than any of us ever asked for. This is a way to do the Corrin thing and have it not be completely stupid, in my opinion.
You think so?
Yeah, I'm fine with giving him one more chance to surrender. I know he won't take it, but I understand Irving's principle.
Mm-hmm.
And being we've killed a bunch of people too. They were somebody to somebody.
I mean, to a degree, that's entirely different than the Corrin thing, which is somehow magically nobody died.
Yeah. Don't remind me of that.
That's where I got lost, is what do you mean this is the Corrin thing? This is the exact opposite of the Corrin thing, because we're admitting we killed people.
No, you're right. If we... If we meet him in a fair fight, it's quite possible he can take us all at once. All the more reason to be measured.
Whatever it takes.
We do this together, like we've done everything that got us here. We protect each other, and if one of us falls, we fight that much harder to make sure it wasn't for nothing. This may be our last day. For all of us. Empyrean expects us. I think we should take a moment to make our peace with that now. Oh, we do get another... Okay.
Like Sinister, more than Ava's asked for. So you did ask for some amount of blood on your hands.
True.
Just a little blood as a treat.
I hate it. Hey, Irving. What happened when you went in there? Did you actually talk to a god? I assume you're asking about the trial of the soul. When I entered into the inner sanctum.
Yep.
Yeah, we all tried putting our ears against the wall. Well, most of us anyway. But we couldn't hear anything. Just silence. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some magic at work suppressing the sound. The voice I heard was not quiet. It was as clear as I might sound speaking to you now.
Wow.
That's crazy! I considered the possibility that I was losing my mind myself, just as it was happening. Thankfully, I seem to have gotten on alright since. But to answer your question, I'm not sure who or what I talked to. All I know is that it claimed to be Koala Smash, the god of the soul, and it was unlike anything I have ever encountered. Then it's all real? The astral plane, the gods, the aspects, all of it?
Yes.
Everything we've been through would lead me to believe that, yes. Wild. I still remember when some of my friends at the academy started telling me all of that was just stuff of fairy tales to get little kids to behave. If that's true, then I'm just as certain we're living in such a fairy tale. Then let's hope it's the kind with a good ending.
No kidding.
Yes, let's hope. Whether or not we may very well be... What? Whether or not we are...
Whether or not we are, parentheses, in such a fairy tale, may very well be up to us to determine.
I don't love how that's phrased. If that's the case, I'll do everything I can to make sure it is. I'd put a fair amount of coin on that, Alden. If I were a betting man, that is. Like Garrick? Yes, like Garrick. That was actually a fitting, like...
Yeah, I didn't mind that one.
To hit here.
That was one of the better Bond conversations, honestly.
Yeah. Marin, I have to imagine there's some course I missed out on, where they teach you how to overthrow a tyrannical king. Not even close, but maybe you could teach it someday. That day is a long way off, if it even exists. Maybe. Are you ready to take this fight to the top? I'm not getting any more ready standing around talking about it, but if it's what the others expect of me. And what do you expect of yourself? I don't know. I'd say to deliver justice to those who have suffered loss, but that seems so impossible now. You're right, that would be impossible. We don't deliver justice by what we destroy. We do that by what we build. Those are the words of a healer if I've ever heard them. And were you expecting anything else? No, in fact, I think that's just what I was looking for. Then I'm happy to oblige. Maybe all I expect of myself is to leave it all on the battlefield. That way the rest is up to fate. Or our friends. Or perhaps some combination of both. And that's not a poor demand, but you'll never achieve it if you see it as a way to escape responsibility. You'll only do it if you allow it to become your responsibility. That sounds right. I'll try and think of it that way. Marin, do you remember what you said to me before? About how much can happen in a year? Of course. Well, if you'd have told me a year ago where we'd be today, I'd never have believed you. Nothing's quite as unbelievable as life itself. That couldn't be any more true. It gives me hope, too, that we might yet see an unbelievable victory. We might, but even if we don't, you'll never face another trial alone. All of us with you, no matter what threats we face. I know I'll be right there every step of the way. You do have a good record of that. I can't think of any reason to change that now.
Together.
Good. Neither can I. Alright, are there any other bonds that we gotta do? We got that. Let's end with our Faust one.
Alright.
I don't think there's gonna be any other more fitting ends. Oh, we can do this one. Okay. Oh man, I'm sick of all this waiting around. Itching to get back in the fight? You know I am.
It'll be all right.
Maybe you can use this as an opportunity to train your patience. Patience? What good is that gonna do? In the heat of battle, you gotta strike fast and strike hard. Sometimes, but being patient can also help you find the best opportunity to strike. Yeah, or make you miss that opportunity. You sure are stubborn sometimes, Benji. I did grow up around bulls, don't forget. That explains a lot. What makes you like patience so much anyway? You grow up watching flowers grow?
I don't know.
My grandfather did keep a garden, but no, I don't think that's it. Maybe it was just my time at the academy. I spent all those years working towards passing the trials. I was lucky to get my time in the sun. So many never had that chance. I'm sure some of them were excited to skip the tests and jump right into the good stuff. I know I would have been. For their sake, I hope you're right. And I hope they found what they were looking for, too, instead of meeting their end with that sorcerer. Or us. We killed a lot of the military. Look, whatever that was, it wasn't playing fair. With determination like ours, we'll put a stop to that in no time. And that's exactly right, Benji. We will. I think that's all the things. Yeah. Unless Monroe has like a couple. Nope. Let's do it. Last one's you talking to yourself.
Alrighty. Ready for round 2? I'm afraid to ask.
Huh?
I thought you weren't afraid of anything.
Come on.
Alright, round 2 of what? That little game we were playing. The one where I ask you questions, you answer them? Ah, you mean the one where I summon a week's worth of patience to hold a conversation with you?
Nuh-uh.
I think I like my version better. But at any rate, we're probably talking about the same thing.
What?
What's your question, Faust? Same as last time. By some divine miracle, I forgot what we talked about last time. Don't worry, I'll remind you. Here's your first hint. We were talking about your surname. You're pushing your luck, Faust. I'm not guessing. Fine, sheesh. You promised you'd share the secret of your workout routine.
Don't think so.
Now wait a minute. I don't remember promising anything. Well, that's because you forgot what we talked about. You just said so. I may have forgotten what I said, but there are some things I know I'd never say. What's it gonna take, Alexa? I'm willing to put in the hustle, the sweat. I just want to feel good about myself when I hit the beach in Vigor Sun. ... Please. Alright.
Whoa.
Woohoo! Listen, you're in luck. I haven't worked out yet today. You could follow along if you want, but I'm not going to explain anything. Just watch carefully and try to do what I do. Another game. Nice. What's my prize if I win? You want to pull a muscle? Oh. Now let's stop wasting time and get to it. Haha, this is gonna be epic.
Alrighty then. Who's the closest to getting... I might as well just go for the achievement of upgrading some of these weapons all the way.
Might as well.
I think Alden might be the closest to that. I think so. It's either Alden or Irving.
Makes sense. Irving's pretty close.
Not really. Alden's got 2 maxed out already. And that 4 is like disproportionately expensive.
Gotcha.
Maeve does too. Actually, Maeve's the closest. So it's by a tier 3 and a
Although
tier
she
1.
through all the tiers of focus.
That's fine. Because, yeah, that'll be okay. Tier 3, tier 1. Oh, I have a bunch of tier 3s. I'm dumb. Okay, tier 4, tier 1. Yeah, we're just gonna need, what, 2 tier 2s. We got the 3s.
Good night, Sinister.
Good night, Sinister. Upgrade all of the unit's weapons to tier 4. I didn't do that. I got the achievement, though. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, Sinister. It has been fun. I'll actually do it, because I'm going to feel upset if I don't. There we go. Now I did it.
I mean, you got them all tier 4. That was just tier 4 with a +1.
Oh, actually, you're right. Okay, well, she's fully maxed out. Next, I think I just want to do Irving. Just spend the rest on Irving, because why not? Some more tier 2s. Can't take the money where we're going. Probably a tier 3 would be better. There we go. Actually, we might be able to. Yeah, we can. There we go. Alright. I think that's all the things. Still not fond of the back and forth instead of just paying for the upgrade directly with money. It would make it better.
It's kind of meaningless, yeah. Alright, let me see if I can set this baby down for
with honor.
Acting.
Alright. All our lives have led to this moment, that we might dispense what justice the gods have afforded us.
Make your peace!
Stand tall. We represent the final chance for this world. Let him test the strength of our bonds.
Chop chop!
Look alive, people. I didn't come all this way just to fail in the final hour. He doesn't stand a chance. He has the blood of thousands on his hands. If he will not yield, we will show no mercy. It's what he deserves. Alright, so quick question. How does he have the blood of thousands on his hands? Oh, because was he the one doing the ritual last time, I guess? I don't think so. I'm not sure. I'll wait for Taya to get back real quick, but I'm very confused by that statement. Also, if we just get like 1 out of every 3 people saying something, that is probably a little bit nicer.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to keep going. I thought you were just setting the baby next to you.
Oh, no, I mean, I was when my headset doesn't go very far.
Ah.
Like, I have to take it off to get her on the floor.
That makes sense. I was just
Just,
asking...
you know, my throat is starting to give out, so I want to try and make it through these last scenes, but it's getting rough.
Okay. I appreciate you pushing through this long. I mean, you've been a trooper.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I'm curious, though, like, she says he has the blood of thousands on his hands, and I'm like, do we know that he does?
Yeah, he's got Sterling. Other than that, all we've really seen him do is sit in Purple Cylinder.
Yeah. Like, I don't know why we are saying that. Because the Varric, like, I get that, like, if we're blaming Varric for the wars, then sure. But we don't know,
Yeah.
like, again, this could be like a worm tongue thing, like, he's pulling the strings, but we don't know that. That was never established.
Yeah.
Varric seems to have been in his right mind. But, anyway.
Come on!
He pushed us together with violence, and now he'll pay the price. Ironic that our collective power will bring his end.
Let go of fear.
This may be our final fight, but it will not speak. But it will not speak for them all. It has been an honor to know each of you.
The gods can't help you now!
We're right behind you, Irving, every step of the way. It's time we finish this once and for all.
Atlas, Agmenos couldn't stop us, neither could Revenant. I don't like that they're just saying that as his name. You won't be any different.
I won't rejoice in destruction.
You're making a mistake. We don't want to kill you, but we will if you leave us with no other choice.
Pathetic.
You offer peace for your own conscience. You know I won't accept.
Perhaps I simply think too much of you.
Perhaps you think too little.
Strength is the only
There will
path
be
to
no
peace.
peace here today.
No.
No, I will see my ascendance through to the end and leave this wretched world. I wish to grant you my final respects. Mere months ago I had thought it impossible that any could interfere with my plans.
So?
You have done so with striking consistency. Among the ineptitude of the mortal races, you are surely the best of your kind.
Also, it was Agmenos that sat in Purple Cylinder.
No, it was Empyrean.
But we defeated Agmenos, and then he fell over, and then he went into staff, right?
Right, Empyrean was in Purple Cylinder, and then he just dipped out randomly.
Right
He,
before
like,
Sterling
disappeared right after killing Sterling. Yeah, like, Sterling died, and then Empyrean just, like, stopped being in the cutscene. I complained about this quite a great deal.
You're right. Okay.
It was, like, a really weird thing.
Yes.
And you, Irving, I thought that you might understand the high call of the powerful to achieve something greater, to transcend this fleeting mortal existence.
I will remember.
I will look fondly upon your memory.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll think about you too sometimes. Oh. Alright.
Oh, he's like the Ender Dragon.
Empyrean has begun the rite of ascension. The fate of Teraziel is at stake. Stop him. Interesting. So what are we working with? He's got 12 move. He's the Eclipse Archmagus. Astral Annihilation is his thing.
He's the Eclipse Archmagus. Astral Annihilation is his thing. This is the way you said that. Astral Annihilation is his thing.
Look, man, I don't know what's happening. Oh, does this do... This does damage. Empowers Empyrean to regenerate 10% HP per turn. Oh.
Okay, 300 HP regen is a little bit to overcome.
Empowers Empyrean to cast Wicked Bolt. I can't read these. There we go. Oh, no, it doesn't...
No,
I can't...
you just can't read it. Empowers Empyrean to stop something.
Yeah, I just can't read it. That's frustrating. Also, wait, did that... I'm sorry. They have long swords?
Yeah.
Alright. He's got 3,000 health. Can I, like...
Look, it doesn't have arms, and he's the longest sword it can get.
Oh, this is... We can walk on this. Okay. How is his defense?
Sure.
Like, it would be funny if we could... What?
Does it randomly pick what he uses? But they all seem like kind of fundamentally the same, aside from the crit rate.
His crit rate is just a dice roll.
That's weird.
I kind of like that. That's something original that I've not seen before.
That's fair.
I mean, I'm gonna guess we can't just muscle through this, but I kind of am tempted to try. Like, he only is doing 28 damage. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, we probably gotta play it out. I don't think we have quite enough damage to not.
Now, the
Big
might
flat
of
map, the
Thrasar!
crystal has a long sword. Am I the only one triggered by that one hole in the character's pyramid? What are you talking about?
In your character's formation, there's a gap
Oh.
in it.
Yeah, that's where the secret character would have been. I don't know. Wait, there's orange tiles following some of your characters? I'm noticing that. I assume that's just where he's targeting, and if I move... Oh.
Now he is like targeting specific characters too, I guess.
It would be crazy if it, like, told me that.
Information in my SRPG?
We'll spread out and destroy some stuff. But yeah, I wish I could react to that.
Whatever it takes.
Thought you'd never ask.
Yeah, I just don't know. We'll keep her nearby to heal, I guess. Well, I don't want to take the
Let's do
firestorm damage.
As you command.
Yeah, she's going to get that.
I'm on it.
Come up, I guess. I guess we'll kind of just start moving around. That's all we can do. We'll figure out what happens. He reduces us to 1 because we're in that, because he moved us into that. That's kind of annoying. Oh, it just did a bunch of damage to those characters without any animation.
Well, that's neat.
I don't like that.
No, I don't like that at all.
Stay with me!
That's really questionable design.
Alright.
I'm on another level.
Imagine if it wasn't square grids but hexagons. Would it still be formed triangle? Also, hello Rashidi. I have no idea. Oh, I see you saying, like, he's just gonna stand there? No, I guess not.
Honor.
Chop chop!
Oh, so close to being able to hit that. Alright, we get rid of another one.
This ends here!
Yeah, I'm glad he moves. I just wish there were, like, animations that kind of told me more what he was gonna do. I guess you could go with that one. Oh, I broke the thing, so he doesn't have that anymore. Alrighty then, let's take advantage of that. Yeah, I don't super know what to do with that. I guess there's not a huge reason to attack him yet. So if I stand like here, he can't actually reach. Can he? Maybe he can walk through my guys? I don't really know.
What will it be?
I'd like you to just have, like, a little hit, yeah.
I guess.
Oh, she's pretty weak, too. Alright, let's move her that way, I guess. I can't really get, like, out of his range totally.
I will.
Yeah, it's definitely scary to attack into him. Could do that.
Get a move on.
Yeah, Benji moved a little bit further. I think I'll send these two up to go get the last crystals there. Put Irving here. Alright, let's see how that goes. Oh, he crit us. That was our healer.
Alright, I'ma head out.
He's so dumb.
Did he one-shot him?
Yeah, he did. He got a crit.
Okay.
I just was like, of course, Faust has like a meme for a death.
Oh, yeah.
Stand and fight.
Time to surround him with 4 people. Yeah, actually, that might be the best way to handle it. The problem is just, it doesn't super matter because his crit is a complete unknown. And if he crits, he just kills somebody. There's really very little I can do about it. Dang, she does a lot of that. Alright, let's reduce his abilities more.
At your disposal.
Could help with that.
Coming through! At your disposal.
I think we're just getting rid of more of his heal. I mean, let's start damaging him. Why not?
Whatever it takes.
Oh, he crit us. That's probably not good.
You've not broken me yet.
Thought you'd never ask.
Yeah, I kind of don't know what to do against that.
Here.
I wonder if I stand in these.
What would be?
Does this, like, block damage or something? I don't really know. Oh, you still.
It's on!
Dang.
I guess my shift is over.
He's definitely scary. Alright, so that lets him cast Wicked Bolt, whatever that is.
You have no honor!
Now he can't. Oh, if we crit one more time. Right.
Do not oppose me!
You're right, Nathaniel. It does not have any honor. It is a lie.
At your disposal.
What does this one do? Dampens player healing by 50%. Oh! That's why we didn't heal much. I see.
Onward.
That empowers him to cast something else. Let's take that away. There we go. Now he doesn't have any of his surrounding things. I still can't heal very much. I think we should pull back.
How can I help?
Orma's gonna try and hold for a minute.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think this is what we do. And then the second we destroy that healing one, we start fixing our people up more. Oh, that wasn't bad. I mean, this has been my favorite boss so far.
You're just another cur.
Like, I am having to actually think about things.
Such is your fate.
Ah, that sucks. Oh wait, I forgot we Storm Striked. So we're good. Alright, so now we should be able to heal properly. You got heals? You sure do.
Lead the way.
There we go.
Ready!
Gotta wait for him to come to us.
It's on!
Thought you'd never ask. This should be fun.
I was about to be like, speed doesn't matter, but I forgot speed actually is giving us increased attack, isn't it?
As you command.
You have stat boosters you never used? A ton of them, because I can't use them in the base.
Here.
So, like, I have not really had a great, like, I just have forgotten about it, too. But, like, not being able to use them in the base makes it a lot harder to go through them. She has none.
If you're sure.
Alright. Orma did everything we needed him to do.
Stand and fight.
Not a bad hit either.
Greatness must build on the past.
I mean, if we get crit, we die. Like... But we cannot just live in fear. I think we gotta start attacking in. Where is... There we go. I'll take the highest, like, chance to dodge.
You've made your
Destroy the
death a
last crystal,
necessity.
maybe? We will. You're probably right, I should do that earlier rather than later, but...
Let's
yeah, let's
do
go
it.
do that. Allow empowers Empyrean to stop something. I don't know what. Let's see if we can destroy it in one hit. Or in one turn. Nope. Cannot quite.
As you command.
I mean, Orm has been a bigger boon this fight than Benji, so... You just 100% get wrecked no matter what you do, huh? Alright, go for your 50% crit.
You crossed the wrong Valburin!
To stop seeing his crit range? Oh! Maybe? I don't know, that is the one other thing they could do. But I do think it's just randoming it. Like, I don't think it's hiding it from us. Yeah, he's just changing his, whatever he's using really rapidly. So he's got a 56% chance to hit. That gets down to 53. I like that.
I'm all fired up!
Oh, now it's 70. Never mind. I guess it's just not calculating that.
It will be done.
Yeah, let's have Orma not die this turn. I think that's a good call. What?
I will.
We broke him.
You've made your death a necessity.
Maybe stop time, which is how he switches weapons randomly. You're coming up with, like, a lot that I don't think that could say. But let's... If I zoom in... To stop doubling? To stop double attacks.
Double attacks. I really think they should have made their UI not do that.
Just make it like a sigil or like a thing like, what's it called? Make it one of these so I can look at it.
Yeah.
Fresh as a daisy.
My hard work is paying off.
I didn't even realize that it was stopping our double attacks though.
Yeah, I just kind of assumed he was fast enough we weren't doubling.
Yeah.
If I must.
Eat the enchanted bacon. There we go.
This ends here!
I mean, we've definitely got him at this point.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time.
Now, the might of Threllasar!
We definitely have the damage for it. Would be really hard on like permadeath mode.
Good, Mahan.
You'll die as
That's
you
what I mean,
lived.
dude.
Yeah, that's good. You don't want to overdo it. Like losing...
Yeah, your goals are admirable, but like you don't need to speedrun it that hard.
Yes, losing weight is a thing that you do over a long period of time and through like consistent habits. Not.
So it shall be.
I don't know. I definitely was worried about you.
Coming through.
Yeah, going on like 1/2 a meal for the day is a little bit much.
Yeah, especially when that's just some rice that. Just some rice.
Yeah.
She actually took that really well.
Not one step closer!
How much of that did she heal up? Wow.
You forced my hand!
To full. Marin is like the anti-Empyrean. What is the ethereal thing that she just procced? I don't even know. Ethereal. Can't take more than 49% of max health in non-crit damage. Ah! Well, that's pretty nifty.
I mean, all I could say is like when my wife and I were doing a weight loss thing, we did Whole 30, and frankly, it was not that bad, and you don't have to like cut down quantities of food a ton. It's more controlling like what ingredients and stuff are in it, and it worked pretty darn well for us. It's kind of a pain to have to like count calories some and whatnot, but like it really did work pretty well for us. We only did it for a month, but it's definitely something you could stretch long term, and we found plenty of stuff we could make that was like tasted fantastic and was within the bounds, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a little bit tough, but you know, it's a very safe diet to do.
You crossed the wrong Valburin.
I mean, like, Man, I don't know if you want. Like, I've got a friend that does, like, fitness and weight loss plans for people. I could definitely hook it up for you.
Impressive, is it not?
It's my friend that is built like a Viking.
Stay with me!
It was funny, just this past weekend we passed his birthday and we were supposed to go camping because he really wanted to, but like it was like 20 outside. So his fiance was like,
honor.
honey, I know you would like this, but like nobody else would like this. And like Chris is one of the few nice enough people that he's not gonna back out, but like a lot of other people already had. So I called him and was like, hey man, what are you looking forward to, like, for your birthday? And he's like, just sitting around the campfire, like, maybe hiking some, and it's like, it's gonna, I didn't say this, but it's like, it's gonna be 20, like, I super don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Honor.
I really want
Whatever
Irving to
it
finish
takes.
him. We'll give Irving the chance. No, you know what? If Irving gets crit, he just dies. Never mind. We'll let Orma try.
You face the Sonori.
$450 damage. The End of the Eclipse. Beat the game. New visual novel. Dark Deity. Beat the game on Mortal mode. I Can Go the Distance. Beat it on like Hero mode or something.
I see.
I'm definitely open to any help I can get at this point, because whatever I've done hasn't worked, and this whole thing I'm doing now is a desperation move, because being how I am now is untenable. I've got two friends that do that kind of stuff. So message me on Discord, and I will figure out how they would like to, like, I'll see if I can hook it up for you. No enemy reinforcement? I don't know that there's been reinforcements the entire time.
We did get gold. That's weird.
Why turn it off?
We ran his pockets for 560 gold coins.
Just a second, gotta check your pockets. I need it.
Now it is clear. The end fate prepared for me.
Nice art. No, this is the end you chose.
To know such power through no effort of my own. No, Irving, the choice was never mine to make.
Maybe not, but your misery doesn't give you the right to gamble with 100,000 lives.
So you say. Luckily for you, it seems your word will be the last.
Terra will be better for it.
You'd best hope you're right. Now go, unless you wish to share my fate. I'm not so petty as to thrust it upon you.
He's like, he's doubting that, like, it could maybe not be better for Terra, but it's like, you wanted to become a god, but that wasn't to, like, advance Terra in any way, like...
No, like, how was your solution, like, how was what you wanted going to benefit it in any way?
Yeah, at best, it does nothing.
Yeah. Best case scenario, nothing changes. Worst case scenario, you just, like, destroy everything.
Yeah, kind of weird thing to say.
The world may come to need your strength. Perhaps you really have brought terror from the brink. I pray you never know for certain.
Oh, like the stars are breaking up, it's the sky.
Yeah, the, like, other dimensions fading away.
So, my destination is unchanged. I am ready, Astralis.
I think that was the god thing we talked to. The Edge of Ascension, we already saw that. Oh, cool! I appreciate this. Okay,
Yeah.
I want to start at the bottom. Helena, good job. Okay, then we got Fenton. It seems like it's in damage dealt. So then Caius, yeah, because we used him for, like... I wish it had, like, maps deployed.
Mm-hmm.
But I appreciate this at all. Yeah, Iris, we didn't use much. Ford, I'm just kind of reflecting on everybody for a second. Sarah... I don't know why Helena's a 0. Like, we definitely used her on the map we got her. But, yeah, Sarah, we didn't use much. Liberty, we just used on the map we got her, pretty much. Ren, we used him for a couple. Got 6 skills. Samara, yeah, kind of same thing. Sophia, same. Sophia was like the one with the ferret.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm surprised she only had 8 kills, but Vesta, yeah, Bianca, yeah, she fell off pretty early. Sloane did okay. Brooke, Corvon, Rose. I'm surprised Rose never rose past Lincoln. She did so much more damage. Why is she this low? I don't really know. Never once dodged, apparently. Nathaniel. Huh. Yeah, Monroe, Benji, 5009. I felt like Benji was maybe a little bit better, but I guess not. Faust healed 5,508 health over the course of the game. Oh, it's gonna be crazy when we get to Marin. Faust only got 5 kills, really. Huh. Sia, 87. It feels like so many more. Elias, Alexa, Garrick. Yeah, Garrick did alright. Maeve, Orima, Alden. Alden got 124 kills. Again, it feels like way more. 386 hits, 101 dodges. That's crazy. And then Irving, Marin and Irving, yeah, her healing was 10,000. I would have thought it would have been more, but I guess we did, like, exponentially get more health. Ah, well, cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Helena, yeah, thanks for coming. A villain that graciously accepts defeat. I can get behind that one. I kind of agree, actually. That's kind of refreshing that he's not like, no, it is you who is lost. Like, it was just, alright. Okay. The astral plane and mortal realm have once again diverged. It has been 36 hours since Empyrean's defeat.
We've called a meeting of the daily and noble houses. My father's backing it, as are most who oppose Varric's methods.
No assist stat? What would assist track?
I guess, like, dealing damage to an enemy that was then killed, but that, like, is, I don't know, kind of meaningless in an SRPG, I feel like, because you're hitting with a bunch of units.
I mean, it gave us damage, and, like, kills was different numbers. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's scheduled to happen a month from today. Many had fled during recent months to wait out the revolution in safer areas.
Of course.
I suppose there's no surprise in that. New Alice is nice around this time of year, I hear. I've regained control of House Velmyron. Monroe and I will be meeting with our advisors on how to proceed.
No time to waste!
Delia can't wait for a month to begin healing. Why should commoners suffer while the bureaucracy deliberates?
Naturally.
They won't.
Lincoln, we'd like for you to assume Sterling's former role as commander of Delia.
With honor.
I would be honored, Sloane. And I'm honored that you would want that after all we've been through. I know Sloane, it seems like we threw her into you're now the most high-ranking person here. Her and Monroe. But it is weird that, like, Irving has acted like he's a prince this entire time. And so it just feels really weird for him to just completely usurp Lincoln's, like, agency. and take all that for himself and call all the shots the entire game, only for at the end of the game for Sloane to be like, I'll tell you what we're doing.
It is very weird. We also know that we'll need advisors who represent more than our own interests, so we need to begin rebuilding the kingdom. I can think of no one better suited to be Diliot's quartermaster than you, Alexa.
About time somebody had a good idea. Yours was a good idea too, Lincoln. Sorry.
So, do you accept?
I got it!
Of course I accept. Who else would keep your greedy rump in check?
A great many, I expect. We also have a role for you, Ren, if you're planning on sticking around.
Oh.
Guess I'll state the obvious.
There are going to be hundreds of Delian nobles swarming the palace a month from now, and we've no idea where their loyalties lie.
I was hoping you'd be interested in helping us keep tabs on things.
I see. If I'm understanding, I have a month to consider, yes?
2 weeks. We've got groundwork to lay.
I'll think on it.
I think rebuilding the kingdom is the right move. You know that you have my support.
The question remains whether we have your uncle's support.
It's simply politics.
We're planning on leaving immediately to meet with him. When he hears the full story, he'll understand. You have my word that the war will be ended. But he never wanted this war. He'll be happy to see its end. I believe we will be able to rebuild the friendship our kingdoms once shared. All I need is time. Arima, I trust you will come with us to Oasis. You deserve no less than a full pardon.
Things change.
I'm unsure if I wish to live in Oasis again.
You don't need to live there, but you should at least allow us to do right by you. Your legacy in Oasis deserves to be known.
I will join you, at least for a time. Thank you, Princess.
I hate to break up the party, but we should make preparations. War isn't good for the safety on the roads, and we have a lot of ground to cover. Of course, where houses Valmyron and Valburen hold sway, you will always have a place.
We will talk soon, I'm sure. Be safe.
Thank you both. Gorvon, are you sure you don't want to reconsider coming with us? I'm sure whatever happens with Darius will be historic.
I'm sure of it.
I'm quite sure. I don't know where I need to be right now, but it isn't in Oasis. I will write you all, of course. I expect no less. Goodbye, friends. You won't be sticking around, will you?
Not quite.
No. I'm going to Chelabons with Liberty and Vesta.
I think you should speak with Iris. I suspect she'll want to join you.
I'll seek her out before we leave.
Thank you. I'll consider it a personal favor. You're always welcome here, Sildarin.
We'll miss you. All of you.
Pace yourself.
Good luck here. You may find rebuilding Delia more difficult than stopping its destruction. I pray that isn't the case. We'll be in touch. Alright. That was an odd transition.
Yes, well.
You know, Garrick, when I used to tell you you'd make a great dwarf, I was mostly joking. You'd best stay out of trouble in Everhearth.
Right.
I will. Fenton's been teaching me all about their customs, making sure I know how to be respectful. Worst case, I've got Marin along to keep me in check.
This is fun!
And me to keep you from getting boring. Funny how I'm not the one that needs babysitting anymore. You never were, Alden. It was always Garrick. We'll miss you, Irving. I'll miss you all terribly, but we'll see each other soon, I'm sure. I'll make the trip if you don't.
I'm with you.
Don't worry, I'll hold him to it. Iris, too.
Maybe we take different ships next time.
Rose, Benji, I pray Red Hill sees a speedy recovery. Thank you again for all you did to help us. Make sure you're recognized as the heroes you are. You don't even need to say it.
Benji!
You bet, Irving. They'll sing of Benji far and wide. I mean, they won't, though. You're gonna go and you're gonna be like, we killed the king, and then we went to space, and we fought the Galactic Emperor for to prevent the apocalypse, and they're gonna be like, okay, Benji.
Yeah, sure, Benji. We've heard it before.
What are you doing tomorrow? Or of all of us, I mean. I pray your voyage is less eventful than our last. You'll need your strength. There's plenty of work left to do. That there is. Don't be strangers.
You're really something.
Wouldn't dream of it, buddy. I'm glad you decided to come with us, Iris. You too, Elias. I think there's a place for me in the Order. For all of us.
It hurts to leave the others behind, but this feels right. Elias and I have never felt welcomed on Ilin. Maybe in Varroa we can change that.
The Eternals.
The Order will take you, or have Alistair's head.
No kidding.
Let's keep the taking of heads to a minimum for a while, huh?
I couldn't agree more. It appears we're ready to depart thanks to one unscrupulous smuggler with a heart of gold.
Whoa there! Unscrupulous? I'll scruple your louses just fine, thank you very much.
Good job being able to pull that voice out after he's not spoken in like half the game, is what it feels like.
I've seen him a couple times tonight, so I've been prepping it, but then he's never said anything.
Just there like, huh? Huh.
He's just lurking.
Looks like Sarah wasn't lying. Her people kept the old humpback in tip-top shape. We're ready to sail whenever Her Holiness commands.
Brilliant.
Well, no use mucking about Swift Harbor then, is there? I'm eager to report to the Council. I think it would be best for us all to convene with my father first. There may be information we don't want spreading.
That's correct.
Of course, of course. Faster to Alistair. Faster to a good bath drawn in my own home in Threlisar.
You should really try to relax while we travel, Irving. You may regret not doing so when you never get another chance.
I expect I'll live to regret a great deal of things, Aunt Liberty. And what a wondrous thing that is. Definitely a step up from world-spanning annihilation.
What wondrous thing indeed.
Were you the dad?
I think I was, but I don't remember what voice he had.
Sounds like
Sublime.
Shrek. Okay, that works.
Sound like Shrek, did he?
I was just making that up.
Sublime. My son will arrive any day with enough aspects to level a continent, only to find us all locked in endless deliberations.
What?
We can't make a decision before we get the full story.
You and I both know that's not what this is about. Some of our colleagues seem to have forgotten it's action that solves problems, not words. And we've had problems enough without the largest consolidation of aspects since the Calamity plopping into our laps. We don't have nearly the numbers we need to do much of anything.
We could return to hiding.
No.
No. Those days are far behind us now. Gods, let's hope I still remember the words to the rite of initiation. Do me a favor, would you, and fetch me a copy of our charter from the archives. We're going to need all the help we can get. Well, that's Dark Deity.
Yeah, that felt kind of abrupt too.
Yeah, it was kind of an abrupt ending.
So, at the end of all of this, this is one of the games I've definitely been the hardest on, and I didn't go into it knowing it would be that way, but, yeah, I hope to the devs, if you watch this, that you don't take it personally. I do think this was pretty good for a first game. I've just been harsh because y'all have had a lot of success and had more resources than a lot of other people. I still had fun with it in the end, and I would have watched like all of the Bonds if I was playing this casually just on my Switch at home on the couch. I'm really excited to see what y'all do for Game 2. I know that you've said it's not in the state that you want it to be in, and hopefully you can still fix that at some point. I love that the voice actor for Benji was also named Benji.
I wonder if they named the character after the voice actor.
I don't know. My favorite characters. I think my favorite character was Faust. Like, in terms of character.
Yeah. I kind of like Nathaniel, but I think it's partially just because I made him, like, a very edgy boy.
He is a very edgy boy.
It gave him a little bit of extra personality.
But, I don't know. I liked Faust. I liked Irving as as a playable unit because it was fun. Oh, we have all the Kickstarter backers. That's cool. I liked Irving as a playable unit just because it's really interesting to have someone like your playable unit be insanely tanky.
Mm-hmm.
And just hit like a train. Who else really made an impression? Alden made an impression. He was fun to play around with. And so Sia was for a lot of the game. She ended up being like her disarm ended up becoming much more useful than her attack by the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then Maeve also was insanely MVP for a while. But in terms of character, yeah, Faust is my favorite. Benji, best boy. Oh yes, Benji as well. I always like characters like that. But yeah, I will check out the sequel. I don't know if it'll be right when it, wow, that guy's name. They really just let you put whatever you want on that entry, huh? But yeah, I don't know if it'll be on launch, but I will definitely check out the sequel. And thank all of you for tuning in. Thank you, Captain, for starting as co-host, and thank you, Teodrin, for continuing.
Yeah.
Kenny G. There's no way that's the saxophone player. That'd be crazy. The splash screen lends credence to my Faust as a developer pet character theory. Look who's centerfold, looking smarmy at the camera. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's not. But, like, I think he's enough of, like, a wink at the audience that, like, he's not intrusive. The reason you saw so much of him in my playthrough is because we did so many of his spawns compared to other people, but he really didn't talk much after we got him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we pulled him out of the barrel on the boat, and that was about it. Alder SFC. Huh, I wonder who that is.
No idea.
That's funny. I didn't expect to see somebody that we know in here.
No, same.
Now I'm, like, paying more attention. Walks back in. Did you win, son? We sure did. But yeah, I do think Faust is a pet character. I just don't mind it because he's not super intrusive.
Yeah, and really, like, unless you go through his supports, it's not like it's a big deal.
No. He's real easy not to use, and I like characters that are a little bit goofy. Like, I mean, Yogurt's my favorite Shining Force character, so, like, you know. Rashidi says, my takes, pay the voice actors more and use their voices to train AI dialogues. This will allow for multi-language dialogues. That's a really interesting way to do that. I don't know. I usually don't like when these games are fully voiced because I enjoy doing it with myself, with friends.
Also, a lot of voice actors have been pushing back against that kind of thing lately.
Yes, they have been.
Like, that's actually been a very recent topic that voice actors are not interested in.
Yes. It's one of those things that, like, I think for, like, the biggest of the big voice actors, I think it's gonna happen regardless. I mean, the Actors Guild or whatever, like, the Actors Union literally just signed all the contracts for them. So they don't even get a choice in it. And, like, I think that's nuts, but, like, I guess that's what, when you join a union, you just give them rights to do that.
Yeah, when I was in the union for Kroger, they only made things worse with everything they signed.
Yeah.
It was not what we wanted.
I mean, I do think it will make the people at the top more money. But,
oh, of course.
Like,
that's always what the people at the top want.
Cody says, I almost did an AI No Shark dub in Japanese using the original actress's voice, but the actress didn't want to do that, which I respected. Yeah, I think it's fine if they want to do that. I think that's a really interesting way to handle it. But, I don't know. It's funny, like, when it's, like, Sin Bears, I think that gave a lot to that game. But I think I'm happy to keep that there.
Yeah. I don't really want that everywhere.
The lesser deity of poor planning and misfortune. some of these names. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like super strongly about it, but I just don't need voice acting like that in SRPGs. It's fine. That's totally a personal preference thing, but that's definitely my preference.
We'll see how you like Engage. Engage is fully voice acted, which I think Three Houses was too.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know what opinion you had on Three Houses. Voice acting, that is.
It was fine. Like, I don't know that there's anything to write home about, but it was fun.
Yeah.
The main thing I didn't like that is the kind of problems that arise from that, and that you could get around it by just recording more voice lines, but I guess they didn't want to do that. That, like, they get weird with pronouns, which I think is weird, and they make your dad talk like nobody does. Like, hey, this is my child. And it's like...
Gotcha.
Okay. Master Throbbles. So far as I know, Dark Deity 2 does have full VA too. I didn't know that, but that does make sense, because on X they've been posting, like, all the voice actor reveals, and that is significantly more important if they're voicing everything. In this, I still think they deserve credit and all that, but, like, it just is a lot less intrusive to just have them say a line every so often, and that's actually what I prefer. Kind of the way Awakening did it. Yeah, I'm also only okay with it if actors are on board, but we'll see how that ends up shaking out with, like, Scarlett Johansson, I think, has the case going right now. Because they wanted to use her voice for Alexa or something, or a GPS, I don't remember what it was. Some AI something, and she said no, so they just got somebody that sounds exactly like her. Which is really interesting. Like, I don't think that she should win, because you should be able to use other... People should be allowed to sound like you, but we'll see how that goes. So no more streamer voicing. We will still play plenty of games where Teodrin and I will voice things. Or Captain and I will voice things, or whoever else I get. I know Cody wants to come on at some point, so I'm open to that. We just gotta figure out what game we're gonna do. I'm trying to think if I have any other thoughts on Dark Deity. We've paused with this game, I think, more than others to talk about it a lot. So
Probably.
I don't know if I have a ton more to say about it that I haven't yet. Just excited to see what they change up into, and what they leave here, and what they carry forward. Now that I've finished with it too, I'm really excited to go read a lot more. You know, just forum posts and stuff like that about, like, who were people's favorite characters, what did they think about everything, and really see if I can find what this looked like in earlier builds.
Yeah.
Can't offer to co-host, sadly, due to the time zone. I mean, you could for late block, it seems. Scrooge McDuck backed it. Crazy. That guy'd probably be happy that I noticed that. Let's see. I know the Goku's voice actor has signed off for it to have her voice be used in other languages. That's interesting. I'm not opposed to, like, voice actors doing it. Necessarily. Just, I don't know. You gotta be good, I guess, and I do worry that it will not let, like, up-and-coming voice actors do as much. But I think that that's just a bridge we're gonna cross at some point, because at some point, are we gonna get just all AI movies with, like, Mark Hamill and his, like, when he's younger and stuff, or Harrison Ford and Liam Neeson and blah, blah, blah. Will we still get movies, like, at the highest, like, levels? Are we gonna get movies with actors in them? I don't know. YOLO swag 5 ever. That's my homie right there. There was a similar issue in the 60s and 70s when a lot of cartoon voices were just imitations of famous people. Interesting. I'll have to, like, read about that. I don't think I can speed this up in any way, which is funny. Are they gonna list every backer?
I guess so.
Okay, if I click... Okay, I can speed it up. Advanced Gaming Cow. Yeah, I guess that's as fast as we go. Alright. The proper way to get voice actors on board is to pay them more. I mean, I don't... The way people feel about AI, they feel like so passionately about it that a lot of them, I genuinely don't think that paying them more will do anything. Like, they view it as a very strong moral stand, and like, oh, I saw somebody else, Brother Ming Games, I know who that is.
I mean, I think part of it is, like, when it comes to, like, voice acting, like, or acting in general, people tend to like to be able to look at what script they're doing, you know, and, like, how much say do you have on your voice being used for a script that you don't want to be associated with?
I mean, you might just have to still be asked. I don't know. But...
Do you? Well, how much rights are you signing away when you have this, like, you know?
Probably changes per person, but also it's inevitably, like, whatever the training, the files is going to get out there.
Well, I mean, with the union signing everything away, like you mentioned, they don't get any say for that.
True, you're right.
Your voice just gets associated with whatever they want.
Can't wait to have you all endorse my spin-off of Lord of the Rings that's worse than Rings of Power. Now I'm like I've seen 2 people I know now, so I'm like really paying attention now.
You won't see me in there.
You won't see me either. I don't really kickstart anything these days.
I've kickstarted some things, but it's very infrequent.
It's just hard for me to get excited about something that it's like you'll see it in a couple years maybe. I appreciate all of you who do kickstart stuff because it does let cool stuff like this get made, but
I definitely only back stuff with short time frames when I do.
I definitely understand that. I don't think you can make a spin-off worse than Rings of Power. I mean, you know. I thought that about, like, the Star Wars sequels, and then they made The Acolyte, so what do I know? No, I would say that's not worse, probably. Because it doesn't use all the legacy characters that I cared about, but... It's funny, too, the other guy noticed, Brother Ming Games. I have his, he did a tabletop Fire Emblem game. So, I bought that. I'm actually still on his email list for that. He's done, I think after that he did like a... Why can't I think of the word? It's the biggest Toyoverse game.
Genshin?
Yes, he did a Genshin tabletop game right after that.
Gotcha.
Over easy eggs. Pope Francis? There's times that I'm like, what if it is the real one, though? He just really likes Dark Deity.
Yep.
Rob Schneider, another one. Like, you never know. You never know. If I ever become rich and famous, I'm gonna just back everything. Space Pope? It could be the real Space Pope. I don't know. We should be almost done with the credits, because we're at the middle of T's.
Yeah.
But I don't want to miss out on, like, any kind of screen after this. I just don't know. You know. I just don't know if I skip or, like, push escape or whatever, if it just takes me back to main menu. And we've sat here this long, we might as well stick it out and figure it out. Y and Z. Zachary Levi? Oh my gosh! Can I speed it up more? Thank God. Oh, okay. I can just... Okay, that's the most I can speed it up. Ah, okay, it just puts us back at menu. I forgot! We're not done! We've got the side stories.
I forgot about that too.
That's all I've got in me for tonight.
Yeah, same. I can't do any more voices.
You did fantastic. I guess we're doing one more episode of Dark Deity. I don't know. I'll figure out how we want. We'll talk and we'll figure out how we want to do that. If we want to start Engage next week and do that as the late block, or like, I don't know.
That's an interesting thought. Yeah, we'll have to see.
I mean, we definitely got to do it because I paid however much I paid for it.
Yeah, the main thing is, like, now that I have an actual job, I need to determine how much I can stay up for late block.
Okay.
Because that somewhat constrains my time.
Yes, that is fair. It is $10. Although, now is probably a great time to say, it seems like Dark Deity is on sale. So, if you want to pick this up, after all that, you absolutely can. It is currently on sale for 80% off. It's, instead of 25, it is 5. So, yeah. One joke from my stand-up set tonight. My ex-girlfriend used to think I was a swell guy. Turns out I was just allergic to her perfume. You sound like Mahane would really like your humor. I'd say Engage main with side stories late block would work pretty well. Okay, we'll consider doing that then, but because Teodrin is like stuck around for this whole, pretty much this whole playthrough, that's gonna be if his schedule allows.
Yeah.
If not, we'll just make another early block episode of it.
It'd probably be at least 2, right? Because that's 7 battles? That's a lot to do in one night, depending on how big they are.
I mean, 20 years before Dark Deity. Okay, like, can I just, like, let me just see, like, what we're talking about. I'm just, like, trying to skip through real quick. Okay, so we get to do this again. Yeah, you can be Conjure again, cool. You're still a Strider, because if not, it's going to really throw me off. You're all still the things you were. Oh, okay. Can be that. Can be that. You were that. Yeah, you can all be the same thing for a minute. Let's see how big the battles are. Defeat the leaders of the Sons of Shamak. That doesn't seem too big.
Okay. We'll see whether it's 1 or 2.
Oops. I managed to just go back to main menu, but that's fine. Alright, well, that's going to do it for us tonight, I think. Thank you so much for tuning in, and everybody that stayed up for the late block, because we went into late block time for sure, but we definitely wanted to get Dark Deity done today, so thank you, Nick, Mahane, Cody, and Rashidi for staying up. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate everybody who came out, but I always try to thank you guys who last to the end of stream. Fairly condensed, at least. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I'm not worried about it. We'll definitely show it, because it's important to me to show all that there is. Now also might be a good time to say Dark Deity 2 is doing a low turn count competition for their demo. And that's been going 4 days. So get in that if you really want to. I would be tempted if I had more time, just because it's an SRPG competition and that's kind of fun. But, yeah, that'll do it for us. Night all.
Good night.